Remind members of the audience that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings and when speaking before the Commission. If you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Wu.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Commissioner Richards.
Here.
Commissioners, first on your agenda are items proposed for continuance. Item 1, case number 2013.1407C at 2501 California Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to April 23, 2015. Item 2, case number 2012.0978_2 DRP at 896 DeHaro Street. Discretionary review has been withdrawn. Commissioners, further on your agenda under your discretionary review calendar, item 16 for case number 2014.1544D at 2544 3rd Street, mandatory discretionary review. We've received a request from Supervisor Cohen's office to continue this matter to May 7th. The project sponsor is in agreement to that date. And item 17 for case number 2012.0978 DRP at 896 DeHaro Street, discretionary review. That discretionary review has been withdrawn. I have nothing else, and I do have 2 speaker cards.
Okay, opening it up for public comment on items 1, 2, and 16, and 2 speaker cards, Darlene Fry and Peter Lett. Darlene Fry, Peter Lett.
This would be opportunity to speak to this item.
Yeah, just want to clarify, are you wishing to speak on a different item other than number 1, 2, or 16?
This is your opportunity to speak to it. Okay, thank you. Very good.
Okay, any additional public comment on these 3 items proposed for continuance? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Did you want to speak on these?
On item number 1, do I understand that you're granting...
Can you come to the mic?
Sir, you're going to, yeah.
On item number 1, do I understand that you're granting the continuance to April 23rd?
They are considering the continuance now. So if you'd like to speak to that continuance on the matter of the continuance only, this would be your opportunity.
I want to speak to the substance, but not to the continuance.
Then you need to wait till April 23rd. Yeah.
It is being continued.
More than likely it will be continued.
Okay, any additional public comment? The public comment's closed. Commissioner Richards.
Move to continue 1, 2, and 16.
Second.
2 was withdrawn. 1 and 16.
On that motion, Commissioners, to continue matters as proposed, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. There are 2 items under consent. Item 3, case number 2015-001475, CND at 140 Divisadero Street, condominium conversion subdivision, and item 4 for case number 2014.1029, Q at 1580 Lombard Street, also a condominium conversion subdivision.
I have to ask.
Is there any public comment on?
I have to recluse.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'd like to split these number 3 separate from number 4 because I'm going to ask to be recluse from item number 4 at 1580 Lombard because I have a partial ownership interest in a property within 500 feet of this particular project.
Commissioner Johnson.
Motion to recuse Commissioner Antonini from item 4.
Second.
On that motion to recuse Commissioner Antonini, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously to recuse Commissioner Antonini from item 4.
Okay, is there any public comment on either of the two items on the consent calendar?
You have to leave.
Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Oh, we need public
I'll
comment
make a
together.
motion.
I was going to stay for 3, and then,
We can make them separate.
Yeah, make them separate.
Yeah.
So we'll do 3 first.
Commissioner Wu.
Move to approve item number 3.
Second.
On that motion to approve item 3 under consent, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Item 4 under consent.
Move to approve item 4.
Second.
On that motion to approve item 4 under consent, Commissioner Hillis,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu. And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. And places you under Commission Matters. Item 5, consideration of adoption draft minutes for March 12th, 2015 for the regular hearing and the Rules Committee hearing.
Any public comment on the draft minutes? Public comments closed. Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
On that motion to adopt the minutes for March 12th, for the Rules Committee and the regular hearing, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. And places you on item 6, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, a couple of items I just wanted to ask about. I noticed our advance calendar, the short-term rentals for next week is being continued indefinitely. I just wanted to know, I know there are some bills before the Board of Supervisors, but I'm wondering we will get a chance to express our opinions on this before there's a supervisor's vote, I would assume. And the other item I wanted to bring up, I think we'll hear about this a little bit more when we hear about permit appeals, but there was a reversal of position that we took at the Board of Permit Appeals last night on, I think it's 1784 Sanchez, and it was sort of shocking to me. We'll get more details because we had approved it 6-1, and it sounds like the couple has struggled for many years with this project, but I want to hear more about that one.
So going about the short-term rental one, that was Supervisor Campos's ordinance that would suspend the short-term rental program because Airbnb did pay their back taxes. It's no longer necessary. The ordinance is no longer necessary, and it was filed, so it's not moving forward. The other two you will hear.
Thank you.
Welcome.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to Department Matters. Item 7, Director's Announcements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just one announcement. I just wanted to give you an update on short-term rental activity. You'll hear from Mr. Starr today about the proposed legislation that was introduced this week, but as of yesterday, we have had almost 400 applications for registration. We've granted registration for about 120, and we have scheduled appointments for another 360 applications. We are getting about 30 phone calls a day for applications. We are also, just for the public's benefit, scheduling more time slots. We are getting more efficient in our timing and able to squeeze in more applications in our time frame so that we, just so the public knows, if you call for an application, you should be able to get an application appointment within about a month or so. And that concludes my presentation for today. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Director William, what is the running total? There are numbers floating around, and you're the only one who really at least has an idea of the running total.
The total of applications?
Yes.
We have, as of yesterday, 387 applications, and we have granted 118 registrations.
That is a total?
Yeah, but we have another 362 appointments coming up, and and people are calling at the rate of about 30 a day for appointments.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess back to Director Ram, my understanding is that there's around 10,000 listings out there.
No, I
Continue.
believe the number is about 5,000 to 6,000.
So we've heard from less than 10%, and we've granted less than 2%.
That's correct. And the number 5,500 to 6,000 is something that's typically thrown around for the number of units. That is probably overstating. It could be overstating the number of rentals out there because we see listings on these sites multiple times. There could be 3 rooms, and so that shows up as 3 listings, but that's 1 unit. So, in terms of the exact number of units, it could be somewhat less than that, but that's a response.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to item 8, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals. There was no Historic Preservation Commission hearing yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Planning Department staff. There was no Land Use Committee hearing this week. It was canceled. At the full Board of Supervisors, the housing element received its second and final read. It passed on a 10-1 vote with Supervisor Farrell voting no. The public hearing for the appeal of the environmental determination for 53 State Street was continued to April 7th, and the appeal for the environmental determination for 340 Bryant Street was continued to March 31st. The amendments to the Administrative Code to establish the Balboa Reservoir Community Advisory Committee passed its first read, and the 30-day extension for the review of the short-term rental ordinance was amended to make it a motion and was also approved. There were 3 introductions this week. One was a hearing request on the state of neighborhood livability and services, and the request that the Public Works, the Planning Department, and the Mayor's Office of Housing report on that. That was sponsored by Supervisor Farrell. And there was also a resolution authorizing the nomination of 4 new priority conservation areas. And then finally, Supervisor Campos introduced an ordinance amending the Administrative Code to limit short-term rentals of residential units to no more than 90 days per calendar year, to permit hosting platforms to advertise only those residential units that remain in good standing on the short-term rental registry, to require hosting platforms to provide monthly data to the department on the number of nights residential units were occupied as short-term rentals, and to prohibit all short-term rentals in RH1D districts. That was sponsored by Campos, Mar, and Avalos. We plan to have that item heard before you at the April 23rd meeting, when you will hear Supervisor Kim's as well. And that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you.
So the Board of Appeals did meet last night. 3 items that I'd like to report on. First, 340 Bryant, which was office allocation that this commission had granted, was appealed to the Board of Appeals. As you heard, there was also a CEQA appeal on that matter. The CEQA appeal has been continued, so the board continued the appeal on the office allocation to April 8th. The next item is 1784 Sanchez, which this was actually the 3rd hearing on this item at the Board of Appeals. I've reported after the previous 2 hearings that the board had serious concerns about the project, its impact on the adjacent property, which was the property of the appellants. They did not find that the full extent of the variance was justified. There was a variance for rear yard encroachment at 2 levels, at the ground level and the second story. They had given us direction to work with the parties to look at alternatives that would include shifting that second story further forward, getting it more out of the rear yard, and having less of an impact on the neighbors. There was ultimately a resolution after we had 2 meetings. Probably we met the first time for about an hour and a half with the parties, and then we made a second time this week for about 2 hours with the parties, trying to look at different alternatives. And there was something that was proposed by the appellants, which the permit holder accepted, and it was not their preference, but it does allow for a similar amount of development. It just shifts that second story further forward. There had been concerns expressed by the permit holder that it would not be something that they could afford. Both parties, both the appellant and the permit holder, had engineers that were advising on this, and both gave kind of some, maybe conflicting arguments about the costs. But in the proposal that was put forward by the appellant, it does shift it forward, and it builds over existing load-bearing walls, and so that was thought by at least the appellant's engineer to be somewhat affordable or more affordable than what had previously been proposed. The board accepted this agreement last night. They granted the appeal and accepted the revised plans. The other item that was heard last night was 2825 Lake Street, which was also a variance and a discretionary review that we heard back in June. You had taken DR on the addition at the rear above a garage and had left kind of other matters to me to decide as part of the variance. So we did grant rear yard variance for encroachment in the rear yard at the first, second, and third levels of the main building. It was reduced from what this commission had seen, but it did not fully address the concerns of neighbors, and they filed an appeal on the variance. So last night was just an appeal of the variance. One of the findings that we had in granting the variance was that the building was a historic resource. It was in a potential historic district, the Seacliff Potential Historic District, and the board had trouble, I think, had concerns about using that as a finding for justifying the variance. There was a motion to grant the appeal and to deny the variance that failed. There was no subsequent motion, so the variance was upheld by matter of law. And so that's the result on that. Available for any questions?
Commissioner Richards.
I guess in my 6 months here on the commission, I think that's the first time I heard of a variance or a DR that we had voted on to take and modify the project was overturned. Just as a kind of reference point for the commission, maybe for the public, how often does that happen as a percent of 100? Where?
I don't have figures, but the Board of Appeals in their annual report, they do report those outcomes. And
Okay.
Typically the board does uphold the commission and the department. There is a higher standard as well. There's a supermajority requirement in order to overturn a departmental action. There's typically 5 members of the board, so that's 4 out of the 5. We are 1 member short on the board now, so it's 3 out of the 4 that are currently seated. But it does happen.
I'll check the report. Thanks.
Commissioner Antoni.
Yeah, Mr. Sanchez, I had a question. You've told me what the vote was, but I always thought it was either 4 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 to overturn an action, but it may be different if there's an absent commissioner.
So if there's a full board is 5. If there are only 4 seated commissioners, and that's not an absence, but that there's no 5th commissioner that's appointed to the board, then the vote is 3 out of 4. But you're right that if there was just an absence, if there are 5 seated members, 1's absent, then it would need to be the 4.
My understanding is they'd asked for a continuance. I don't know. That was not obviously granted by permit appeals because one of their Rick Swig has been appointed and he just hasn't been seated yet. He'd be the 5th commissioner.
They did not request a continuance explicitly to have another board member there. That's not what they stated at the time of the hearing. Happy to discuss this further with you.
No,
but
that's fine.
Yeah,
I just
we've had
wanted
3
to
hearings on
clarify
the
what
board.
the situation is on the vote. Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment today? Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed.
Commissioner, to place you under your regular calendar, items 9A and B for case numbers 2014.0925 T and M, adoption of planning code and general plan amendments to reflect the adoption of the Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan. These are planning code amendments and general plan amendments.
Hi. So, thank you, Commissioners. I'm Paul Chasson from the Planning Department. I'm an urban designer, and I manage the Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan implementation. And you're being asked to vote on 3 items today. There's some planning code amendments that sort of currently say if a Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan exists, follow that. If it doesn't exist, work with the Planning Department to implement the draft version. We're just tidying that up to say, please implement the Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan. You're also being asked to make a general plan amendment that says, or change the general plan amendment that says, or policy that says, create a Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan to one that says, implement a Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan. And then you're finally being asked to sort of make a declarative action stating, or recommend the board makes a declarative action stating that the Rincon Hills Streetscape Plan is hereby adopted. So you're adopting the plan. I have a presentation that I gave to you on the initiation hearing. If you have any questions, I'm happy to show it again. But I guess at that, that's. Are there any questions from the commission? Okay.
We'll open a public comment, and then we might have questions for you. Thank you. Now opening it up for public comment on this item. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioners, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I just had a question. I remember when we passed Rincon Hill Plan originally, and we had many of these same improvements as part of the plan, but then we had a downturn and they weren't able to be implemented because of the downturn economically in 2007. But now there have been, that's why we have multiple approvals here, that some are remaining in place as they were, some have been changed to some degree, and then we're implementing the combination of the two.
The plan was drafted in 2006 and has sort of been sitting on a shelf. It was never taken through final implementation or final adoption after it was drafted, because the economy tanked. It kind of went to the MTA board and stopped. And so we're trying to just tidy that up so we can remove the draft from the cover. And
makes sense to me. It looks very well done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
Second.
On that motion, Commissioners, to adopt the recommendation for approval, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 10 for case number 2015-000709, PCA Massage Establishments Ordinance. This is a planning code amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez with Planning Department staff. Today I'll be presenting you a planning code amendment to change the existing massage establishment controls. However, prior to my presentation, I'd like to provide Cindy Comerford, the Department of Public Health, as well as Katie Tang, Supervisor Katie Tang, with time to present to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Comerford. I work at the San Francisco Department of Public Health in the Environmental Health Branch, where I manage planning and policy. And today I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the regulatory environment of massage establishments in San Francisco, and kind of talk about why the Department of Public Health supports improved land use controls for massage establishments. So the Environmental Health Branch, which many of you may know, has 14 different regulatory programs. And some of our environmental health regulations include making sure that hotels are held to certain sanitation standards, that taxi company regulations are aimed at protecting the public good. We make sure restaurants are regulated to protect people from foodborne illness. And we are also tasked with managing massage establishments to make sure for their safety and their sanitation. And I think Supervisor Tang is going to go into a little more detail about the background of the legislation. But from a health perspective, through the proposed legislation, which has two parts, it has a health code amendment and a planning code amendment, there's three things that we're hoping to achieve. One, we want to conform local law to state law. We want to improve regulation for massage establishments by doing three things. We want to delete an exemption for establishments using only CMTC practitioners. So now these previously exempt establishments that did not have to get permits from the Department of Public Health or go through any land use planning would now have to pay permits and annual license fees. And we're also going to make some changes to the health code so we can increase enforcement and transparency to make sure that we're able to close businesses that we need to close and streamline our administrative processes. Furthermore, we're trying to increase cultural competency and support healthy neighborhoods. As you guys know, the health department's mission is to protect and promote public health, and we have a focus on vulnerable populations. And today I know we're going to hear from a lot of massage establishments, but who we're not going to hear from is people that were impacted by loopholes in the state law that we're trying to correct. These are people who have been exploited and trafficked and suffered from other health impacts in communities and neighborhoods. And so I kind of want to mention, back in 2009, the state had passed SB 731. And basically, this kind of created loopholes within our ability to regulate massage establishments and created a two-tier system. And this slide just kind of gives an overview of the different regulatory system that was established by these loopholes. So we had permits that were we had establishments that were permitted by the Department of Public Health, and because of the state exemption, because of practitioner certification, we had establishments that were CMTC exempt. And basically what happens is we have more than half of the establishments within the city that have revocable permits and enforcement, then some that don't. We have some that are subject to cost recovery fees, permits, and license, some that don't, some that were subject to land use controls and zoning, and also some that had to be compliant to state human trafficking posters and local human trafficking training. So our goal is to really close the gap on this two-tiered system of massage establishment regulation. So this slide kind of shows some of the unintended consequences around SB 731 from a land use perspective. Right now, the Department of Public Health has around 240 massage establishments. 90 of them have this exemption, and 146 don't. And what we've seen is kind of this surplus of massage establishments, or this density that was created by the loopholes in the law. And this density has made it unable for the city to have optimal land use decisions. We see a high concentration in certain neighborhoods. About 70% of the massage establishments are located in 7 neighborhoods. This includes the Sunset, the Richmond, Western Addition, Downtown, Civic Center, Chinatown. And from a public health perspective, we really want to support mixed-use communities because they're healthier. We know that walkable and mixed-use communities are not only more sustainable, that they're associated with reduced rates of obesity, high blood pressure, heart disease, and diabetes. So I know many of us might go to spas and get massages, and these are pictures that we don't typically see, but our inspectors see a wide variety of conditions. And this slide shows some of the types of violations that our inspectors see during inspections of massage establishments. Often we see exteriors of massage establishments that feature window coverings, locked doors, video surveillance, that all have a negative impact on the neighborhood fabric. We see basic unsanitary conditions, improper equipment that comes in direct contact with customer skins. Many times we also see people living in massage establishments, and this is usually an indication of human trafficking. And the health impacts of human trafficking are severe and numerous, and these businesses also have a big impact on our neighborhoods. So the state laws have really impeded the health department's ability to enforce safety and sanitation around massage establishments. Unfortunately, we in San Francisco, we've kind of estimated that 30 to 50% of the massage establishments are illicit, and these have become potential hubs for human trafficking. And human trafficking is one of the fastest growing crimes within the United States, and 43% of the human trafficking in the Bay Area, in the state of California, is taking place in the Bay Area. So our goals are through the changes to the health code and the planning code are really to help decrease these illicit massage establishments and human trafficking while providing a fair and even regulatory environment while supporting healthy communities and businesses. And we think that land use controls, changes in land use controls will help us do this. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'll go ahead and summarize the existing planning controls on massage establishments and the proposed changes in the proposed ordinance. Right now, the planning code generally requires conditional use authorization for massage establishments. However, it does provide exemptions from this requirement for certain accessory massage, for chair massage, and importantly, massage establishments that employ state-certified therapists or the CAMTech therapist. This ordinance would eliminate the exception from the conditional use authorization for those CAMTech massage establishments. Second, the planning code does not prohibit the reestablishment currently of a massage use where one was closed because of health, planning, or other code violations. The proposed ordinance would prohibit the reestablishment of a massage use for 1 year in the same location where this massage establishment was closed because of these code violations. And thirdly, the planning code considers a massage establishment employing only California State Certified Therapists, the CAMTech therapist, to be a medical service use. This is a use which generally does not require conditional use authorization in San Francisco. The proposed ordinance would no longer consider a massage establishment employing the CAMTech therapist to be considered a medical service use. The Planning Department supports the ordinance as drafted for the following reasons. One, it reinstates local land use controls that can have a negative effect when they are disproportionately concentrated in a neighborhood. As you saw in the DPH presentation, the current controls have led to a proliferation and concentration of this use in 7 particular neighborhoods. This concentration has implications to the health, vibrancy, and economic diversity of these retail corridors. 2, the department supports the proposed ordinance because it standardizes the definition of massage establishments by removing the differentiation between a state-certified massage establishment and one that's certified by the city. This also reduces confusion around the city's land use regulations. And 3, the department supports the proposed ordinance because of the 1-year prohibition. We find this to put operators on notice because the restriction is one of economic significance. Supervisor Tang is here. I'd like to cede the rostrum to allow her to present.
Thank you, Commissioner. So sorry, I just came from Rules Committee. So good afternoon. My name is Katie Tang, and I just wanted to, first of all, I have some handouts for all the commissioners as a summary for the 2 pieces of legislation that we have. Thank you. So I know that Cindy from DPH gave a brief presentation and overview highlighting some of the work that DPH has been doing in terms of massage regulations. Today, before you in front of the Planning Commission, I will speak mostly to the land use changes that we're proposing, but really it goes hand in hand with the changes that we're making to the health code as well. So in a nutshell, and I know Cindy kind of touched upon this, but just really the premise for why we're even bringing this to you in the first place. Back in 2003, San Francisco, prior to 2003, had massage establishments regulated by our San Francisco Police Department. Then legislation was passed to change that regulation over to the Department of Public Health, and so there were really a whole new set of standards in terms of enforcement and oversight. So starting in 2006, we established in San Francisco a permitting process to make sure that all establishments that were opened up in San Francisco had to apply for a permit through a Department of Public Health. And one of my predecessors, Fiona Ma, who also submitted a letter of support for this legislation, actually made it a requirement citywide to require a conditional use permit for any massage establishments opening in San Francisco. So then fast forward to 2009, the state had passed legislation that created a new entity called CAMTC, the California Massage Therapy Council. And I think that really the goals of that program was really a good one. It was to create some standards across the state so that if you're a practitioner and practice in multiple cities, for example, you would actually have a permit that could work in not only multiple jurisdictions, but again, everyone in the whole entire state would know what those requirements were to get a practitioner license. certification. Unfortunately, in cities such as San Francisco, we already had our own permitting process. And so then that created a dual system here in San Francisco. And some people, applied for a CAMTC exemption from San Francisco. Some people did not apply for any permits at all in San Francisco. And some actually did apply for permits through our own DPH program. So we really had kind of three sets of different establishments going on. So then now what we're trying to do after AB 1147 passed recently is that that bill at the state level returned local land use control back to cities. And really it was because the state recognized that because of the dual permitting system that does exist in some certain jurisdictions in California, that it was really difficult for us to have complete oversight over the massage establishments. So most of what we're trying to do codifies what AB 1147 did, and the crux of the land use component is the conditional use requirement for all new massage establishments moving forward. I do want to clarify that this brings it back to what Fiona Ma's legislation did back in 2006, so it is actually not a completely new requirement. This is something that over 100 establishments have gone through already, have received a conditional use permit. The other thing is that we have tried to make some changes along the way because we have met with some stakeholders. We do understand that going through a conditional use process can be very onerous, can cost money and time. We understand that. It is something that we would love to continue working with our planning department on. So one of the things that we are discussing, and I don't know if Diego addressed it or may address it, is that we're looking to see how we can make it easier for people who are sole practitioners. So those are people who are a practitioner themselves and also own their own business, and it's just them. We are trying to exempt them from the conditional use permit process. That would be accomplished through an amendment, of course, to the legislation, with your blessing, of course, in the planning departments. But that's something that we do feel very strongly about because we want to make sure that if it's just you as an individual practicing, that you should not be overwhelmed with this conditional use process. The other thing is that we're working currently with the planning department as well on an amnesty program for those establishments that were certified through CAMTC or are already in existence, whether they filed the proper paperwork or not. We're trying to make sure that we make it as easy as possible for everyone to have their DPH establishment permit and be part of our system so that we actually can track and have proper oversight. So for those that, again, were kind of caught in the middle of the two different types of programs, we really don't want to punish them severely. We want to make sure that they're just, we're aware of where they are, we have them on record. The other thing is that we recognize in our finding sections, I think this may be mostly in the health code, is we really want to acknowledge the usefulness and the validity of the massage industry, that they do really provide a healing service for our constituents and their customers, and we do want to recognize that despite many of the problems that we have found with other establishments, many of whom are probably not here today. We are also reviewing, of course, the health and sanitation requirements. I know Cindy probably touched upon that, but we're trying to give our Department of Public Health some more tools to work with so that it's not just all about land use. There are other things that we can do through our public health code that can make it a little bit easier for us to catch those who are, who have no interest in complying with the law. So those are a number of the changes that we've made along the way. I know that we're still meeting with stakeholders to see what else that it is that we can do. But really, I think that the conditional use permit is a tool that obviously is used across many other industries. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we recognize that it's not the easiest process to go through. And so in terms of new establishments going forward, we're really interested in exploring with our planning department, is there some sort of way that we can make it a shorter, faster process that's not as expensive, which I'm sure you hear from many other industries as well. But, this is something that we do feel is really important, especially for massage establishments that probably don't have a whole lot of resources, and it's really difficult for them to just have a small business in the first place in San Francisco. So we hear that loud and clear. We heard that from the Small Business Commission recently and met with them again to further discuss how it is that we can address this moving forward. One thing I just want to really emphasize is that this land use requirement falls on the business owner. Not all business owners hold a massage practitioner certification. Some of them are just simply business owners. So if you are a practitioner who moves around to different establishments, for example, this falls upon the person who actually runs the business and not on yourself. And so I know that there's been a lot of confusion as to what the various requirements are, but this is the land use control with the CU, and so that will fall upon the person who actually operates the establishment. So I'm available to answer any questions that you might have, but this is, I know the overarching concern that we do have, obviously, is regarding human trafficking and labor trafficking. I am fully aware that us putting these controls in place will not solve the problem of human trafficking or labor trafficking. Totally understand that. But I think that there are components of going through a CU requirement that allow for neighborhood notification, awareness, some input from the community that is very valuable, which is obviously why our city uses that as a tool for other types of businesses as well. And so I really hope to get your support on this moving forward. I know there's so much more work to do besides just the legislative effort. There's tons more outreach we need to do with our nonprofit partners, et cetera. But I really do hope that our commissioners can see why this is a valuable tool for us to use in this particular situation. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Tang. For the sake of time, are there any direct questions for the supervisor? Okay. Commissioner Richards.
So a lot of the establishments that I'm aware of, at least in my neighborhood, are sole proprietors using a room in their home. Mm-hmm. I guess the question I have would be, from a land use decision and they have to go apply, might they be put out of business because they're not zoned to have a place of business in their home?
So they're solely operating out of their own home?
Yes.
Okay, so from my understanding, and I'm sure Diego can correct me, but the people who are operating out of homes or they're out call, so for example, they go to other people's homes, they have never been required to have a conditional use permit and will not be under that requirement under this particular legislation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang, for coming here today. Just a quick question. So for your health code amendment, are you saying that you're trying to harmonize the CAMTech with the DPH requirements, like sort of make them the same, or will there still be a dual sort of system?
There will still be a dual system because CAMTC was established by state law, and so unless the state legislature decides that they want to do away with it, there will still be the existence of two programs. So meanwhile, the way that we're trying to deal with it here in San Francisco is we're going to say, you can continue to get the CAMTC certification, and if you are having that exemption, we still need you to apply for the DPH establishment permit so that we can at least keep track of where all the establishments are. So CAMTC, they do not issue licenses for establishments. They only do it for practitioners and therapists. And then San Francisco, we actually issue certifications for both a practitioner and an establishment. So we're just saying that even if you may qualify for an exemption through CAMTC, you need to get an establishment permit through DPH as well.
Okay, and then for the establishment permit, for the land use decision, again, right? As you said, it's with the land owner or operator. What would their requirement be? So, there's a lot of talk about, number of hours of training and other things to sort of establish that they are a legitimate massage business. So what requirements would they have to meet if it's a business owner who's not a practitioner?
So if it's a business owner who's not a practitioner, they won't have to get, the 500 hours of training if it's under CAMTC or 250 hours if it's under DPH. So that's why we actually felt it was really important for them to file proper paperwork with the city through DPH as an establishment owner so that we know who they are and, if there's any sort of issues, we can actually contact them because a lot of them, again, are not even part of our system at all currently. If you had received, if 100% of your therapists in your establishment are certified through the CAMTC program, you were actually supposed to file paperwork with the city, an exemption, so that you're actually exempt from all of our local land use controls and all of that previously. Unfortunately, many people did not do that, so those are the ones who are completely just out of our system.
Okay.
And so in terms of the hours, I know maybe the confusion there is currently under San Francisco DPH, the requirement is that you complete 250 hours of training. At the state level, CAMTC does require 500 hours. They also recently instituted a test. San Francisco has always had a written test that you had to take in multiple languages, available in multiple languages. And so there has been talk from some of the stakeholders that they wanted to raise the bar and say, San Francisco, can you require 500 hours also, just like CMTC? We have found, unfortunately, that it doesn't matter if you satisfy the 500 hours or the 250 hours, that there are people who still violate the law, unfortunately.
And then, I'm sorry, last question. How do you, I think we talked about this before, but how do you envision the CU process itself helping? I know you talked about neighborhood notification, which is really, really important, but in terms of the decisions that the commission would make and the levers we have in terms of regulating land use, how do you envision that any of our decisions we can make about hours of operation or things like that would actually be able to help with the underlying issue of sort of understanding where establishments are and potentially helping with human trafficking?
I think really the first one was neighborhood notification. I think that was really important because the conditional use process is, it's really a concentration tool in terms of land use, right? And so being able to see where some of them are located, for example, in the Sunset, we have 50 of them, using that as a way to just at least let the neighborhood know what's coming in. They have the opportunity to provide some input. Now, if you're obviously a good operator, you probably wouldn't have any opposition, but if there's some questionable behavior or proposals, then the community has the opportunity to weigh in. I think the second thing is that yes, you can put conditions there where you make sure that they can only stay in operation until 10 p.m. at night, which I think is what is currently required anyway, but making sure that when that condition is placed upon a CU permit being issued, that if neighbors see that they're in violation of those operating hours, that you can report it and there is some actual action that can be taken to correct that situation. So I think it just gives it a little bit more weight in terms of the conditions that are placed on it, which I don't think are unreasonable. For example, staying open until 10 o'clock at night is something that's already been in place. And so I think that also there are other things that maybe we could think about. So, for example, before you apply for the CU permit, that you have to just, maybe check a box or something that just demonstrates that you've already gotten your DPH establishment permit, you have all the proper massage practitioner or therapist certifications also ready to go. I mean, those are all things that you should have anyway. So just making sure that all those prereqs are in place prior to getting a conditional use permit.
Thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Supervisor Tang, thank you for your legislation. Very promising. We heard that it's estimated that 30 to 50% of the establishments are involved in illicit activities. And if your legislation is passed, will it allow the city to close down those establishments that are found to be involved in illicit activities or do not go through the process successfully to gain approval?
So it's going to be, I'm just going to be honest, it's going to be really difficult in terms of the ones that are in existence already because, as you know, we can't go kind of retroactive with our laws. But moving forward, it definitely gives the city more tools, whether it's through planning or through DPH. One thing that this legislation does do that is really, really helpful is that if your establishment has been shut down for any type of violation, we had it written as is to say that you cannot open another massage establishment within that 1 year period. From our stakeholders, we heard that they would like to actually extend that to 3 years. So what we saw currently, or what we're seeing currently, is that a lot of them are being shut down, and then immediately another operator will come right back in under different ownership or a name, and they'll come into that same spot and be able to open immediately because, it's already, the land use stays with the land, and so that designation as massage will stay there. So many people we found have been looking for those sites that have been shut down, go right into it, and then we'll see a lot of problems again. So I think one thing that this legislation does that is really important is allow for the ability to have that land rest for, a good 3 years if there's been any violation found in the establishment.
Thank you. I would be in favor of the longer period, and that is part of the legislation.
We will have to amend that in, but right now we only have it 1 year, but we're happy to amend it to say 3 years.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioners, I'll resume my presentation by just reiterating why the Planning Department supports the conditional use requirement. Again, it allows a public analysis of the concentration of the use. As we heard, this is a tool that's used for many other uses, and it can help deter negative effects on a retail corridor. We're in favor of it because of the public nature of the process, including the neighborhood notification and the public hearing. We believe this allows good, positive operators to shine, and it also will filter out bad or less qualified, less scrupulous proposals. We're also in favor of the CU because of the conditions of approval that accompany all CUs. We believe that these will help ensure safe and legitimate operation. So the Planning Department is aware and is in general support of the proposed amendments. For example, for the sole practitioner, the Planning Department is in support of exempting the sole practitioner massage establishment if the sole practitioner is limited to just one practitioner per storefront or commercial space, as well as just allowing one massage table or one massage room under this definition. We believe that this will help Planning Department code enforcement, given that we're better at enforcing physical features than counting the number of employees. We're also in favor of an amnesty program because we understand that at times the permitting process can be very confusing, especially when there was two processes, a state and a local permitting process. We've outlined a few ideas in the case report, skeletal or conceptual elements that we believe should be included. They include legalizing these uses as medical service uses, allowing the existing land use controls for medical uses to govern their permitting process. We believe we should allow existing establishments to continue to operate while they're securing their land use approvals. We believe there should be some bars to entry into this amnesty program. It would include having a valid business license, a valid state or DPH certification or permit. The establishment in question should have been functioning in this space in question for some period of time. There should be no open violations from the police department, the public health department, or the planning department. We believe that the amnesty program should sunset, potentially after 18 months, and we believe there should be an outreach effort made to inform individuals about this amnesty program. There's one last recommendation I'd like to call to your attention, is that we would recommend that the code sections referenced in the proposed ordinance be updated to reflect the new numbering or the new code section numbers that have become effective since the update to Article 2, which I believe became in effect on March 20th. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Opening it up for public comment, Wendell Andrus, Adam Gorvan, Gary Witt, London Elise, Kathleen Chick, and Candace Combs.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank all of you for putting together this legislation. I am Wendell Andrus, as you read. I have my own private practice here in San Francisco. It's called Body Awakening. I've been in business for about 3 years now, and please forgive the reiterative nature of my comments. So let's see. I really appreciate the work of regulating agencies to keep our industry professional, credible, and accessible. In regard to today's proposal for conditional use permits, I'm in favor of maintaining proper regulation. It sounds that with the legislation in place or proposed, that I only stand to gain from what will in the future ensue. So that sounds great to me. In regard to establishments which use massage as a front for human trafficking, they are a detriment to our profession. They exploit the people providing service. They depreciate the value of massage service in San Francisco and anywhere else by offering it at exorbitantly low rates. And they tarnish the professional connotation of the practice which many of us work diligently to achieve. The people and organizations representing this industry today ascribe to educational requirements, certification, and business registration requirements. I've gone through that process myself. In fact, I dedicate my life to the healing arts, and for instance, spent about a year in school with 815 and a half hours. I maintain the utmost regard for exceptional service and upholding every regulation that I can here in San Francisco to keep that connotation where it is. My focus is unwavering, and my clients very, very much appreciate my service. So please pass this regulation and help us maintain an industry which is credible, professional, and economically beneficial and healthy in San Francisco, the city of love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for taking the time to consider this legislation. My name is Adam Gordon. I employ 25 massage therapists at 3 locations in the city of San Francisco. We're very much in favor of fair and balanced enforcement of our profession. We do genuinely see the proliferation of criminal activity in our profession as a serious problem. However, conditional use permitting, from what the supervisor herself has said, is not an effective answer to this. And as far as the impact of massage therapy establishments on neighborhoods, we just fail to see that the issue rises to the bar justified by conditional use permitting, which, as everyone has said, is highly onerous to small businesses. So I'd like for a second just for you to consider what a legitimate massage therapy establishment is. It's a very small business with a very low margin. Even some of the largest massage therapy establishments net about $50,000 a year. They cannot afford to pay rent for 6 months to a year after signing a lease to hold on to that space, especially in today's rental market. The turnover in maybe an hour and a half of business might be 5 people on a busy day. So in terms of impact on a neighborhood, we're talking about a very minimal impact. If you look at a comparable business such as a hair salon, which also isn't required to have a conditional use permit, they have maybe 10, maybe 20 people coming in and out an hour. They also are working with sharp implements. They have higher trash. They have more of a parking impact. If you look at acupuncturists, they're not required to fulfill this conditional use bar. If you look at even coffee shops, they're all over San Francisco. So the arguments that have been made requiring our industry to meet this bar just don't seem to hold any water, and we haven't heard a very good why, unless, of course, you regard massage as a nuisance industry. And we don't believe that it's fair to burden legitimate businesses with a failure of San Francisco to enforce its laws. Most of our clients have severe pain or chronic pain or are athletes. And in any case, having ready access nearby without large travel distances is very helpful to them. So choking off massage therapy in San Francisco really doesn't benefit the city, which is exactly what this serves to do. We do support robust enforcement. That's why we as an industry supported shuttering illicit operations for longer. We supported having a higher bar to entry. We also question where the data is that a higher number of hours doesn't work at weeding out bad actors. In our experience, what's often been referenced in the city are illicit operations that simply informed the health department they were exempt under the CAMTC exemption. However, once we dug down, no one working at those establishments actually had met the educational requirements. So lying about meeting the bar and meeting the bar are not the same thing, and I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Gary Witt. I am the owner and director of the San Francisco School of Massage and Bodywork. Our school has been in continual operation in the city of San Francisco since 1969, over 45 years now and counting. I just want to take a moment to articulate out for you the educational process and requirements that are needed to become certified massage therapists in the state of California and the rigors that are involved in that. First of all, no school can actually certify their students, meaning you can't just go to massage school, get a certificate, and then claim to be certified. You actually have to go to a state-approved school and then apply to become either a licensed massage practitioner through the Department of Public Health or a certified massage therapist through the CAMTC. The CAMTC is the only governing body that can actually grant certification, if you will. And this organization has a very strict vetting process full of safety checks and balances, meaning 500 hours of training, live scan fingerprinting, DOJ, Department of Justice background check, FBI background check, school transcript approval. Just going to a school does not automatically grant you certification. Again, only the CMTC gives you the certification to call yourself a CMT, and they have very stringent requirements both on the educational level and background information level. I only bring this up because I'm sure there's bound to be some confusion around the way in which someone receives their massage training. For any school to offer massage training, that school must go through a very rigorous and systematic process of approval. The state agency that approves any and all private post-secondary schools, like massage schools, acupuncture schools, chiropractic schools, they all have to meet the approval of the BPPE, which is the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. This is a state-run government agency that oversees these type of schools. And in my professional understanding, it would be impossible for a school to open and offer massage training without having first gone through this arduous bureaucratic process. A school cannot just open its doors and offer training and then produce a certificate that would be recognized by either the CMTC or the BPPE. If these schools do exist in SF, and my understanding is unfortunately they do, it is outside of my knowledge as to how these places remain open. It most certainly is not through the efforts. It most certainly is not through the efforts of the CMTC, as they have at this point de-approved over 60 of these types of schools in California, meaning that the CMTC simply will not certify these students from these schools. I know, as I know that the educational requirements relating to the massage profession is a somewhat complicated and multi-layered process to comprehend. I certainly will most happily make myself available either by email or by phone to any of you if you desire further explanation or further questions. Again, because I know it's a rather complicated process to understand. So please feel free to reach out to me anytime. Thank you very much for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thanks for having us. My name's London Elise. I'm a licensed esthetician with the state of California, and for 14 years, and I am a business owner of a small studio called Soothe, which is a healing arts studio. We've been open for 10 years in the same location. We're 500 square feet, and we are 2-room, and we're zoned, I believe, NC1. I employ 6 people, most of which are dual licensed estheticians and CAMCT certified massage therapists. I was told last week by the planning department that now that the power has been handed back to the city to control massage therapy, my business will no longer be legally zoned to provide massage therapy to our clients. We can still offer skincare, we could do nails, we could do hair in our location, but not massage, and that's 50% of my staff's income. We are now told that we will have to go through a conditional use process if we keep offering massage therapy. If we only offer skincare, we don't have to go through this process. But if we want to continue to offer a service that we have legally offered for years now by the state of California, we must go through the conditional use process. We are all against human trafficking, but conditional use will do nothing to stop it. Criminals who can afford to traffic human beings are the only ones who can afford to pay for this process. We also know that nail salons, hair salons, acupuncture offices, just different businesses also have bad actors among them, yet they're not being forced through this process. So traffickers are going to keep enslaving people any way they can under different business licenses. We need different enforcement, like the police or maybe the federal government can help. I don't know. That's not my department. But our industry is being singled out right now, and the conditional use process is an unfair burden to us. The Small Business Commission, after hearing our concerns, issued recommendations which are completely in alignment with our goals as an industry and said conditional use is an unfair and unwarranted burden on us. San Francisco is already losing small businesses at an alarming rate. The cost of going through the conditional use process will put me out of business because it's not just the cost of the permit. It's not just the inspection costs. It's going to be the cost of the massive hidden costs with building inspection coming through. Paying for a permit through health departments, great. But when the minute that we have every other department coming through, I can't afford to do that. I'm in a 500 square foot non-conforming space. There's going to be a myriad of problems that are going to need to be fixed. So I'd be paying for permits, I would be paying for contractors, I would be closing down to have everything fixed, I would be paying for every single one of the different permits I have to apply for. And that's basically a small business horror story because criminals can still pay to do all that. We can't. It's not going to stop illicit businesses if we put in a conditional use. It's going to close small businesses. And we need those of us in skilled trade services to, have San Francisco fight for our businesses in the city. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Candace Combs. I'm the president of the Mission Creek Merchants Association and the owner of In Symmetry Wellness Spa. Let's just say human trafficking is heinous. It's horrible. None of us want that, but it has nothing to do with massage. Bringing the conditional use permitting back to massage is going to hurt massage establishments such as myself. In 2010, I was shut down over zoning issues because I didn't have a conditional use permit. This was hell. It took a year and a half out of my life. And I've told this story 1,000 times, and it was wrong what happened to me. I had 30 employees. We were making $55,000 a month. I was doing all the right things. But because of the conditional use permitting and because we weren't zoned there, I was shut down. They were all CMT licensed, or they were city licensed, and all of a sudden, I had no income. A year and a half later, I did a $200,000 build out. And I will say this, that Supervisor Tang said that the notification process, when you do a build out, I am a CMATC establishment. When you do a build out, you have to send, the planning department sends notification with or without getting a conditional use license. So you don't need that conditional use to send out the notifications. It's really all I have to say on this. We don't need to bring this back. It's going to kill small business. I know, because it almost killed me. And this is my brother, he's my manager. We have a family-run business. They're leaving San Francisco. Let's not make it harder to do small business in this town. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kathy Cheek. I'm a visitor from San Rafael. I'm a certified ROLFer, a board-certified structural integrator. I am CAMTC approved. I have my permit and my business license through the city of San Rafael. And you probably know San Rafael is going through a similar process. And we are also coming up for zoning right now. I wanted to speak on behalf of the sole proprietor exemption. As other people have said, our profit margins are very small. In fact, I first went into this business and became a ROLFer just hoping that by that alone I would be not automatically linked with the sex trafficking industry. My clients are sent by chiropractors, other body workers, trainers, acupuncturists, and so on. And I have I think almost 2,000 hours of education, and the bottom line to be a ROLFer is 500 hours. So I wish that there were a way that those of us who are in this sort of medical adjunctive field could be exempt. I work in the same building for 17 years. There have been no complaints. It's a building which is mostly occupied by psychotherapists. I work alone. I've been there. I can see at maximum 4 clients a day. So there's not a lot of traffic. I don't see how my work adversely impacts the neighborhood. So I just wanted to give you a picture of one of the typical sole proprietors around, and that we are very serious about providing health services and are not in it for the money, and that's why we stay. Conditional use permits would also drive me out of business. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Just go ahead and come up.
Apologize, I'm a terrible public speaker. But I'm here to speak on behalf of massage therapists as employees and practitioners of businesses. You've heard from a lot of businesses. Because I want you to think about they've talked a lot how this is going to be a very onerous process and who that's going to affect the most. And it's the practitioners. Every time there's new employment stuff that comes up in San Francisco, we hear more and more how difficult it is to run a business, and it trickles down to us. I know in the last couple of years, all of my colleagues who have had to move have had to leave the city. They just can't afford it anymore. And taking more cuts, more burden for more regulation, it comes down to us. So please think about that when thinking about this process. I know also, I'd like to say that CAMTC didn't have good intentions. It has great intentions. It looks at the state on whole and looking at not only practitioners in one small area, but tracking throughout the entire state. And I think it's a great way to move forward in our business and our industry. I know Supervisor Tang said, we're just going back to the way things were. And when I first moved here, going back to the way things were, you only needed 100 hours of training and answering questions about how short your nails should be to become a licensed massage therapist. So please help us to move forward with our industry and not go back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners. Regina Dickendrisi, Director of the Office of Small Business. I just wanted to, you have before you the Commission's response. They heard it on Monday. Wanted to really express my appreciation to Supervisor Tang and the Commission's appreciation to Supervisor Tang to take on kind of a very, very sensitive and needed effort to really deal with the problem that we are having around sex trafficking and illicit operations. I wanted to provide, and Deanna Keyson from her office and Cindy Comfort, they've been spending an enormous amount of time working on this and meeting with stakeholders, and so do want to really express my appreciation for all of that, and the Commission does too. I want to just provide a couple kind of clarifying points in the Commission's response. So from the Commission's role is to foster and promote small business. And so it is through this lens, it's made its recommendation, and that it felt very strongly that the city needs to move forward in a way to be able to start distinguishing massage as a legitimate, as not legitimate, it is a legitimate, massage as a health care and part of the health care industry. You can now, there are codes and you can get reimbursements, certain varying degrees with your health insurance, your FSA. Those things didn't exist back in 2003 or 2006. So I think from the Commission's perspective is there's been a very significant growth in the movement of massage as a legitimate, as part of the healthcare industry, and what can we do to really sort of separate it out from the fact that there are these illicit operators using massage as a means to legitimize what they're doing. So, and it is through that lens that the Commission made its initial recommendation. It kind of had a dual recommendation in regards to this legislation. It was not going to make a formal, like, straight up or down, but that the legislation should be amended. And that the Commission's purview in terms of fostering and promoting is looking at it from this industry, not in relationship to just this industry, but that what is the city doing as a whole for what we kind of consider the middle class, the businesses, those businesses where you're not making high income, the individuals who are working in those businesses are making middle class, lower middle class wages. And what are we doing as we're setting up regulations and procedures to not make the structure so expensive or cumbersome so that we can help retain our middle-class businesses as well. It's an issue that is before us as much as we are talking about our residents. So the Commission is very supportive of what the regulations are being put in regards to the Department of Public Health, really raising the criteria from 100 hours to 250. The Commission had some deliberation as to whether to really go with just the 500 hours or to allow the 250 for the general practitioner. They did defer to kind of look at the massage the healthcare practitioners to provide some guidance on that. But raising the standard is something that they were very supportive of. And in addition to the fact that I think one of the issues that has sort of brought us to this point and has really helped to escalate the number of illicit operations is the fact that in 2009 with AB 731 is that it didn't provide a means for at either the state level or for the city, for those that received the CAMTech certification, to do inspections for establishments. And so that was a huge loophole that these entities were able to open up. And so the commission felt very much that with the ability for with the new state regulations to come in and be able to create a permit to ensure the health and safety, that this is going to be one of the really key ways in which we get to dealing with illicit operators. The commission, its initial recommendation first was to recommend not doing a blanket CU, really wanting to take the time to sort of figure out a way to kind of, as the commissioners talked about, elevate the massage medical practice as more of level it to a place of consideration where we look at it from a health and zoning perspective, as we do with other healthcare practitioners. But that said, the commission understood that there is some interest and need to have CU. So in the case, to provide you with their sort of secondary recommendations, and that is they support the staff's recommendation on the exemption of the sole practitioner exemption, and then as well as Supervisor Tang has mentioned in her comments, to support maybe perhaps some expedited or shortened-termed process for the conditional use, so that because of the time and the expense involved with that. And I think one other point I want to make about the conditional use process in relationship to 2006 to now is that back in 2006, property owners were granted you kind of free rent until you got through your conditional use process. With the real estate as it is today, that's not there. So if you're not getting through your conditional use process for 6 months, you're still having to pay rent on that space. So that's another change. And then the last thing I do want to say is that the commission fully supports Supervisor Tang and the department's staff's recommendation to find a way to either bring in legal nonconforming or an amnesty for the current healthcare practitioners who either got certified through the planning department and are in medical services, but massage isn't allowed, or that did not do the land use controls. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, thank you very much. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this legislation. I had a question for Supervisor Tang. We talked a little bit about the CU process, but it would seem to me, from what I'm reading in this, that all establishments, even those currently in operation, would have to go through the CU process. At least that's the way I'd want it to be, because it would allow us to weed out the bad operators during the process. And we could make exceptions for someone who is already established and operating, that they could continue to operate during that process. Because then after a couple of years of going through this, and when we've had enough time to have everybody go through, we could find the ones that had not been through the process, and then we could possibly find a way to, they would not be allowed to practice because they are not compliant, if I interpret it the right way.
I definitely hear what you're saying, Commissioner. I think that as a compromise, though, with the massage practitioners and establishments, that we would be more willing to just say, look, if you filed the proper permits with Department of Public Health, just to say that you're an establishment and get that permit, that if you are currently in operation, that is. We feel that that may be sufficient just to at least have them in our system. And we would actually be collecting the requisite fees so that we can actually have proper oversight and enforcement. I feel that that's a good compromise versus telling everyone who right now is in operation to go through a CU process, because it's really not their fault that they were caught in this kind of dual system. But moving forward, that is where we kind of draw the line and say, we do want them to go through this. Not if you're a sole practitioner, but and operating just by yourself. But of course, if you have a full-blown establishment, that it's something that we do feel should be a requirement. So again, I think it's a compromise to say right now, for the time being, let's just make all those who are currently in existence and practicing and have employees just file a permit with DPH as an establishment.
So what you're saying is you want us to require the conditional use for all new establishments, but those who are already in existence could just get the permit from the Department of Health, and that would suffice. Is that how I'm interpreting
that's the gist of it. I think we're still working out the details with the planning
Okay.
department in terms of what the amnesty program would entail, but that's essentially what we're trying to do, so that, again, those existing establishments and practitioners are not caught in what happened back in 2009.
Well, that sounds reasonable to me, as long as somewhere the city has a mechanism to eliminate those establishments that don't gain their permits from the Department of Public Health, or there are enough teeth in that permitting process to police it properly, to eliminate establishments that are involved in illicit activities, and then it would probably still serve the same purpose.
Right. The revocation process is really important, and without having the establishments file that permit through DPH, we have no process of revocation. And so that is why it was so important to have them file that permit with DPH.
Okay, and while I have you up here, another thing that came to mind is that you said there are 50 of the establishments in the Sunset, and I don't know how many of these operate out of individual homes, but sometimes if there's a business out of a home, it's not being used as a home anymore. So I kind of thought that, we're all concerned about elimination of housing units, and there may be some instances where some of these establishments are eliminating housing units. So that's why I was.
We've only been able to track 50 that are actually in storefronts. If there are some going on the second floor, for example, of a home, it's very difficult for us to catch. But actually what we found before was that there were people, it's gone in waves and gone down, but when there were people operating illegally out of private homes, the neighbors noticed, they reported them, city was able to come in and deal with it. So in terms of the storefronts, I think, believe it or not, that has actually been a little bit more challenging, which is why we're here.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hillis.
This may be a question for DPH, but your kind of estimates on the percentage of establishments that are acting illegally or illicit activities, do they fall under generally the California certified, or are they just DPH certified? Or are they not certified at all? You kind of.
So there's been a shift over the last couple of years. So in 2009, this CMTC exemption had passed, and at one point we had, I can find documented evidence of around, at one point it was like 32% DPH establishments and 27% CMTC establishments. But as more and more people do not get the DPH permit and get the CMTC exemption, it's been growing exponentially with the ones that have the exemption. So even within the last year, we've seen a huge change where there's 90 CMTC exemptions right now, and I was able to find, about 40% to 45% of them having illicit activity.
And what's your, because I think I hear from the practitioners that we're trying to, I think part of the CU is trying to get at the bad actors, and we're trying to kind of make this CU almost an enforcement mechanism, not really it's making a land use action kind of more an enforcement action, which I think is a little bit of the rub here.
I think it's twofold, right? One of it is because we had this surplus because of the exemption. So it's a land use tool to deal with the density issue that has resulted from the exemption. So we can make sure that we do have healthy mixed communities. That includes legal massage establishments, but it also is a tool. When you apply for a DPH permit, you would have to get a zoning referral, and they would have the option to go through this amnesty program if they fit all the criteria. But it is one more tool for the city to help decrease illicit massage establishments and also ensure mixed-use neighborhoods.
So what are the tools now to help? Because it doesn't seem, I mean, obviously we're not doing a great job.
So right now, if you have an
enforcing.
exemption, we don't have any. We have no permits, no licenses, so we don't have any revocation. We, have to work with CMTC, and since they're a relatively new organization, they've had a lot of growing pains. So the communication between cities and that organization hasn't been streamlined. So it's been a really expensive, time-consuming, daunting process to try to close down these establishments with the exemption because they don't have a permit. So normally if we have a establishment that has a permit, there's illicit activity going in, we have a process to do that. With the exemption, we don't have that process. So it makes it a lot more difficult for the health department and the city as a whole to close down these establishments.
So under the new way of doing things, and sorry if I'm a little confused with all the ways you can kind of get a permit to do it.
So the new way, everyone who opens a massage business, like a physical location, would have to get a permit. So you would come to the Department of Public Health and apply for an application. When you apply for an application, we send you to the planning department for a planning referral. And we're asking for conditional use. We'll have some exemptions and an amnesty program for existing businesses if they fit that criteria.
Right.
In addition,
so new businesses, would they need the California license as well as the
no.
place of business?
So just the city as a whole, the Department of Public Health, we're only looking at fixed locations. The CMTC, they regulate therapists.
Right.
So a business owner can be a massage therapist or not. So we're kind of removing that exemption where it doesn't matter the type of certification or the type of people that work at the establishment. We're regulating the business. So we want to just make sure that we kind of define that differently. We're not placing any additional requirements on practitioners. You can either get a license from the Department of Public Health or you can get a CMTC license. But the businesses are going to be regulated equally and the same.
And it sounds like from public comment, though, that the California license seems more difficult to get, or there's higher bars to get it.
It's different. So in the past, the CMTC license, the hours for training were more, but the Department of Public Health had an exam, which the CMTC has changed, and we're going to raise our requirements for training hours. So we're trying to make the standardization for therapists standardized.
Okay. So sorry, still a little. So if you have a DPH site permit, in essence, operating, why isn't that enough? Like, why can't you enforce that? If you're going to require every business now to get, that has a space, a DPH permit for the site, why not just, do you have enough resources to enforce that and revoke their permit so then they're not operating instead of, because I foresee perhaps people going through the CU process, we do it early. And so they become bad actors. It's hard to get, the CU kind of runs with the land. It's hard for us to revoke the CU permit. It's probably easier. And we've kind of faced this with medical marijuana too, in that DPH is administering it and giving a permit. We're giving a CU. But you're really the enforcer as to say whether you're operating as a good actor or a bad actor in that and kind of violating the rules of how you dispense marijuana. We're kind of, if that's the use, that's the use.
And I think it comes back to, I'm not an expert in land use planning, so I can't answer all the technicalities around the conditional use planning, but I think it comes back to having public and community process into businesses that are sited in neighborhoods, and that gives additional oversight to what goes into communities.
Okay, thank you. And then on the existing businesses, so the proposal, and maybe this is for Supervisor Tang, the existing businesses, we're figuring out whether to exempt them and grandfather them in or give them time to get a CU And I guess the same thing, if they're bad actors, we're kind of grandfathering in bad actors, but if they're good actors, it cuts both ways, I guess.
Not necessarily. I think what we have is in the new legislation, you'll have to get a zoning referral. So there will be an amnesty program, which we're trying to work out. So hopefully that will have some criteria that you have to meet around potential violations. And then after that, going through to get the health department permit, we put in the legislation for existing ones that the director has the ability to call an administrative hearing. So we kind of put 2 additional processes to weed out people who have illicit activity in this process for the existing ones.
And do you anticipate, if there's CU hearings here, DPH would weigh in on the CU hearing? Because, again, we've had a little trouble with this with cannabis clubs is, we may know they're a bad actor or not, but we don't get DPH telling us that. And so,
I hope that the Planning Commission would ask the Department of Public Health to come and speak about massage establishments, just because our inspectors and our health department are out in the field every day and are really knowledgeable and experts in that area.
Yeah, no, and the same thing, I think DPH should monitor kind of the Planning Commission calendar and whether they're routed to DPH, because you know the industry better than we know. We just know the land, the land use option. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could maybe just ask one other question. So is there a possibility that, like for restaurants, DPH posts some sort of scoring system and they've gone through and registered and been through the process?
For massage establishments, I don't think that we have a scoring system for massage establishments. What we could do is, use our open data portal to put the inspections and the violations out there. I think the scoring system I don't know if we have enough empirical evidence the way we do have about food safety and sanitation within this evidence to come up with a quantitative score that makes sense.
I guess I was not necessarily pointing to a scoring system, but to a posting, an exterior sticker Stein.
That's something
certified.
that would like to work on for all businesses, is making sure that we're able to be transparent and provide that data to the public.
Okay. So just thank you. Okay. One other thought that maybe following up on Commissioner Hillis's, and maybe the CU process helps us in the clustering aspect, and I think this is part of the problem where we see 2-3 massage establishments set up on the same block. That through the CU process we can take a look at who's in the neighborhood, and similar to the cannabis situation.
Sorry, I just had one comment in response to Commissioner Hillis's questions for DPH, is that just as a reminder, about 90 to 100 establishments in San Francisco have gone through the conditional use permit process. As is, right, under that 2006 legislation. So if there are any things that you think we could address to change about it, to make it easier for you to understand how to better, again, weed out the legitimate or the illegitimate operators, please do let us know. For example, requiring DPH to come in and weigh in on, are there any violations, during those hearings, I think that would be great. But again, just as a reminder, about 100 of them have gone through this already.
Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask on the proposed DPH permit, is there a notification requirement to even apply for that permit?
Right now, there isn't a public notification requirement for applying for a permit or the administrative hearing. We put that information on our website, and it's something that we've actually been talking about Supervisor Tang's office and other supervisors about providing public notification for administrative hearings at the Department of Public Health.
So you're still considering?
I think it's broader than just the massage. We have 14 different regulatory programs, and it's something citywide that there's been an interest in, and so it's something that we'd like to work on.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for planning staff. I'm looking at your report, and I see that you have some questions about the sole practitioner exemption. Could you walk through that?
Sure, definitely. I think the big concern was that we have a hard time enforcing on the number of employees in an establishment. That's a direction that we used to enforce, and we've gone away from now. So that was the initial concern, because initially the sole practitioner allowed up to 4 practitioners in one establishment, and we weren't clear if there was a different land use impact from a larger establishment versus one that just has 4. There was other concerns about enforcement. I think the issue's been raised up of if we could change the definition to just allow one sole practitioner in that type of use, it would be much easier for the planning department to enforce upon, as well as just having one massage table or one massage room. Those are physical characteristics that the enforcement team at planning excels at. We're not so good at counting employees or other operational.
So you're saying if it's one employee in one business, that does seem easier to
It's
enforce?
easier than 4.
Okay, even though that's still counting, but it's only counting to 1.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess I think the intent of the legislation is very admirable. Especially nobody, can even begin to defend human trafficking. I think this is a good first stab at it. It looks like we had a standardized process that worked for a while. Then the state stepped in and created essentially a 2-tier process. I'm trying to get back to a standardized process. I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Tang. So one of the purposes of this is to smoke out the bad actors by requiring those that don't have CU to actually step forward and get one. And that's through the amnesty program?
No. So if you're in existence, through the amnesty program, we are trying to avoid the CU process.
Okay.
But the way that we're going to try to weed out the bad actors is through the DPH establishment
okay,
permit.
got it,
Mhm.
got it. Okay, so to the woman who said that she's been operating now and she's in a non-conforming zoning district, she would be allowed to stay?
That's what we, and I think that Regina from Small Business Commission brought up. We would love to figure out a way to, again, this is pending planning departments kind of, I don't want to speak for them, but, if you're in existence and it wasn't your fault that, because of this law change or the 2009 change,
Perfect.
We really want to work with
Absolutely.
them on that.
I think the intent, at least, when I go ahead and vote for this and maybe offer some opinion on it, is the intent is to smoke out the bad actors, get rid of them, but not put legitimate businesses out of these. And we have a lot of non-conforming uses that exist all over the city, So allowing a few established massage places in a zoning district that doesn't allow them as long as they're operating with no violations and we have a set of criteria, I'm all for that. It's
Thank
cool.
you. Yes.
I guess I would be interested in understanding whether there can be an expedited process for small businesses, and I think maybe to the point of all these kind of changes that have happened in the last decade for small businesses and how they operate, maybe a joint hearing at some point with the Small Business Commission would be a great idea to hear what these businesses have to go through. And the reason why I'm saying is we've had past hearings where businesses have got up and said a CU process is onerous, yet in the case report it said that the CU process is kind of more routine and it's not as onerous as I think we think. It should not be considered unusual or burdensome, and that's not what we're hearing. So maybe a joint hearing with the Small Business Commission on what small businesses face in terms of issues would be, I think, a great idea after we do the transportation and the commission. I think it's a great piece of legislation, and I just, again, do not want to put out legitimate businesses out of business.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I fully support joint hearings of all flags. Thank you, Commissioner Richards. And Supervisor Tang, I have a few questions. They may be for you, they may be for staff, so if you want to sit, you can, or not. So of course, I will say, we talk about small business up here, and I think we had some public comment on it. I definitely support all manner of middle-income jobs and skilled trades. I mean, I think that we need to do what we can to maintain those in the city. This is one where it requires education, requires hard work, but it doesn't necessarily require the traditional path that many people have chosen to take. So whenever we can maintain those jobs and make it easy for people to open businesses, great. Couple questions for you, though. So I'm challenged. I agree with the legislation. I agree with the direction that it's taking. I appreciate the work that you and your office have done to sort of take it on dual tracks, both from the perspective of the Department of Public Health, but also with our land use code and the planning department, because that's a huge lift to try to sort of create a process that goes across the two. But where I'm challenged is I'm thinking about our CU process, and this is the first of just a couple questions that I have. We have very few actual levers that we can pull, right? So in terms of looking at looking at a use, and does a use conform with the space, and does it conform with the community, and is it a highest and sort of best use, and all of those questions that we ask. When we get down to brass tacks of we've answered the primary question, this use could work here. we can only look at, things like hours of operation. We can look at facade development. We have rules around that. We can look at signage and things like that. But there's very little. I would hesitate to say that we can operate without a license, since we're talking about licenses, and saying whether or not we're looking at a bad actor when we're looking at it from a land use perspective. And so for that, I really thought that it would be helpful for us to have sort of basically the DPH process to be done before it comes to a planning commission, because then we at least have that piece of information to look at to say, okay, check that box. We at least have a good actor that we're looking at, and now we can look at the particulars of the land use for that piece of land and see if it works in this community. But I see that it sounds like there's an additional burden being put on the planning department and the planning commission, because someone goes to DPH and they're getting for the permit, and they're going to be referred to the planning department for land use designation. So it sounds like the CU process needs to happen before the DPH process has concluded. So I was wondering if you or your staff could comment on whether or not I have that right, and if so, maybe there's a couple questions that come after that.
Mm-hmm. So I think that probably Diego and Cindy can talk about the current process in terms of how the two different departments interact. But I think that moving forward, something I mentioned earlier, which I think is helpful, is to maybe have a requirement that, number one, there's a set of criteria that must be maybe checked off on a box or something to say that you have your license, you have your requisite training hours, all of that to your DPH establishment permit, and then actually require that DPH staff weigh in, whether it's through memo or in person at a CU hearing, to say, okay, this location or this operator may have had X number of violations on record. So those are some ways I'm thinking of maybe in terms of moving forward. But in terms of the current process, I think either one of them can speak to that.
Thank you.
Diego Sanchez with staff. It's my understanding that when an applicant goes to DPH, the referral has a lot of the information that you're requesting. If they've gone to the fire, are they in good standing with DPH, or have their professional certification? Once that's done, then they send the referral to planning to check to see if the land use allows massage establishment. I think that's correct. Is that? Yeah.
So they would have gone through their administrative hearing at DPH, and no.
Basically, and this is for all of our permitting establishments. So for all our permitting authority, the way it works is you'll come in and file an application, and we'll get all the information, and then you have to go get a planning referral. Depending on the business, it may be getting a DBI. In this case, we require a background check from the police. Then we get all of that information back, and we evaluate it, and then we decide to either grant or deny the permit for the business. So we're the permitting authority, so everything, it starts with us and kind of ends with us, and then we get all of the other city departments' referrals. So for example, if the planning department did not, grant the land use condition, they would not be able to get a permit. Okay. And so, or if there was, DBI violations, we would work with them to try to fix it.
So, if I may, Commissioner, to be clear about this, they start with you with an application. But the approval has to come to us before you give them the actual permit.
That's correct.
So there's a process there, but it starts with the Public Works Department, Public Health Department, comes here and then goes back for a final permit to Public Health.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I personally see some issues with how that will play out in real life. There could be multiple opportunities, especially if the DPH adopts any sort of provision that allows public noticing and other sort of public participation in their administrative hearings. I could definitely see opportunities for someone to get most of the way down the path, come to us for a CU, have potentially a mandatory CU hearing that could be contentious. Maybe we approve it, and then they get through the administrative hearing. They don't get their permit, but then we have approved a conditional use for that land use in the particular property. So and then when you add that together with the sort of fallowing requirement that maybe a year, maybe 3 years that is being considered, I see a little bit of this process being out of order. Like I think the sequencing doesn't really work when you think about, again, the levers that we have to pull as a planning commission and the things that we can look at. So I support the legislation, but I really would love to get clear on, is there a possibility for the land use designation, which again is not about the operator, but about the use of the land itself and the use of the property? What can we do to make that part come last? Because I'm really confused about how things are working here. Like, how are we supposed to give a CU to an operator that technically doesn't have their permit yet? And
it's a condition of the permit.
Okay.
And I'm happy, I have a diagram of the permitting system, of how it works. I'm happy to share it with the Planning Commission. I'm also happy to take any feedback that you have, how we can make this a more efficient and smoother process for businesses. But upon issuing our permit, we make sure that you have land use approval. We make sure you have approval from the fire department and from the police department. And we wouldn't hold an administrative hearing to after we had all that information. And also, our administrative hearings, it's not a policy board, so it operates differently. It's one person making a decision, so it's not the same as a commission. Okay. So it just has different regulatory rules.
So then I guess let me switch the question, and I apologize for staying on this. I'm trying to get clear so that I can support it.
I wish I had a picture to show you.
Oh no, it's okay. I mean, I've got a picture in my mind. I think it's in there. Oh, there's a picture. Look at that. Let's see if it's the same one that's in my head.
This is gonna work. This isn't great, but
I'm blind as hell. I see. Okay.
The kind of.
I see. Yes, it's the same picture that's in my head.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Question.
Okay.
Maybe this one's for planning staff. We issue a CU, and then maybe the DPH has other reasons that are not based on the particular property itself. So, not the fire department, not DBI, and they deny the permit. What happens to our CU? It just remains with the property, and then no one can operate there for some period of time?
It's been my experience that DPH is waiting for us to give the thumbs up, whether it be a restaurant, a massage, or a cannabis dispensary. I've never experienced where we say yes and then they say no. It's typically they're waiting for us.
If I may also, the CU doesn't establish the use at the property, so the fallowing thing doesn't play there. They have to actually file a building permit or site permit to establish the massage establishment there once they get the CU.
Right, but let's say they do all that stuff, and then the last step would be the DPH administrative hearing, right? But
I think it's possible that a business can get a conditional use authorization and then come through this process and have a significant amount of health code violations and be denied. And I understand your perspective saying, well, why didn't we should look at that first. And I think what you're saying makes sense to kind of evaluate the process to make sure that there's efficiency. And whether, sequentially, if there's some upfront screening criteria we can do before it goes to conditional use, I totally think that's something that we can do within our rules and regs, and it doesn't have to be legislated.
Okay.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, I feel like that's something programmatic that we can work with the planning department to make sure that it makes the most sense.
Commissioner, if I may, I think the issue is that the way, when you grant a conditional use or we grant a permit, and for cases that don't come to you, it's for the use, and yes, it runs with the land. But the DPH is granting the permit to the particular operator. And so it could be a different operator. They would still have to go through the DPH process, even if that was already granted to be a massage establishment or a restaurant in that particular space.
Okay, so I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm making everyone's head hurt. Mr. Sanchez,
Sure.
My understanding of our CU process is that it does run with the land, right? So
That's
let's
correct.
say a particular operator goes for the permit, doesn't get it. We've already issued a CU, or we've approved a CU. And then what stops, I think I know the answer to this, but what stops someone else from popping up and not having to do the CU process, but just getting a DPH establishment permit? Nothing.
They would need to still, as Aaron Starr mentioned, get a building permit issued for that use in conjunction with that CU. And I think when a new operator would want to open up, for example, massage establishment, this person would have to go to DPH, state their name, and then the DPH would come back to us. Hopefully we're doing our job in matching up the names on the CU with the new referral.
Okay, but they
The
would not have
CU's
to
under
get-
a name A, and then operator B comes. Hopefully, we see that there's A versus B, is how I imagine it.
But they don't have to get an ECU if it goes. Yeah,
You'd have to get a building permit to establish.
But what are the?
In addition, the CU would expire in 18 months, I believe, or 3 years if you haven't received that building permit. If that building permit's not issued, then the CU goes away.
Right, but a building permit has different notification requirements than a CU. So how does, I feel like the reason why we're even talking about us having the CU process is because there is a higher level of neighborhood notification that happens with a CU versus many other processes where there's neighborhood notification.
That's right.
So if a CU is issued and then the operator doesn't get the DPH permit and the next one comes and they go to DBI, that is a different process. And I don't know that it gets to the same purpose of why we're doing all of this. So I'm just trying to understand like the sequencing of what we're doing and making sure that it makes sense. And I'm supportive of what we're doing.
Sure.
And I'm making everyone's head hurt, including my own.
So, in this instance, the Department of Public Health is the permitting authority, so it always has to come back to the Department of Public Health. So it wouldn't skip to the building department. So the process starts over again if it's a different business.
But you guys have different notification requirements, and I'm setting aside the potential for participation in admin hearings and other that's in the future that could happen. Right now, you guys don't have as strong of notification requirements as the CU process for the planning department. So
right, that's why we want the CU process.
Yes, but I'm trying to think of contingencies here, which is what trips us up all the time when we start doing this stuff.
I understand.
Commissioner Johnson, are you concerned that the person that came for the CU wouldn't be the entity that would operate the business if it didn't get through the process?
Yeah, the DPH process, right.
So I think you can contingent the conditional use approval on completing getting the DPH approval.
Getting back to my sequencing question, why don't they do that first?
Well, you get the land use thing and you say, okay, you have the land use, but it's not final until you actually get an approval from DPH. You can add that to a condition of approval.
Okay. I'm really challenged. I feel like that's just extra effort on the staff to make sure that those things happen because it's still a planning department that has to finalize. The DPH does not finalize CUs. We do that. So wouldn't we have to track then the DPH process at that point?
We would just call DPH and say, or they would have to submit a paper saying that they have the final certification from DPH or they have the permit. And then we can finalize the CU and they can get their building permit.
Okay. My fellow commissioners are cursing me in their minds. So I'm just going to, I know that Commissioner Moore was after me, and I think she had some comments. I'm really troubled by the sequencing of this. I really like it, but I think that it's not just administrative in terms of rulemaking. I think that there's some sequencing issues with the legislation itself, and it's going to present issues for us, and we're going to have contentious CU hearings where maybe it could be the sequencing could help us weed out the bad actors and do the intent of all of this work in legislation.
Let's see if there's any other additional comment on that. Commissioner Moore.
Commissioner Johnson threw me for a loop, but I hope that the concern she expressed will be picked up in some conversation. I do not think that perhaps they are stated as clearly that there are singular answers to yes, it's in place or not. You have administrative processes here which might hinder or promote each other. I do not have the experience to say one way or the other. What I do want to say is that I am in strong support of the legislation, and even more today, because last week and even at the beginning of this week, I got a very large number of highly intelligently phrased letters which mostly objected to particular aspects. If I understand you correctly, Supervisor, you picked up Many of them, particularly the issue of single practitioners, amnesty, et cetera. And I think that is where the strengths of, one, having the communication tools we have today, but also the ability to really challenge each other lie. And I would like to ask Director Andrisi, from the comments I received from commissioners and people from small business, do you believe that the majority of the broader concerns have been addressed?
Between both pieces of legislation?
That is what the Small Business Commission.
Yeah, so I think the Small Business Commission, I think a majority of concerns are being addressed in terms of what needs to help the city and DPH in terms of dealing with enforcement. The fact that because the city was not allowed to require an establishment permit for establishments that had CAMTech certified practitioners or therapists was what created this. So the commission is very much, getting a permit to operate is required for many businesses, for restaurants, many businesses. So the fact that the state did not choose to be as let's say with medical or dental offices, the city doesn't go in and submit a permit to operate. That's done at the state level, and there's inspections to ensure health and safety, right? So that wasn't put in with the first state legislation. So the state then repassed it. Now the city's able to do that. So very much in support of that. I think where our commission has a great concern is that we're discussing the conditional use as a blanket sort of requirement because of the illicit operators, and not to say that we need to. And this is not to say that we don't not to deal with them. We need to deal with them, but from the commission's. But the commission's purview is around fostering and promoting small business. So taking a look at what does the conditional use process mean, and I think that there's two elements to this. Is we're
ask just a simpler answer because of the time we have already spent on this item. You have come closer. This commission has always taken a very strong interest in understanding the particular needs of small business to help them whenever we can. And again, I think many of us agree, particularly led by Commissioner Antonini's comment, I would love to see this particular business controlled by the medical profession and fall under rules which are part of the medical profession. That would be my preference, but that's not where we are today. So we're trying to do as best as we can.
So to quickly summarize, so the commission had an A and a B, and the B was to have the sole proprietor exemption. But the commission at that time, in terms of understanding the sole proprietor as it's defined in the health code, allows up to 4 operators. And then to do, the B would do more of a expedited or streamlined process to create some efficiencies around the existing conditional use process so that it's not taking 6 or 7 months for our really legitimate establishment and healthcare practitioners to get through the process and open. So that's looking at going forward. We support the amnesty.
Thank you, and I would support Commissioner Richards' request that at some point the two commissions meet with each other and speak generically, but also particularly about certain uses and the issues we are confronted with, particularly in support of the Planning Department, clearer ability to develop tools to deal with land use locations such as clustering, et cetera, and give us really tools to help you, but also help the rest. The one other thing I would like to ask the supervisor is the draft resolution as it stands in front of us today reflecting all of the many extra subtleties that you mentioned, and I should ask you because you are the originator of this legislation, so that we can indeed recommend approval of it today? Or are we just basically do we have to recite all of the amendments and subtle changes you expressed?
Yeah, I think that we're actually going to have to make some changes when it hits land use committee. So, for example, the amnesty program, the details of it haven't been sorted out, but it's something that we would love for you to support. And I think that the planning memo kind of outlines a potential pathway. In terms of the sole practitioner, that was not in the resolution that you have before you. So that's something that, if you want to indicate you would like to support an exemption for sole practitioners of one person, that would be good to include. So I think those are the main points. If I'm missing anything? Okay.
So one thing I would like to ask the supervisor, and I would like that to be a discussion between you and some of the single practitioners. I go to practitioners who own their business. They are single practitioners, but they use more than one table. And that is partially either the methodology of what they use, or as one comes in and the other one leaves, there is an ability to have two tables.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean a sharing of a room between several practitioners?
That is the single practitioner using two tables in order to be more efficient in the pursuit of their business, letting the person that is finished rest for a couple more minutes, etc., and moving on. But I think that's a subtlety which comes out of the art of massage itself, rather than just saying single practitioner means single table here. And I want to make sure that we're not foreclose the experts' input onto this.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Commissioner. The reason that we had made that recommendation is simply for ease of enforcement. But I have had the same experience where people are waiting on one table while the practitioner is practicing on the other. So I don't know if there's a good answer here. We're just trying to figure out a way to have the department more easily enforce on the physical qualities of a space, which is really where we can only enforce. We're happy to think about solutions to this. I do think the department agrees that some exempting sole practitioners from a CU is the right thing to do. We're just trying to figure out how best to manage that.
Right. Details to be sorted out, but absolutely the intent is, exempt out the sole practitioners.
I am in full support of all of the subtle adjustments which were mentioned today, and I'm sure as we are making a motion here that we will be reading that into the record. And I appreciate that this is where it is today.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Antonini.
I'm going to try to make a motion, and let's see if we can summarize what we've got. My motion would require conditional use permit for all new massage uses, but all new and existing uses would have to obtain, if it doesn't already exist, a permit from DPH. And this process should be publicly noticed, if possible. That would be number one. I would support number two with the 3-year review of establishments' compliance with approval of lawful operations and standards of operation. Number three would prohibit all new establishments at any existing massage that have been closed in violations of any law for 3 years. And finally, it removes the definition of medical service from those establishments that employ all CAMTC certified therapists. And finally, establishments currently in operation can continue their operation as they move forward on this process. That's the motion.
Second.
Can I ask a question? Was the sole practitioner included in that?
Yeah, I think it was, because we're not making them get a CU. All they have to do, if they don't already have it, they have to get the certification through Department of Public Health, which I think
you need to weigh in formally on whether you are exempting them from a CU.
Yes.
Otherwise, it would require.
Yes. Okay. They are exempted from, because what I said is all new uses. Even if a single practitioner is a new use, they probably should go through and by my motion.
We're recommending that they don't.
Okay.
But
All right. Okay. So then I will say that new CAMTC solo practitioners would not have to go through the CU process. Is that all right, Supervisor?
If I may just correct, it doesn't matter if it's CAMTC exempt or DPH, that if you're a sole practitioner, you would be exempt from the conditional use permit process.
Okay. That we could add that to the motion. So.
Is that okay with you?
Commissioner Richards.
I just want to add to the motion, I did second it, that we do put something in there as a finding, maybe to try to make the process for small businesses, especially these kind of establishments, as quick as we can for the CU, because I think one of the ones that came to mind for me, somebody in a similar process, was the guy that out on Ocean Avenue who was paying rent on a space there, and he wanted to open up a business, and I think it was like 8 or 9 months. He was paying $4,000 a month. So we have this kind of sequencing issue where you have to get your license, and you have to commit to the space, and you're paying on the space until you get to CU. So I want to make sure that we shorten the timeline as much as we can in that as well.
That's fine as a finding. Yeah.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I think my thoughts on sequencing are encapsulated in the finding from Commissioner Richards, but I just want to ask a quick question. Hopefully it's a yes or no. I think, does the currently proposed legislation continue to exempt accessory uses and chair massage, or do we need to add that as part of our recommendation?
That's correct, yes. It continues to exempt accessory massage and chair massage.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wu.
I just want to clarify that the exemption for sole proprietor, I believe that the Commission should take the Department's recommendation that it's one person, one business, right? Is that the right way to phrase it?
One practitioner.
One practitioner, yes. And so the definition is simpler. And then staff had suggested that we also recommend changing the code referrals that are impacted by Article 2. Is that right?
It changed the code references because the 218's from the previous Article 2, I believe.
You can just say reconcile with the Article 2 changes, and that'll cover
That's
it.
part of my reconcile with Article 2 changes.
Seconder, agree with that?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Richards.
One thing I wanted to add, I don't think we called it out explicitly, was for those bona fide legitimate businesses that have their correct licensing, no violations, that if they find themselves in a zoning district that it's non-conforming use, that we have a grandfathering in place so that we don't have to kick them out of their space.
Diego Sanchez with staff. We'll try to struggle with that. My concern is that all businesses needed to get land use approvals of some sort, be a building permit, a CU, whatnot. If a business opened up without any land use approval, that's not allowed under the current zoning. I mean, we can explore that, but it seems that...
How about we do this? How about we give them an 18-month period to fix it? Either get approval or find an alternative space.
Part of the problem, Commissioner, is that in some cases they may not even be permitted under the current zoning at all.
Right.
So
if they aren't,
they
then
can't fix it.
Well, yeah, or find an alternative space.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, that would be another option. If they got a permit, even if it's non-conforming, they would be grandfathered anyway, correct? If they originally got a permit.
Permit from whom?
From us.
No, if they got a permit from us, it's fine. But if they didn't get a permit from us, I think that's where the difficulty lies, is that they should have never opened there under medical service or massage.
Got it. I kind of come back to the woman on Union Street who we gave her grace period to find another space because she opened up her office in the 3rd floor.
Where there was we can explore that,
okay.
I believe.
Just to confirm, Commissioner Antonini, as the maker of the motion, are you amenable to the findings suggested by Commissioner Richards?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, and there is a motion and a second to adopt a recommendation for approval as read into the record by Commissioner Antonini, as well as sole practitioners would be exempt from the CU process, to reconcile the Article 2 changes and a finding for an expedited process for small businesses. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards. Aye. Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So move, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0.
Mr. Diana, the Commission will take a full lunch break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
This is a great day, and let me begin by saying thank you. I know Supervisor Avalos is here, to the Board of Supervisors and our office and all the agencies here, from our city administrator to our Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure. I see that. To our board of our Mexican Museum and your hard work and continuing work, by the way, to all of the entities here that have worked together to get to this point. This is going to be a historic step. We are taking this step today as a definitive step of establishing our new and very welcome Mexican Museum in San Francisco. That is a tremendous thing. I know, particularly for the people who have worked on this for a number of years, this is a historic moment. And they've been making move after move to get this done. Why? Well, I think our art commission director will tell you, and I will confirm it, the arts for the city generates $1.7 billion of tourism in the city. So there's some serious financial revenues that's generated. And it's all of our museums put together. And we know the power of our cultural arts organizations, like our museums, are a heavy part of it. And I know that this location is significant because many of our art history is derived from the Yerba Buena Center. And so we have this opportunity where a developer who's developing a new building there is going to be contributing some significant amount. In fact, I think it's something like $25 million for the core itself, Sean. And I want to say just a gesture of appreciation to Millennium Partners for creating the opportunity here to complement what the community and what the Board of Trustees has been working towards for many, many years. It's not been easy. Anybody who's studied this effort will tell you off the bat that it's gone up and down and around for a number of years. But thanks to strong, steady leadership, we're able to be here. And the Board of Supervisors, through Supervisor Avalos and Supervisor Campos and Supervisor Jane Kim and so many others, have been consistently wanting to make sure this gets done. And it shouldn't be a surprise that we have developers that want to get it done as well, because they see this as a tremendous asset to the building they're putting on. So I had a joke also, because this is one of the most inexpensive leases that I'm signing. $1 a year for 99 years. Given the expense of real estate in the city, you got to appreciate that. That's got to be the irony of all ironies. But we're beginning to get a glimpse, and today the glimpse is we will have a Smithsonian member of all of our history museums that it will be reflected here, because the Mexican Museum established that association a couple of years ago, maybe about 3 years ago. And they wouldn't have done that without knowing that there's an incredible collection that we're all just anxious to see displayed for years to come for not only our residents, our international visitors to be able to see, and that complements so much of the art organizations that we've been able to establish at the Yerba Buena Center. And this is going to drive our economy locally. There's just no doubt about it. But I also want to say thank you, because our Mexican-American culture of the city is also going to be honored by this in a tremendous way. This is no less important as the MoMA has been to us, as the great museums that we already have in the city have accomplished that. But for our city's history, to have at this time the establishment of the Mexican Museum is an incredible part of our history. This is important to us for many, many historic reasons. We honor our communities for having that steadfastness in this. And, amidst all of this debate that we have about our mission and trying to preserve history there with small businesses and preventing displacement, we've got something that's positive going on with this Mexican Museum. and the thousands of historic artifacts are yet to be seen. There's been a tremendous effort to preserve them, to account for them, to make sure that they're going to be there for this display. And then they have a development that's going to welcome that in the core part of this development is tremendous. Everybody around here needs to be thanked. But I'm going to give a special thank you for the incredible patience that our community has had with all of its different members trying their very best over the years to establish this opportunity. Now it's for real. Now the building begins. Now the establishment as a museum is going to be an incredible part. And I, as Mayor Willie Brown, who I wanted to also specially thank, but I know he's not here because some birthday that he has. He's always giving me some lip because I get to be a lucky mayor, always having to establish new things in the city. And I am lucky because I know this Mexican Museum is an incredible part of our history, and it's going to continue to be a tremendous asset for the city. And that's why this upfront investment by both the developers and by the city to complement the work that the community has done is a good step. And we get to see this evolving. And it's like a lot of things. I am very lucky to be the mayor of the city where we can really see this coming and being established. It'll be for generations to come a centerpiece for our cultural history and our diversity in the city. So with that, I am ready to sign. Are you all ready? Yes. You are ready to receive a dollar lease? Yes. Supervisor Avalos, you got any more of these dollar leases coming up? About 5 more coming up. Okay, with that, let's get to signing. Are we ready? All right. Please come around and. Okay. And remind me what the date is today?
3/20/15.
There we go.
First date.
They're done.
The first date is great.
It seems like everyone in San Francisco is talking about housing lately, and with good reason. San Francisco housing prices are among the highest in the nation. The median home price recently topped $1 million, and rents continue to rise. Unfortunately, this isn't the first time the price of housing has been in the news. For decades, not just in San Francisco but the Bay Area and throughout California, the cost of a home has made headlines. The median price for a house in the United States is $207,000. In California, it's more than twice that amount. The Bay Area has even higher prices, and San Francisco's median home price is now more than double the state's. So, while more than half of Americans can afford to buy a house at the median price, fewer than a third can in California, and less than a quarter can afford one in the Bay Area. And now, fewer than a sixth of San Franciscans can afford the cost of a median home in the city. So why is housing in San Francisco so expensive? There are several theories, but here are the facts. Well, there's the obvious. There's a high demand to live here. And why not? The city is known worldwide for its cultural diversity, physical beauty, and fun-loving spirit, all of which continue to attract new residents year after year. There's also the incredible opportunity. Our city and region's diverse and dynamic economy continues to expand and grow jobs. As a result, we now estimate that the number of jobs in San Francisco is also at an all-time high of over 600,000. In 1980, San Francisco's population was roughly 675,000. Since then, the city's population has grown steadily and relatively quickly. The most recent estimates show our population approaching 840,000, the highest in the city's history. And it's not just San Francisco that's growing. The Bay Area has 2 million more residents and 1 million more jobs today than it did in 1980. And this growth is expected to continue. By the year 2040, the Bay Area is projected to grow to 9.3 million people and 4.5 million jobs. Unfortunately, our housing supply hasn't been able to keep up with increasing demand. There's no denying San Francisco is amidst a building boom, but what you might not realize is the majority of construction you see now is housing that had been suspended for years due to the 2008 recession. While population has increased by 24% since 1980, housing has only increased by about 19%. If we don't plan for and produce housing along with job and population growth, the cost of housing will only increase. So, how do we plan for population growth and housing needs? The Regional Housing Need Allocation, or RHNA, identifies the total number of housing units by affordability level necessary to support new residents. San Francisco incorporates the RHNA into its housing element, which guides the city's housing-related goals and policies. The RHNA data plays a significant role in developing neighborhood plans specific to responsibly accommodating growth throughout San Francisco. These plans, developed by years of city and community planning efforts, have laid the groundwork for much of the construction you see today. So the city sets goals and makes rules about what can be built. Then what? In broad terms, the private sector builds market-rate housing and nonprofit developers build affordable housing. But it is a bit more complicated. The vast majority of housing in San Francisco, as well as throughout the country, is market-rate housing built by private developers and within guidelines set by the city. Some is below market-rate housing, paid for by a combination of public and private dollars, and priced to be affordable to specific populations. But what do we mean by affordable? Housing is generally considered affordable if it costs less than a third of the household's monthly income. The area median income in San Francisco for a two-person household is about $70,000. That household would have to pay no more than $1,750 in rent or mortgage per month in order for their housing to be considered affordable. San Francisco has long applied federal, state, and city funding toward affordable housing developments, often built by nonprofits and intended for lower-income individuals and families. San Francisco is also one of the few cities in California with a mandatory inclusionary housing program. This program requires that market-rate projects with 10 or more units either make 12% of the units in the building affordable to certain below-market income levels or contribute money to the city's Affordable Housing Fund, which supports the public construction of below-market-rate units. Almost 21,000 below-market-rate units in the housing supply have been supported by city funds. More than 6,000 of those units were built between the year 2000 and 2013. So what if you don't qualify for below-market rate housing, but still can't afford $1 million home? You aren't alone. Many households in the city are in this situation. In response, San Francisco Mayor Ed Lee has set a goal of creating 30,000 new and rehabilitated homes by the year 2020. Most will be within reach of middle-class San Franciscans, and over 10,000 of those will be permanently affordable. With federal and state funding sources for housing drying up, the city of San Francisco is taking an increasingly active role in planning, paying for, and providing housing across all levels of affordability. We are working diligently to build enough housing for everyone who wants to live here, protect the existing housing supply, strengthen protections against the eviction process, and encourage higher levels of affordable housing through development incentives. We are committed to meeting the housing needs for all San Franciscans. To learn more, visit sfplanning.org/Housing Element Update 2014.
Hey guys, Nona here with this week's buzzworthy events and activities. Well, spring has definitely sprung in San Francisco, and there's lots to do and much to see. So keep it here to find out where. This is the Weekly Buzz. This Wednesday, learn about Irish Hill, the Potrero's lost neighborhood. Don't miss the hidden Irish stories of the Potrero Hill neighborhood in celebration of the Irish American Crossroads Festival that takes place throughout the entire month of March. So come out to the Potrero at 7 and get in on the celebration. Then on Saturday, check out the annual Magnolia Bloom at the Botanical Garden. One of San Francisco's most breathtaking natural marvels, the annual bloom of nearly 100 rare and historic magnolias returns to the SF Botanical Garden with free tours at 2 p.m. And this Saturday is the final tour day, so don't miss it. Also on Saturday, it's Zumba in the Park at the Hamilton Rec Center. Come party yourself into shape with free Zumba classes. It's a Latin-inspired, easy-to-follow, calorie-burning dance fitness party. So come on by at 9:30 a.m. and get a great workout. And that's the Weekly Buzz. For more info on these events and more, visit us at sfgovtv.org and click on Weekly Buzz. And while you're on the web, check out our YouTube page and scroll through some great original programs. Thanks for watching.
I am really happy they are expanding. As far as we're concerned, they can expand over the whole neighborhood and be fine with us.
And if they already own this house, I don't really see a reason why they can't make it into a house that's acceptable for them.
I don't believe it's compatible.
What we're objecting to is the entrance on Commonwealth Avenue.
Get gavel-to-gavel coverage of the San Francisco Planning Commission, only on SFG-TV, cable channel 26.
Landing a contract with the City of San Francisco is pretty challenging. Meeting all the requirements and regulations can be difficult. But now, with the newly opened Contractors Assistance Center, business owners can access a wide range of support services at no charge. Learn about contracting opportunities at a new state-of-the-art facility. Get assistance with how to bid on contracts. Attend workshops on small business management. Receive one-on-one technical assistance. Learn how to submit a competitive bid. Learn what you need to become a prime contractor, or what information you need to submit to be a subcontractor. Created by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, the Center focuses its services on getting business owners access to, assisting them to compete for, and teaching them ways to successfully perform on city contracts.
A lot of small businesses just don't have the resources to look at all these opportunities. So one of the things that we wanted to do is provide ways to give them access to these contracts.
Access to the city projects, it's access to plans and specifications, access to a database of existing city contracting opportunities, access to funding or capital training.
It also listed other documents that needs to be submitted with the bid documents. But
The compete for piece is the technical skills that it takes to win a job. It's estimating on a construction project, or it's project scheduling on a project, or it's how to put together a proposal so that you can win a professional services job. It's how to put together a quote for supplies that the city needs to buy. It's all those technical pieces.
We're looking at the Contract Assistance Center to be our hub, our point in the community, our touch point, where we get the community to be drawn in. They have a chance to come see plans and specs, learn about projects early, work with us, have training so that they're ready to go.
Hello, Empire Engineering. The center has one-on-one training, it has one-on-one counseling, it has all the tools that a contractor, small or large, can come here and be valuable and a success. I can't say enough about this center. It's something that's fortunate, it's actually a blessing for us to have this within our community.
AECOM, we do business all over the country and the world. And a place like the Contractors Assistance Center will be the first place we go to identify and network with small businesses when we're pursuing city work in San Francisco.
The reality is you need training, and that's what the center is here for, to train you, to teach you, and to make you better qualified to go after work with the city and county and to be successful at the end.
This center will totally give the small business the competitive edge in order to bid and be successful in receiving contracts with the city.
You're going to have counseling services here that are going to evaluate based on where your skills are right now and where you need to get them in order to bid on that type of specialty. This center is just perfect.
Having local businesses participate in city projects is really, I think, a major factor. What it does, it really helps the businesses because they're actually local businesses. They're paying sales tax, they're paying payroll tax, they're paying property tax, and they normally hire San Franciscans, so they're buying goods and services here in San Francisco. And it just really helps the economy of San Francisco grow. And so it's not only a benefit to the projects, it's really a benefit to the city.
The Contractors Assistance Center is located at 5 Thomas Mellon Circle, Suite 168 in the Bayview neighborhood of San Francisco. It's open weekdays from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. For more information about the center, visit www.sfwater.org/ACP.
Ever wonder about programs the city is working on to make San Francisco the best place to live, work, and play? On this show, we bring some shine to the most innovative ideas brewing in our city departments and the people making them happen. Join us for this exclusive look at what's next inside this edition of What's Next SF. The stretch of Market Street between UN Plaza and 6th is having a Cinderella moment, and San Francisco's Office of Economic and Workforce Development is its fairy godmother. The magic? An ecosystem of businesses actively engaged in the community and vibrant arts programming that provide a great reason to pass through the corridor and an even better reason to stay.
The Office of Economic Workforce and Development works to support the economic vitality of all of San Francisco. We have 3 divisions: workforce, business development, and neighborhood development. I work on the neighborhood side in the Central Market and Tenderloin neighborhoods.
Central Market has been the focus of a lot of effort by multiple administrations, resulting in a massive tax exclusion, 18 new small businesses, 9 arts groups, and a lot of tech companies, totaling around 200,000 square feet of office space.
It's really great as it's moved forward, because we've seen that it's something that a lot of the places that are arising are places that are engaging for the people that have lived there for a long time, and also the new influx of people that are coming in to work in some of the tech companies, and then the 5,000 units of housing that are being built in the neighborhood too. I think that in general, people really want a safe and healthy community with a variety of different businesses, and then they see the change coming. It's really exciting for everybody involved.
OEWD provides a myriad of support services that range from navigating the permit process to offering access to grants and loans, resulting in the growth of a lot of small businesses in the mid-market corridor. Huckleberry, a bike store that opened a few years ago, has doubled in size.
When we were just getting started, we were new business people. We had never started a small business. We had been in the bike industry for a long time, but we needed a lot of help in finding a space, securing a lease on a space. OEWD and Central Market Community Benefits District were just huge helps in that. I mean, they walked us through the process. Without them, we probably wouldn't be in this location. You know, Market Street is supposed to be our grand boulevard running straight through the city, but it's typically just been the way to get from one end to the other, and it's supposed to be this beautiful boulevard all along the whole route, and finally, it's starting to look like that.
We had a couple goals in this project. One of them was to fill a necessity to this neighborhood while the bigger project of development was underway, and also to bring a sense of community back to this neighborhood.
We want to use this space as a gathering place for people to come together and have shared experiences, whether it's enjoying live music or watching a movie or doing yoga or coming to a lecture series, all of these free events that we're offering where people can come together and enjoy.
That energy shift on the street, that's been the most rewarding thing, I think, is just walking down the street and seeing people sitting outside of this building that had been dormant and vacant for so long. Seeing that change happen in a community is really inspiring to me.
We've created a space that people enjoy coming to. They walk in and you can tell that they're here to have fun, and it's been great. It's immensely changed the neighborhood.
OEWD is also focused on arts as a natural economic driver for San Francisco.
We've got a Friday night market that DPW is working along. We worked with the Sunset Piano to put 12 pianos out on the street, which was really fun. We're seeing companies where we used to have to come out and recruit businesses to come in. We don't have to do that anymore. They're coming to us.
Today we learned about the Office of Economic and Workforce Development and its efforts to foster community and to make the entire Market Street corridor something to be really proud of. Thanks so much for watching, and be sure to tune in next time for What's Next SF.
I'd like to open an account, please.
Oh, okay. Everyone deserves a bank account. And in San Francisco, anyone can have a bank account thanks to an innovative program, Bank on San Francisco. With Bank on SF, everyone is welcome. Even if you're not a U.S. citizen or have bad credit, you can have a bank account. And qualifying for a bank account is simple. Just live or work in San Francisco and have a form of ID.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, perfect.
We started Bank on San Francisco 6 years ago to really reach out to folks here in the city who don't have a bank account. We wanted to make sure they know they have options which should be more low cost, more successful for them than using check cashers.
Check cashing stores can be found all over the city, but their convenient locations come with a hidden price.
Now the fees are kind of off the hook.
I remember one time I came in here and was charged a fee to collect a MoneyGram, which is pretty preposterous.
People who use check cashers, particularly people who use check cashers to cash their paychecks all year long, they can pay hundreds, maybe even $1,000 a year just in fees to get access to their pay.
I don't have that kind of money.
How are they going to pay the rent? How are they going to live?
It's hard, man, when you're out here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to pay it if I had a bank account.
Bank accounts are essential. They keep your money safe and they help save for the future. But most banks require information that may limit its pool of qualified applicants, encouraging them to turn to costly and unsafe check cashers.
I don't feel quite safe, especially carrying the money order that I get home.
Without a bank account, you're more vulnerable to loss, robbery, or theft. Thankfully, the Bank on SF program was designed to meet the needs of every client, so qualifying for a bank account is no longer a problem.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Even if you've had problems with an account in the past, have never had an account, or are not a U.S. citizen, Bank on SF makes it easy for you to have an account.
Many people don't have a bank account because they might be in the check system, which means they had a bank account in the past, but had some problems managing the account and it was closed. That gives them no option but to go to a check casher for up to 7 years. And so we wanted to make sure to help people who are previously in the check system as well have a second chance checking account.
To find the account that's best for you, just follow these 3 easy steps. First, find a participating bank or credit union. Just call 211 or visit one of our partner banks or credit unions and ask about the Bank on San Francisco account. Most participating branches will have this Bank on SF sign in their window. Second, ask about opening an account through Bank on San Francisco. A financial partner will guide you through this process and connect you with the account that's best for you. Third, bring some form of identification. A California ID, foreign ID, or your passport is fine. Now you've opened your account. Simple, right? That's exactly how it was meant to be. You can even access your account online, set up direct deposit, and make transfers. It's a real bank account.
It's been very exciting. We see a lot of people open up a second account. Of course, people never had bank account before, or people who have problem with open up a bank's account, people who don't have 2 IDs, and with minimum deposit. I thought really exciting to have those people who we can help.
Well, Community Trust, a division of Self-Help Federal Credit Union, has been a great partnership with Bank on San Francisco because we're able to offer checking, savings, money markets, certificates, and loans to people who might not be able to get accounts anywhere else. So even if you've had a previous bank account at another financial institution, if you had any problems with that account, we can still open an account for you. And so you don't have to go to a check cashing place, which might charge you anywhere from 2 to 10% of your monthly income.
And to help manage your new account, you can enroll in free educational services online. Just visit sfsmartmoneynetwork.org.
There are many benefits that the San Francisco Smart Money Network provides. It's really the one-stop shop for all your financial questions.
With services like financial education classes and one-on-one meetings with advisors, SF Smart Money Network makes it easy for you to learn all you need to know about managing, saving, investing, and protecting your money. The network offers access to hundreds of free financial education programs. To help narrow your options, just fill out the quick questionnaire and you'll be steered toward the programs you're looking for.
We wanted to make sure everybody has a chance to manage their money successfully, keep their money safe, and avoid getting ripped off.
What do you think of it? Doesn't it sound like a cool deal?
It sounds very good, and I think people should try that one.
To find out more, visit sfsmartmoneynetwork.org or call 211 and ask for the Bank on SF program. No more hassling with these expensive check cashing stores. Now you can have a bank account. Let Bank on San Francisco help you open one today.
It has been an honor to work with Mayor Lee over the past couple of years, both as supervisor and now as president of the board. I want to emphasize two areas that I'm particularly proud of: our work on affordable housing and our work with public safety. Together, Mayor Ed Lee and I have invested $5.4 million in critical elevator repair at 9 San Francisco public housing sites, and also secured $2.5 million to refurbish over 160 public housing units and make them available for homeless families. Just recently, we launched a rental assistance demonstration program in partnership with HUD Secretary Julian Castro to transform San Francisco's public housing. The RAD program is significant, and it will allow San Francisco to leverage almost $800 million in investment equity, including a $52 million investment from our city, which will allow us to rehabilitate over 4,500 units of public housing units. For
15, I'd like to remind members of the audience that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind, and to please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 11 for case number 2015-001077 CUA at 168 through 186 Eddy Street. This is a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Kevin Guy with Planning Staff. I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief here. The item before you is a conditional use authorization of a project at the northeast corner of Eddy and Taylor Streets. The project would demolish an existing surface parking lot and construct a new 8-story building with 108 affordable dwelling units, 5,500 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and no off-street parking. This is similar to a project that you previously approved in 2009, but a project of a different scale. 14 stories in height with 153 affordable units and 14,000 square feet of commercial space. Excuse me. So the current proposal would update these entitlements to reflect the reduced scale and revised design of the project and create a new performance period for 3 years to begin construction. So the conditional use authorization is required for development over 50 feet in height within an RC district and to approve a planned unit development with modifications of several planning code requirements. This process is intended to allow some flexibility from the strict application of code requirements for superior projects that exhibit overall high quality design and complement the character of the area. So as detailed in the staff report packet, staff does believe that the project merits the granting of these modifications. I'd be happy to go in further details on any of the specifics of those requested modifications. One other point I did want to touch upon is, as part of the previous approvals for the project, the Commission, as well as the Recreation and Park Commission, granted the allowance for the project to gas shuttle on Bodecker Park. This was an issue for several folks in the neighborhood at the time, but I should note that because the height has been reduced from 14 to 8 stories, the amount of shadow that's being cast on Bodecker Road would be substantially reduced from about 0.24% of the potential sunlight in the park to 0.04%. So in conclusion, staff does recommend approval of the conditional use authorization in the PUD. The project would convert an underutilized surface parking lot into a mixed-use building with 103 affordable dwelling units and a central location that's well served by transit. So the project also includes a ground floor commercial component that offers goods and services to the neighborhood. As you'll see in the presentation coming forth, the design of the project is compatible and complementary to the surrounding context, using articulated facade treatments, changes in playing materials, and a well-defined pedestrian realm. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Project sponsor, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Does this work? My name's Katie Lamont. I'm the Director of Housing Development with TNDC. TNDC has been providing affordable housing and services for low-income people in the Tenderloin and throughout San Francisco since 1981. We house 3,200 people in 32 buildings, and we have another 1,600 units in 12 buildings currently in development. We rehab existing buildings and we build new construction. We serve families, seniors, and people with special needs. Through our development, property management, tenant services, and community organizing, we promote equitable access to opportunity and resources. We work in close partnership with the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development and the community to develop projects like Eddie and Taylor. We thank the planner, Kevin Guy, for his assistance, and MoCD staff, Sarah Nusser and Lisa Motoyama, for helping us shepherd the project through pending state financing applications. And with luck, we'll begin construction in early 2017, with luck and with your approvals today. I'd like to introduce David Baker, who is going to present the design, and I'd also like to present Steve Sutton, the gentleman in the orange tie. He's a senior project manager with TNDC who's responsible for leading the project forward on a day-to-day basis, and he and I are available to answer any specific questions you may have from the developer perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's. Do I have to talk? Can I talk in this one? Okay. My name's David Baker, and I realize you have a full agenda, and I'm going to go through a presentation here as quickly as I can. Are they going to switch over? Okay. So that's us, Eddie and Taylor. So it's 100% affordable, meets all the requirements. We did Current House a few years back, about 10 years ago for TNDC, and it's kitty corner. This is the view from the front of Current House, and the lower building, not the giant tall one, is Eddie and Taylor. In this age of austerity, we did a much simpler mass, so it's a very simple L-shaped building, but it's cut out. So you see there it is, fits in very much with the scale of the Tenderloin Historic District. If you see the little thing in the back, what we did is we have a brick part and we have it sort of surrounded or embraced by a white part, which actually goes and faces this very large courtyard in the back. This is an example of breaking up a building. That's Richardson Apartments on the Octavia Boulevard site. And then this shows the elevation of the building on Eddy Street, and then this is more of a close-up. And we cut these notches in the building, and that, if you see that way, that relates to the existing historic SRO next door, along with the materials. And this is Taylor Street with the giant Hilton Tower disappearing off the top, but very much in the scale of the neighboring buildings. And actually, so you have the brick part, and then immediately to the left, that white part is actually part of it. So that's part of this simpler embrace of the planar building, and then the more brick tile building. So then this shows the entry to the affordable housing, which is off Taylor Street. And this is some examples of, it's an entry where you'll look through to a courtyard. One of the positives about losing the giant grocery store is that we got the courtyard at grade level, so you can see from Eddy into the courtyard, which will be at grade, which allows us to do stormwater management and have real trees. So this is Bayview Hill Gardens in the Bayview, where you see into the gardens. This is Richardson, where you see into a courtyard that looks, and you see public art. So there's the entry on the street. And then there's the courtyard behind. This is a courtyard. These are very saturated pictures. I like this. Saturated colors, you guys. This is in Station Center in Union City, where this is a courtyard with a tot lot. Those are giant precast gorillas, if anybody's interested. This is Bayview Hill Gardens, which has quite a bit of agriculture, and they grow stuff together. Another courtyard. This is Richardson, where we did completely permeable. You can do a lot of the stormwater, which is great that way. We have community spaces. Some of the community spaces, actually, one can be entered directly from the street. The idea is to make them very open and light and airy. This shows a clinic at Richardson. And then we have retail, about 5,500 square feet. This is Harvest Market, which is another TNDC project. And this is actually not affordable. This is Monsieur Benjamin, but on Gough Street. And another project on Gough Street in affordable housing, which is Dragon Eats. So doing nice retail is really important, and there's sort of a close-up of the retail and scaling it so that it is both modern but meets the pedestrian needs of San Francisco. Then in terms of scale, you have this building. How do you break it up? We decided not to do that. This is breaking up with color alone. But we did do a non-traditional division, and then we did bays that are sort of bigger and almost building-sized bays. So this is a bay in Gough Street, and then this shows how the bays work to a certain degree. So the building is going in and out and making forms that are typologically similar to the historic district buildings. And then we have sunshades to add more interest. These are the Richardson sunshades. This is an analysis of sunshades. Another building on Gough Street. It's really a great way to add depth to a building. We aren't building stone buildings like we used to, but you can add depth with the sunshades. And this shows a detail of that. And, it's very actually important. We get a lot of sunlight in San Francisco, and there's been some kind of spectacular overheating issues. We don't want that. It's a sustainable building. It'll be a LEED Gold equivalent, and it has good sound strategic sustainability features. We hope to do more, but that's our bare minimum. This shows the units with a lot of threes, a lot of twos, and then some ones and studios as well. This shows the ground level with the courtyard being closed with retail on the bottom facing Eddy, and then on Taylor it's basically all community space, very important to serve the clients. And then as you go upstairs, this is a plan of the residential levels showing the different units, larger units. Quite a few people will live here. And this is a view up Eddy Street under the current situation, sort of slipped in to show how it fits in. And then this would be more of an eye-level view across Taylor Street. And then if you'd like, if I haven't taken all my time, I have a little movie that shows it in 3D. Oops, that's wrong. Oops, sorry. Wrong project. It's so confusing. This is a couple minutes. So you can see there it is as a mass. That's a more static rendering. Again. It's good you got the sound bar here. You get the soundtrack. So then this shows how the building that meets the ground, how basically the entire ground level is very active. That guy just walked down the street. He's coming back. But this is the retail facing Eddy Street. So that would be, the aim is to get a grocery store if possible, but not a 14,000-foot one. And this is Taylor, which is a little bit steeper, but it's got, if you see the door there, that's to the community space. And then you go down the street, and then the retail turns the corner. And so you get a kind of a feeling for it this way. And then this is how the entry, this will describe going off the street. And so the courtyard will be visible from the street. So it's really sharing that common amenity with the street. So you come through into this area where you talk to somebody and they let you in. And then there's mailboxes, and there's a nice community room with a kitchen. And it opens up to this courtyard. And the courtyard's pretty nice, very nice. We'll have a barbecue out there. And it's almost done. This is interesting. These are the working drawings, and this is gaming software. It's crazy. Gaming software. But nothing's going to pop up and shoot us. We don't have to shoot anything. So you see the bicycle parking. So we have like a really mega bicycle garage right there, so you can wheel it off the street, and right by the front door instead of like sticking it in a garage or off somewhere. And this shows this nice rear courtyard. And then there's just one more little scene here. The people at home, and you gotta watch this guy. He's actually working on his phone. You can see his hand. So look at that. See, he just worked on his phone. Those dwellers.
Thank you.
Good computer. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open it up for public comment. I have one speaker card, Rob Poole.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rob Poole with the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, speaking on behalf of our 150 members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'll keep this short and sweet. We endorsed the project that you approved back in 2009. What can we say? It's a parking lot where we keep returning to 100% affordable housing, car-free, next to transit. It's well-designed. It'll be a great addition to the Tenderloin. It'll help address San Francisco's housing needs, and I hope you approve it without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comments closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think it's a very good project, and it's actually a smaller version of what we had approved a few years ago. I will mention, although it was brought up in the staff report, the shadow impact on Boddicker Park, we already have passed with the Park and Rec Department that allowance, but I want to make sure that it is mentioned because it only gets mentioned on projects that people don't like and they want to block. But I like this project. I like a lot of other ones too, but I want to make sure that we're aware that this one is being approved with a shadow impact on a park that has a zero shadow impact. So just as a reminder for the future. A couple of things I wanted to bring up with Mr. Baker as far as design. I think it's very well done, but a couple of things I wanted to ask about. I look at the building across Taylor Street on Ellis, and it has a similar rusty brick. It is brick, almost the same color as what you have, but it has sort of a capital area that's a different color at the very top, and it has a little pretty well-defined cornice. So I just was wondering why you didn't have an ending point at the top to kind of break it up a little bit.
Oh, we actually do. We've put a fairly substantial cap, as we call it nowadays, at the top, which will cast a shadow line. It sticks out about 8 inches. Yeah, and it runs. It's sort of sleek and modern, but it'll make a really nice ending for the building. And then in terms of the colors of the low-fired tile, as I like to call it, instead because it's thin, so it doesn't fall off and hit people on the head during earthquakes. But our plan is to use about 5 shades, and we'll have a design so it'll be mottled, so it gives a very active. It's a really nice technique, and the clay's it's Sacramento clay.
No, I don't mind the solid color, which most brick buildings in the area have the same color throughout. I'm just saying kind of a finish line at the top where a very noticeable change of color might be present. It's a little, I understand you don't want too big a cornice for earthquake concerns, but I was just looking across the street at the building also on Eddy, which is a little shorter than your building, but it has a nice break up there. That's just one thing I throw out. And the other thing, the windows, there are a lot of little windows, and I noticed you went with windows that extrude rather than windows with recesses, which is a little bit different, but it might let in more light doing it that way. I would assume it's sort of like mini bay windows because it looks like they extend out from the surface of the building.
Well, there's a sunshade that extends out, and so it's kind of a recess, but you're protruding and recessing at the same time. It's simply because the windows really want to be pretty much in the plane of the wall.
Yeah.
So
it just gives you the impression that they're out further. They really are even with the plane of the wall.
And they're 3 foot, but they're floor to ceiling. So the window is actually it's quite large.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's good. I mean, whatever you can do to put any kind of a molding. You have that sunshade around the windows to, kind of break it up a little bit. That's
So we've been working closely with the planning department on the
All
cap,
right.
as we call
No,
it.
I think everything else looks really good, and I'm very supportive.
Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. I'm also very supportive, really happy to see 100% affordable projects coming to us. I think that we should move them along as quick as we can. On the issue of the shadow, there's a qualitative argument to consider also, and so for me, it's really cases in which there's another public good being provided that we can consider the shadow, and I am very appreciative of that. Last thing I wanted to say is that the project does look at, I think there's going to be 30% units for people who are either at risk of homelessness or homeless, so really happy to see that. Congratulate TNDC on that.
Commissioner Moore.
I wanted to echo my support for the project. I think from what it was in 2009, it has come a long way. It has become a shorter building, but I think it has, in its design and its expression, become a significantly more substantial and sensitive building. For those who did not see the 2009 approval, I will ask Commission Secretary Ionen to put this on the overhead, and not to criticize the previous building, but the building was significantly larger. It did not at all celebrate the context as much as this building does in its interpretation of tile to brick. This building had a much larger request for shadow allotment. Boudica is a zero-tolerance park. So we, as Commissioner Wu summarized, approved the building because the benefit of housing for the purpose of the housing outweighed the incremental shadow allocation we approved together with Park and Rec. I think that building is rich in design. It's extremely well proportioned and, to my eyes, a much more appropriate and really benchmarking project. What I do like is the generous attitude towards community space, which in a building of this kind is extremely important. The rooms themselves are very small, with no ability really to socialize or have people over, but you can indeed meet in the common area, together with the courtyard, which is private and has qualities with light and planting to make it a very livable building. I'm in support, and I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve this project with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on items 12A and B for case numbers 2013.1179. C and V. You will consider the conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance.
Good afternoon, President Fong, members of the Planning Commission, Tina Chang, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization for the property at 1700 Market Street, pursuant to Planning Code Section 303 and 207.6 to modify the required 40% two-bedroom or greater unit mix by providing only studio and one-bedroom units. The applicant proposes to demolish an existing two-story commercial building and construct a new eight-story approximately 31,700 square foot residential building with 48 dwelling units and 1,550 square feet of ground floor commercial space within an NCT3 moderate scale neighborhood commercial transit district and ADX height and bulk district. The unit mix comprises of 26 one-bedroom and 22 studio units. No off-street parking is provided, though the project includes 50 Class 1 and 2 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces. Usable open space is provided via common roof deck. To date, the department has received 7 letters of support for the proposed project from the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition and property and business owners in the Hayes Valley neighborhood. The department has also received 1 letter of opposition from the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, who expressed opposition of the CU exception unless the project provided 20% on-site affordable housing units. I have the letters here for anyone who would like to review them. Planning Code Section 206.7 allows the 40% requirement to be waived with the following two criteria in mind. One, that the project demonstrate a need or mission to serve unique populations, and two, that there are physical constraints on the property that make it unreasonable to fulfill the requirement. The project intends to target singles or couples without children who are middle income, and while this may not be a unique population per se, it is specific and arguably represents a population for whom demand far outweighs supply. Regarding the second criteria of physical constraints on the property, the small triangular parcel that measures approximately 3,400 square feet pose design challenges. According to the project sponsor, the project architect ran several scenarios and found that providing sufficient competitive two-bedroom units that are comparable to those on the market today were difficult due to the requirements for circulation and other typical features that are found in two-bedroom units, as well as the ability to provide sufficient units to make the project economically feasible. While the project veers from the planning code in that less than 40% of all units will contain two-bedroom units, the policy 2.2.2 of the Market Octavia Plan recognizes challenges faced by irregular shaped parcels and encourages flexibility to be granted for such lots. The project sponsor has elected to satisfy requirements of Planning Code Section 415 by payment of the affordable housing fee, which must be received prior to first site or building permit issuance. The project also seeks modification from the rear yard requirement per Planning Code 134 and a variance from Planning Code Section 136 as the proposed bays exceed the permitted size. In order for the project to proceed, the Commission must grant conditional use authorizations for modification from the required unit mix of at least 40% two-bedroom units to permit the provision of only studio and one-bedroom units. The Planning Department recommends approval with conditions for the following reasons. The project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the General Plan and the Market Octavia Plan. The project is located in a zoning district where residential and commercial on the ground floor is principally permitted. The project complies with the First Source hiring program, adds 48 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock, and the project will pay all appropriate development impact fees, including affordable housing fees per Section 415, the Market Octavia affordable housing fee per Section 416, and the community improvement fee per Planning Code Section 421. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong, members of the Commission, Director Ram. I'm Jim Rubin, Junius and Rose, and I'm working with George McNabb, who for the last 17 years has been the owner of this small property and the building on the property. And during those, I guess, the last couple of those 17 years, he's been working with me to try to get here before you. We did provide a submittal that I think is pretty complete in going through all of the things that you just heard as well from the Planning Department. George is here. I'm going to turn it over to Warner to show you the project. I'm aware that there have been some questions asked amongst perhaps you and others. I think maybe it's better to show you the project and then respond to what we might hear from members of the public or questions from you after you get the presentation. Thank you. Warner?
I'd like to talk a little bit about the architecture of the building first and talk about its context. When we look at this particular site, it's an important site in many ways. It's got a wonderful location. It's one of the 6 GORE sites in the Market Octavia Plan that have that unique characteristic, that it's at a 3-way intersection. On the other hand, as a constraint in this site, it's a very, very tiny site. We only have about 3,500 square feet of area. So while the site is very, very important, and the 85-foot height limit is very important, we had to deal with the irregularity and the size of this as a constraint. In the area, too, also on Market Octavia, we looked at the overall context of the site. And as you look on this particular block and the surrounding blocks here, there aren't a lot of clues in terms of consistent architecture, except for one area. And this area is called a Market Street Masonry Discontiguous area. And there are 8 or 9 buildings in the west of Van Ness Corridor along Market Street and Franklin Street that have this masonry quality about it, that are stately, that are classical, that are buildings of timelessness. And we work very, very closely with the planning department and the UDAT design team to distill that quality into this particular building. I'd like to talk a little bit about what the common features are of this masonry discontiguous district, because we think our building should be very contextual. We don't think it should be a, if you will, a modern or ultra-modern look-at-me building that stands out like several of the projects on Market Street recently. We think the common features are to accentuate the verticality. That was one of the common features in the old buildings from 1916 to 1925. So the verticality of this building has been accentuated. There was an encouragement, and we totally agree with this, to use a warm palette of high-quality materials, brick, terracotta. We've clad the outside of this building partly in glass, but mostly with masonry tile on all 4 sides. We have 2 masonry tiles, one at the base with a strong base, and one as an intermediate and top quality that goes up to the upper floor. That gives it a masonry look and a masonry texture as part of the masonry district. The building is also in a classical style, developed into a base, a middle, and a top recess to give it, again, that recall of those masonry buildings of that vernacular. And the use of bay windows are also obviously incorporated in this. And I think the quality of the architecture in terms of the amount of glass, when you take very, very small units, and these are very, very small units, they're half of them are on the 350 square foot area of studios. The proportion of glass on the outside to the inside of the building is very important. So while it's a very tiny building, there is a little bit more glass in it than one would normally expect. So we think in terms of the architecture that it does fit in, it does begin to meld this masonry district together and give it more cohesiveness, whereas in reality, there's a lot of disparity in architectural styles in this neighborhood. Then going to the building program a little bit, and I know there's been consultation throughout this design process with both the planning department, our client, and the market itself. And there's 2 important reasons why we have proposed this particular program. One is the irregular size and shape of this building. And I know we've been asked by the planning department, well, Warner, why can't you put 2-bedroom units in here? We can do it. We have a very large discard pile, and I can go through this if you are interested in this, to show you when you take triangles and you try to make 2-bedroom units of 800 square feet in it, you get a lot of distorted forms. And I'm talking from an architectural point of view that the interiors don't work as well. And that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason that we came to this conclusion with our client to develop smaller, more reasonably sized units where this distortion is not brought into the interior of the units. But just as important, and secondarily, but just as important, is this idea that we don't particularly want to sell or rent large 2-bedroom units in the most transit-rich location in this city without parking. And that's the market speaking. It's not the architect speaking about what I would like to do. It's talking about what the market has told our client and what we see in the marketplace. So when we look at this and we think that we have a preponderance of smaller market rate project, but it responds to the fact that we don't think that this is the most family-oriented site in San Francisco. And our point of view in terms of program was taken that if you can't do small, affordable units on this very tiny, irregular site, on the most transit-rich site or street in San Francisco, you probably can't do it anywhere. So combining all those attitudes or that market research with the uniqueness of the site, we did propose this program of 48 units, and they're very, very small. So we think that these two characteristics kind of made this conclusion to move forward with a project in that way. We can talk more about the market and with project sponsor or the attorney from a point of view of the architect. I know I can put 2-bedroom units in there, but we really think they're distorted. And we did work hard with the planning department to demonstrate that to them. So in conclusion, we think that this is an elegant, classical, and very contextual building. And that's what we set out to do. And we think that it's the kind of building that deserves to be placed on this very important Gore site. So we can answer any questions you have. And thank you for your review.
Thank you. Opening it up to public comment. Rob Poole is one card I have. I'm sorry. Supervisor's office here, sorry.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Vice President Wu, and Commissioners. My name is April Veneracion. I'm a legislative aide for Supervisor Kim, and I'm here to convey the supervisor's concerns about the project before you. The project falls on the border of our district at the corner of Market and Haight, and so our district is to the south on Market Street. The supervisor is concerned about the policy precedent this sets if the conditional use authorization is approved. The 40% 2-bedroom mix requirement in Market Octavia and the eastern neighborhoods is an important requirement that ensures the city has a mix of unit types as new development occurs. We need more family-type units and unit types that are in keeping with the character of our neighborhoods. This project is at the border of Hayes Valley and Macoupin neighborhoods, both of which have a mix of new and old units. Both neighborhoods seek to continue that diversity of unit sizes and types that contribute to a vibrant and diverse character of the existing neighborhoods. Certainly, as discussed, there's a need and demand for smaller type units. However, the 2-bedroom mix for our area plans is an important requirement that we shouldn't overlook. The city continues to approve variations of small units, such as micro units and market rate SROs, the latter which is not subject to affordability requirements and are also not subject to this 2-bedroom mix requirement. Additionally, although not an issue that the Commission is being asked to consider, the project sponsor has opted to offsite their affordable housing requirements, offering no possibility for affordable family housing on the site. With limited land in San Francisco, we cannot afford to grant exceptions to our standing laws while we continue to see families struggling to stay in the city due to lack of availability of these housing types. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Okay, now opening it up to public comment. Rob Poole.
Hello, Commissioners. Rob Poole again with the Housing Action Coalition. The project sponsor presented this to us probably about 8 months ago, has been keeping us updated with the project's progress as it's been going on. At the time, it was 43 studios. Then in response to their work with planning and with the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, we got a few 1-bedrooms, or about half 1-bedrooms, and we got 5 more units out of it, completely in support of that. We think this is a fantastic site for this type of project. It's transit-oriented. It's a challenging site because of the shape of the lot and the elevation, but we think he made a very well-designed building. We love that it's car-free. There's plenty of transportation options nearby. It's a very, very walkable neighborhood at the intersection of several different neighborhoods. On the affordability issue, so we do believe that because these units are much smaller than most new market rate projects, and because the building is car-free, these will be within financial reach of a lot more residents than what you would normally see from most studios and 1-bedrooms. It's kind of the middle income, as you would say. It's kind of an area where we're not really serving too much, and this type of housing serves that income level, we feel. The project sponsor has been consistent about how he would address his inclusionary requirements since day one. He said if it was going to be a rental project, he would pay the fee. If it was for sale, it would be on site. He wasn't sure at the time, so he couldn't give us a final answer. But his rationale was that managing BMR rentals is just far more difficult, especially for him, since he's pretty much doing this on his own, than it is to manage for sale BMRs. We actually consulted one of our members on this, who's much larger, and they said they hire a third-party company to manage their BMRs every time. So we also understand there are other legal options. The fee is a legal option. The Mayor's Office of Housing needs that money, so we got to respect that. Otherwise, we feel that he has done a good job reaching out to the community, at least to the best of his ability. Our members are in full support of the project, and we hope you approve it as it is. Thanks for your time.
Any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jason Henderson, Chair of the Transportation and Planning Committee of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, and I'm here today to ask you to deny the conditional use for mixing, not having the proper unit mix that reflects the Mark and Octavia plan. Now, originally, and I'm a little disappointed that our letter of August 20th, 2014 wasn't part of the packet because we did have a long and extensive exchange with this developer, and we did ask that if you're going to pursue the dropping of the unit mix, that you do affordable on site, and we didn't get anywhere with that. So basically, that's where we left it. The rest of the project we're fine with. The design, whatever. The parking, excellent. I do really take issue with this really poorly founded theory that families shouldn't be on top of transit-oriented development, that 2 bedrooms aren't possible. If the market is about maximizing profit, well, that's anti-family. And then that's what's chasing families out of the city, not transit-oriented development. So I hope you really proceed with caution on this, because it's really the prices that are everybody I know that wants to have a family here, that's why they're leaving, not because of transit-oriented development. The other thing that we're really concerned about, and whatever you decide tonight, this afternoon, is that, we're seeing a lot of Airbnb, and you guys know all about that. And this kind of development, if it goes through with these really small units, is really attractive for that. And so we're really concerned about that. And in our letter of August 20th, 2014, we also asked that you guys come up with a way to really monitor this kind of project and regulate this kind of project. I don't think what you got passed in the fall is enough to have some sort of written guarantee that this is not going to be a Airbnb, or at least some of the units go to Airbnb or something like that. So, in conclusion, we did put forth a proposal that they do BMR on site, do it in writing, and then we would maybe support this kind of unit, but that didn't pan out. So what we have here is our opposition to the CU. So please deny the CU for exempting the unit mix for the Mark and Octavia plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial. I'm from the Bill Starr Housing Program of Veterans Equity Center. We're here to oppose the CU of this building pretty much because it's creating more smaller units. And we've, as our service of helping people in helping to apply for affordable housing, the smaller units doesn't really help the families at all. And also the issue with this building is there's no affordability piece of it. I know the micro-unit legislation that was passed, and there was non-affordability piece in it, and the idea on that too was to alleviate the affordability, but it doesn't. And we see that a lot of developments going on inside of Market. We've been approached by different developments, but every time we ask about the smaller units, these are not really applicable to the senior couples, to people who are in a fixed income. So this housing at all is not benefiting. So if there is affordable housing, but there is none, but we encourage to have more monitoring on family housing on this and affordability as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Roach. Thanks for allowing me to speak, Mr. President, board members, staff. I'm here to support the project. I've looked at the lot, and I agree with the architect. It's an extremely difficult lot to configure a building on. And I disagree that smaller units don't make more affordable. I think it's an elegant plan, and I think the floor plan that they've worked out is commendable. Thank you.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Peter Cohen from the Council of Community Housing Organizations. We submitted a letter this morning. I have copies here for you. You have a very serious policy matter in front of you, not a small, irregular lot in Market Octavia per se, but you have a question of policy which affects not only Market Octavia, but eastern neighborhoods, Rincon Hill, western Soma, and soon to be central Soma. This is a policy that has now been common throughout our neighborhood plans for the last 12, 15 years of community planning. And we are here to oppose it on policy grounds. I don't know anything about the specifics of this project's design, but as a matter of policy, you need to be very cautious, we would urge you, about undermining a policy which you will not be able to go backwards from. It's important to remember now, 1999, I believe, when Market Octavia planning process began, how hard fought that policy was. The communities that were working on Market Octavia and eastern neighborhoods and elsewhere fought very, very hard to ensure that family-sized housing units would be part of the development vision for these communities going forward. And it's not a great quality proxy, but two-bedroom units is better than anything else we have. There's nothing else that requires family housing in any of your policy documents except for that unit mix requirement. For that reason, allowing an exemption from that needs to be only under the absolute most unusual circumstances. What I heard is that, you're serving a unique population of singles and couples without children for which there's not enough housing supply. I would argue that the market wants to build small units on the one hand or super large units on the other hand. Those are the most profitable types of units on the open market. Effectively, the only reason there was two-bedroom units is because of your policy, not in the absence of it. So this is what's needed. Secondly, design challenges. I heard staff say that this would require two bedrooms would not be sufficiently competitive units on the market today. In other words, they wouldn't make as much money as other two-bedroom units. That's what we call affordable by design. The sponsor even called them distorted two-bedroom units. If they're distorted, that means they're not as expensive as other two-bedroom units. That is affordable by design. I heard nothing today either from the sponsor or staff's analysis that rises to a point where you should exempt them from the two-bedroom requirement. To have the project sponsor say to you here 10 minutes ago, quote unquote, I know I can put two-bedroom units in there, but they're distorted, is not reason to grant a conditional use to exempt from this family unit policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Colin on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. As you heard, we endorsed this project long ago when it was all small units. And what we see, we review an awful lot of projects that come before us, and what we see is that unit sizes are shrinking. And smaller units are a logical response to an expensive housing market. We think that this is absolutely an area that is not being served at all. And there is no way that you can position small units without parking as anything other than serving a population that is not getting anything delivered on the market now. This is a very sensible project for its location in a very small, constrained lot. And it's not even about, I guess, the merits of the project, car-free and in a transit-rich location. I think one of the policy things that gets to us is that when we say that it's very, very difficult to build housing in San Francisco and time-consuming and risky, this is why. Because on the day of a hearing for entitlement, one doesn't know what the deal is. It's subject to wide fluctuation. It could be anything. You don't know. I've been participating in a lot of hearings or panel discussions on housing recently, and it's quite instructive to hear the members of the public who will say, we've heard that investors require 20+% rates of return on investment in residential housing in San Francisco. That's outrageous. How can that possibly be justified? This is why it's required, because the uncertainty of knowing what the terms of a project are persist right up until the very moment of its entitlement. We think that while we would always prefer to see it on site, the option being chosen is perfectly normal. It's a legal option under the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, and we question and can't understand why the idea that somehow paying a fee to the Mayor's Office of Housing is an illegitimate use of funds. The Mayor's Office of Housing does a wonderful job with the very limited resources it has. It's chronically underfunded. Development fees represent an enormous part of their budget, and they put it to good use. And they leverage it 2-to-1. So it actually, although it doesn't result in being built at the same time, the affordable housing, it results in much more. This is a good project. It was a good project back when. It should be approved in the way it was presented. Thank you.
Sue Hester, the last one, drove me around the bend. We spent years doing planning. The Market Octavia plan was adopted. I have it on my calendar, my personal calendar to carry around with me. It was adopted 4/17/2008. Eastern Neighborhoods was adopted 12/19/2008. Before their adoption, there were years of serious work from people in Market Octavia, people in South of Market, people in the Mission District, about how to address the housing needs of the city. When they said 40% 2 bedrooms in Market Octavia, it didn't come out of the air. It came from years of struggle. The Market Octavia plan is in the context of the general plan of the city. Those are requirements were translated into planning code sections. If the Planning Commission wipes out the requirement, they are wiping out the serious work done by the people who worked on Market Octavia. The same happens when you change the conditions for the Mission and South of Market. Why do you have public participation in development of plans if you throw them out because a developer can make more money by not building 2-bedroom units? I support the community position and Supervisor Kim on this. It's too risky to wipe out family housing. Another thing, families, a lot of them don't have cars. And they're just as deserving of access to transit as people who live in the western part of the city. There are a lot of families that prefer or can't afford to have cars, and they deserve this housing. Don't approve this without conforming it to the plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tess Wellborn, and I'm also joining in. Please keep the requirement for 40% 2 bedrooms. I'm one of the members of the community who participated in the Market Octavia plan starting way back. It's hard to believe how long ago that was. And all of the meetings that we had and all the charrettes, all the bus tours of looking at housing and how to make housing have a good streetscape as well as be family friendly, and to keep the kind of ratio of parking down per unit in the Market Octavia area. So please, this is a very important matter to the neighborhood, and it is something that is that planning has said was very important. It's too soon to change this policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I'm a resident on the block of Haight and Market where the proposed construction is to take place, and as such, I'm probably in line to be really inconvenienced. That said, I'm actually here to lend my support to the development because I do think this is, as a San Francisco resident, an important class of housing for the city. Now, I'm a fan of Supervisor Kim's policies. I went to college with her and very pro-family housing. That said, I do think it's important to distinguish between policy as a kind of blunt instrument and as a generalized mechanism and the specific contours of a given site. In this case, I think the site that's proposed is one that's particularly difficult to work with family housing. I say this as a resident of the very same block, and the reason for that is manifold. It's a particular geometry of the site, but it's also just the complexity of that intersection. You've got the 4-lane Goff carrying a lot of traffic. You've got the freeway entrance on the other side, and then you've got a lot of bus traffic coming down the street in an area where it's very difficult for buses to stop. So it's a difficult street to have families live in. I know there's going to be a lot of objection to that, but I think if you take some time and walk down the street, you'll quickly find that it's a very, very difficult corner to have a lot of children running about. I do think it's an important class of housing for the city because of the recent investments that SFMTA have made into that intersection. There is a nice bus stop running down there, and so it's a very good candidate for general housing or residential densification for the area. The area is very popular. I think the community in Hayes Valley can support more residents, and this particular property allows us to do that in a way that densifies residential occupancy without causing additional congestion because of the reliance on bicycle and public transport. So I think it has been very considerate design. As a parting kind of observation, I note that I think there is a difference between the folks who have come up here and given feedback who are very intimately familiar with the project at hand and folks who are approaching the situation from a very generalized policy perspective. And I do respect the policy, and actually I'm a fan of affordable housing and broad family housing, but in this case, I do think the contours of the particular project merit at least some specific attention to the argument that planning together with the developer are making. Thanks.
Is there any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, dear Planning Commission members. My name is Tomas Janik. I'm a San Francisco resident for past 12 years. I would like to fully support this project. I believe we should not discount the fact these are affordable units by design. Young people and young couples such as myself would appreciate to have these units in the market and will allow me to stay in the city in this type of project. So I fully support it and I hope it will be approved. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
I have a question for Mr. Rubin. During one of the presentations, one of the public speakers said that there was some discussion about there being on-site if it's rental and off-site if it's ownership or vice versa. I forget the exact thing. So my understanding was the project sponsor was in favor of paying the in lieu fee either way.
Yeah, there was, so I'm characterizing because I wasn't personally involved in those conversations, so I'm being a reporter here. George McNabb, though, the principal who is here, did have conversations with HVNA, and more than conversations, presentations. I believe that they evolved to the point that HVNA was comfortable with the exception, which, by the way, I mean, if I might indulge that plan that we're talking about, this is the code section 207.6, which allows for deviation from the dwelling unit mix. In fact, the code section is called dwelling unit mix, and it says for irregular sites with physical constraints. And I mean, that's in the code section, and here's the policy that's adopted with the Market Octavia plan, and it says on small and irregular lots, our lot is less than 3,500 feet. It's at a gore of 3 major streets. If that code section and that policy interpretation of the code section means anything, it means this site. So, I mean, I'm almost willing to adopt that there was a lot of conversation about the Market Octavia plan that resulted in everything that everybody said, and this, the code section that allows for it. So on the basis of that, I believe HVNA was comfortable with the exception to the dwelling unit mix. They wanted George to do something that the code doesn't mandate, and that's to put the affordable housing on site, which he was unprepared to do. He's here. If there, perhaps there could be some conversation about that as we move forward on your deliberations, and I'd be happy to address it. By the way, George also knows this site well. As I said, he has owned this building for 17 years. He owns and built the building next door, and he is an owner principal of Paragon Realty. So he knows the residential rental and sale market as well or better than than anybody in this room. I'm pretty comfortable with that, and he's convinced that 2-bedroom units are not the right mix for that site. And
thank you, Mr. Rubin. Yeah, I kind of agree. One of the speakers was talking about single small units only for more profit, but basically the reason why 2 bedrooms are uncomfortable, I'm not an architect, but when you have to do that in a triangular small site, that you still have to have hallways and elevators and a lot of other things, so there's a lot of space that can't be used for any of the units. It's just completely dead space because the requirements of 2-bedroom units are certain minimum sizes for the bedrooms, and it makes it really difficult. I don't want to speak as an architect, I'm not one, but yeah, I'm sure the owner would have owned this building while it was still Hub Pharmacy, which I remember when I was in early dental practice, and it was right on the corner there and aptly named Hub Pharmacy. But it turns out that 38% of the households in San Francisco are singles living alone, as opposed to 1/3 in New York. So we do have a huge population of people who not only don't have families with children, but don't have spouses or mates living with them. So, I mean, there is a big demand for smaller units, and I'm always an advocate for family-style units. However, there's a place for everything, and as Mr. Rubin has pointed out, the provisions exist in the Market Octavia plan to allow this exception. We have to agree whether or not the constraints are such that the exception is a wise one, and I certainly think if there's ever a lot that lends itself to having smaller units, 1 bedrooms and studios, it's certainly this site because of the physical constraints on the unit. On the issue of off-site fees or on-site affordable, they're going to be giving on this project $2,300,000 in affordable fees to the city to build affordable housing. And that's probably a lot more efficient than rewarding 6 lucky people who would be the owners or renters of the 6 units. It's all that the number that's called for in this plan. So it seems to me, because it's based not on dollars but on numbers in our system of inclusionary housing, we are kind of dealing the city a bad card by not allowing them to pay the fee, which could be used a lot more efficiently to build affordable housing. And we've seen a couple of projects that, in today's, we just approved 100% affordable. Later on today, we have 42 SRO units. And one reason why that project came before us on just the last project that was approved was not built 4 years ago was because there wasn't enough funding to build it. And so, if we don't wisely use our opportunity to add to our affordable housing fund, then I think it's a mistake, although I would support this project either way. In terms of what's being built, there's a lot of talk about not building enough, and I think we do need more multi-bedroom units built in the city, but According to the statistics I have, 46% of what we've approved in the last, I guess it's 10 years, were 2-bedroom. 17% were 3+ bedrooms. 33% were 1-bedroom, and only 4% were studios. This may be figures of units for sale. I'm not sure if it's every rental and for sale unit. So there's hasn't been much built in this particular area, and it sounds like it would be a very good mix for this area. So I'm in favor. I know some of the other commissioners have some questions and comments they want to make, but I think it's an extremely good project.
Commissioner Richards.
Let's see, try to gather my thoughts here. I guess, first of all, to everybody out in the audience and to my fellow commissioners and staff, I'm for a project here. I'm not for not building a project, so I want to make that clear. I spent probably 7 or 8 years, well, actually, when you add the CAC time, I spent probably nearly 9 years dealing with Market Octavia. I was in the trenches. Actually, the unit mix requirement came from DuBose Triangle, where I actually was president of the neighborhood association, because we thought that it was really important that we build houses for all family types, not just warehouse people with small units, or not all, ultra big units for families. We wanted a mix of family types, and that's why we fought for this. I think by not building the 2-bedroom units, you're actually precluding any family from even getting a unit. So, maybe you want to leave that up to the family. The architect said he could build 2 bedrooms. I don't know whether or not, rearranging, putting maybe having a core in the middle with a hallway around it is a way around it, but it could be possible. I think that one thing that really resonates with me here is that somebody said it's a fallacy that we can't build family units on top of a transit-rich neighborhood. We're a block away from the Van Ness station, right on a lot of transit. I recall a New York Times investigative article last August that directly linked chronic poverty with the access that the person or the family has to transit to work. And I look at this and I say, if there's a family without a car that can get to work easier, they can have less time spent getting to work, all the different connections they have to make to get there, picking up the children from school, things like that. They can actually spend more time with their family, and then we can have less turnkey children. So I think that's a very pro-family approach would be to have a family living there without a car and having work nearby. I think I went down to visit David Baker yesterday or the day before on his project on Folsom Street, and we sat at a coffee shop. We got a baked good. I went to the gym afterwards in the Twitter building. I went to the market in the Twitter building and bought food to take home. And I actually thought about this project, and I thought, wow, wouldn't it be great to have the Twitter engineer, the baker, the gym guy, and the person at the cashier at the market all living right in the neighborhood, right in this building. And as I looked at a chart on affordability types, and those people that I encountered that day, this is the exact type of BMR housing for them. So I know there was the discussion on site versus off-site. What kind of baffles my mind is the project sponsors willing to pay 6% more in percentage point terms, not to be bothered with the fact that he has to deal with the BMR units. And that's incredible to me. I don't think giving the money to the mayor's office, I'd classify that as anything illegitimate at all. I just think that, in the upper market, when we have projects up until the point when I've been on the commission, we've really pushed for all of the units to be affordable on site. So we have a diversity of income types, a diversity of occupations, and a real rich fabric for the neighborhood, not to put segregate people based on what they can afford to where they can live and where they work. So I do have those two concerns. And lastly, I do have some concerns on design, which I don't want to get in today because I think I don't want to do a design by commission, but I think there would be some more rich discussion on the design principles for Market Octavia as well that I helped work on before, and I'd like to talk about those, but not today. Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Thank you. Since we're giving kind of Market Octavia credentials too, I thought I'd mention I was involved for many years in the creation of Market Octavia Plan 2 on the city side, managing the Octavia Boulevard parcel, sale of the Octavia Boulevard parcels. And I remember this issue distinctly coming up. I think Supervisor McGoldrick at the end of the day introduced it, and actually remember why, we talked a lot about that exception in the code somewhat having to do to some of the Octavia Boulevard parcels, which were narrow and long, and there was concern about getting significant 40% two bedrooms into those projects. So, and I also, I wasn't a huge fan of the 40% two bedroom kind of project by project. I'm a bigger fan of it plan wide is I think what we should strive for, but it's difficult to enforce that. So I think you come down to a project by project. But if you look back in kind of how the city has evolved, it's 3 flats with 3 bedrooms, and bigger projects tend to be smaller units, which I think works. But I get the notion of wanting to have more sizable units. And I think overall in the Market Octavia plan, we've done that. And I think overall in other plans, we've done that. So I don't think we're really running the risk of, if we grant this exemption to the 40% rule here, that we're kind of opening the floodgates. I think it was pretty specific in the Market Octavia where this is possible. Certainly others can advocate for it, but I think it's fairly significant. I agree. Jason, your original letter on this was kind of my sentiment when I read it. I think having both the 40% or the exemption to 40%, and then having the offsite instead of the onsite kind of didn't sit entirely well for me. So I know you mentioned they didn't get back to you on that, and it would be just interesting to hear about your thinking on the offsite, and maybe from the architect, a discussion of how many units could be on here. If you have the drawings for what it would look like with the required 40% two bedrooms, that would be good to kind of talk about.
I did bring a couple copies from our discard pile, and these were prior to meeting with the Hayes Valley folks. This is actually the original non-CAD design that shows if we put two-bedroom units on here, and there's a two-bedroom unit on the backside on page. We showed a two-bedroom unit on the Gore. You wouldn't get 7 units on a floor, you'd get 4. And you'd lose 3 units because of that. And I also said to the client, and I looked at this and I said, well, these are a little bit distorted, but it takes a huge dent in the density. And that's a marketing question. And I think the other question that was brought up here, and I think it shows in this plan as well as another one where we said, all right, let's take it a little bit further. Let's look at it in CAD and let's really, really get it down and see if this works. We tried to put a 2-bedroom on Market Street. And yes, we're successful. We have a 2-bedroom. It's 840 square feet with an internal bedroom in the back and 1 bedroom adjacent to it, and it's a very poor plan. And there's an architect talking. This isn't the market talking. It's a very poor architectural plan, but it's a 2-bedroom. Do we want to do this? Do we want to make these sacrifices because it's such a small, unique, irregular? We can technically do it. But as you can see, the core of this building and the core of this building, there is no other place to put it on this site. And it takes up 70 to 75% of the floor plan is circulation. So it is a difficult thing. We did look at it, and we didn't brush it off. We didn't come to the conclusion we really want all 1-bedrooms. We looked at it, and we internally, and we looked at it with the planning department and went through that. And I think the comment that we felt was applicable to this project was, if there's any site in San Francisco in Market Octavia, there's any site that measures up to the criteria of it's irregular, it's small, it's unique, it's this site. And I think we passed that test.
How many units total did you get?
Well, if we did this, and let's say we did the 40%, roughly it came out to, instead of 48 units, roughly 32 or 33. If we stacked it with, like this plan, with 40% or more 2-bedrooms. And the other thing you get into, you say, well, maybe you can cut it in half, and maybe you get 36 or 38. When you take a very, very tiny building and you don't stack it, it becomes incredibly inefficient and costly. So this little building, as an architect, I have to kind of stack it and extrude it to make it, the ventilation work, the circulation work, et cetera.
Okay.
So it's a challenge, but we can do it, but at a great price.
I don't know who. Do you want to address the inclusion, the on-site?
President Fong,
Yes.
can I just make a comment?
Please.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Cleveland Knowles, I just wanted to remind the Commission that the Planning Code does state very clearly that it's the developer's choice as to whether they provide on-site, off-site, or the fee. And that is in the code in Section 415.5.
Well, and I'm just asking. I know the neighborhood asked.
Yeah. So
in the letter.
I'll address one sentence on what Warner said. I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen a lot of plans, a lot of different buildings. There's very few things that are impossible to do. It's just, 2 bedrooms could go in there. Do they make any economic sense is the question, and it's often the question about, different programming. George manages these buildings himself. He builds them. He owns a few buildings, and the difficulty of managing BMRs is extreme. We all know that. I know that's not an excuse for not putting them on. I recognize the policies and the pressure that people are under today. And if I was asked, I'd say, would we volunteer to put them on site, knowing what we know now, seeing what we see, reading the tea leaves? If we could leave here and have a project, I'm sure that George would be happy to volunteer as the developer to volunteer to put some BMRs and maybe all the BMRs on site.
I think I share the sentiment of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association about kind of the combination of this just not working. And a question for planning staff: have we granted this exemption for the 2-bedroom, the 40% 2-bedroom in Market Octavia? And I imagine this is in other plans also.
Yes, it is in other areas. I'm not aware of any other requests that have been before you for this before. I don't know if staff is aware of any other. So this is like the first.
And is this carve out for unusually shaped lots in other neighborhood plans also, or is it only in Market Octavia?
Yes, the planning code provision reads the same for all the districts that it applies to, and applies to RTO, RCD, NCT districts, DTR, and Eastern Neighborhoods mixed-use districts.
Okay. Thanks. So, generally, I'm supportive of a project also. I like the sentiment of having the inclusionary on-site. And just, I know this was an interesting read because our next item, or the item after that, is actually an SRO project, which has small units that are, I guess, allowed by code with no inclusionary, which I think is even more troubling, but that's to come later. So hopefully the people who are concerned about inclusionary housing and affordable housing will stick around for that, because I think that's important to discuss there too.
Oh, sorry, just to clarify. So I did slightly misspeak. So I think the intent on focusing on the odd-shaped lots is really more a factor of the Market Octavia, because that only applies in the NCT, RCD, and RTO zoning districts, which you generally find at Market Octavia. And there's a slightly different process for waiving these requirements in Eastern Neighborhoods and DTR.
Okay, that's what I thought too, because I remember kind of the discussion about some of the Octavia lots, which are 18 feet deep, as well as these lots being a factor.
Commissioner Moore.
I think the rules were established for Market Octavia because the neighborhood itself faces the most unusual challenges and stuck its head out the longest to take on challenges of a changing city. And it's for that reason that I strongly believe that we need to make every attempt to uphold the unit mix, even if it would be at a slightly modified scale, if indeed a thorough creative exchange with the site would show to us that on certain floors there would be 2-bedroom units, and on others there wouldn't. If it isn't 40%, what percent is it? The building should make an attempt to come forward with credible solutions for 2 bedrooms. And on the other hand, since it still will be very heavy on undersized, not particularly comfortable small units, it should make an attempt to establish lounges, common area space, in order to offset the inability to have proper living space within the reduced units. Those are requirements we typically have for affordable units, or the project we saw today earlier on Eddy and Taylor. I think we need to find every creativity if we indeed believe that the market will be more lenient with accepting smaller units, to counteract a small unit with something which gives something back to the project. This project takes more than it gives, and I do believe that based on the many outstanding issues also pointed out by Commissioner Richards with respect to the design principles of Market Octavia, that this project should go back one more time, spend a little bit more time on finding a comfortable percentage of two-bedroom units, massage the one-bedroom units, and not try to ask for an exception at the rate as it does. I think that is a reasonable commitment to wanting to support a project here, but not on the extreme terms that it's being presented today. I personally, one second. I personally have a problem with an architect who tries to stand here and tell us of what he can't do and wants to sell that to this commission. I do believe that there has to be at least an attempt, and I think you have enough experience and creativity in your practice to not try to sell us something because the majority of us aren't architects. But I think you need to show us why it doesn't work and do it with persuasive diagrams, but then come up with a solution which still reflects the objectives to which we are bound to judge a project. And those in this particular case are at least the ones which apply to Market Octavia. I make a motion that we continue this project and try to sort out if this project can deliver certain two-unit bedrooms to the market and can indeed take a slightly modified approach to discussing how the Market Octavia design guidelines were used on this project.
Second. Commissioner, if I might just add, so this item is only before you because of the conditional use, because of the unit mix modification. So if they actually have a project that does not require any deviation from that unit mix requirement, then it wouldn't require conditional use and it wouldn't be before you.
Would you go over that one more time?
Certainly, and I mean, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the item is before you as a conditional use authorization because they're seeking to modify the unit mix requirement. If they have a project that meets the unit mix requirement, the conditional use is no longer required and it no longer requires commission action. This would be similar to the case that was one block east at 1600 Market Street. That was built, that was an as-of-right project. They did also have the identical variances for the bay window and the rear yard modification. That lot is actually quite a bit larger. It's 5,200 square feet, and they had 23 units that are provided there as part of the off-site requirement for the project at Buchanan and Market Street.
Are you then saying that asking for it to go back and examining a different unit mix is not an option for us?
Not at all, but I'm saying that if they do create an alternative that does not require that.
That's fine.
Yeah, then it won't come back to you.
That's fine.
It may not come back to you if they do have an alternative.
Yeah, that's what
That's great.
that's
Okay.
definitely acceptable. It's really digging a little deeper. We're not trying to not make this project happen.
Do you want to? Do we need the motion in a second? Do you need to call that question, or can we have further discussion?
If you'd like to call the question, we can call it now. Otherwise, I
I think
see
there
other
are a few more
commissioners
names
want to
here,
speak.
and I'd like to offer. I'm going to actually take a very different approach. Personally, I like odd things, and I think that's why what makes San Francisco interesting. Just a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated the alleys of San Francisco, and in particular, some of the alleys and the activation and the odd, less than grid-like feature of Market Octavia. I think odd-shaped lots like this are very interesting. I think in San Francisco's history, odd-shaped lots, when they come to a corner like the Coppola building on Columbus, it's a very interesting architectural juncture and changes the grid, changes the face of San Francisco. And so I think we should give these buildings the opportunity to do what they want from an exterior point of view and also from an interior layout and space planning point of view. So I have no problem. From what I understand, it's very clear that it's allowable to deviate from the bedroom allocation based on odd-shaped lots, and that if that's correct, it's very black and white to me, and we should give these folks in this project as much power to put their money, frankly, into the design and the exterior to make that really stand out. These like the Flatiron buildings in New York, they stand out, and I think this has an opportunity to do that in a very critical intersection of San Francisco for pedestrians, transit, as well as buildings and structures in that intersection. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am actually, I'll say a couple things. I actually like the fact that there are smaller units here. I think it actually takes pressure off of some of the existing multi-bedroom units in the city where you actually don't have families there. You have a house full or apartment full of unrelated adults because people can't afford to live here, so they have roommates where probably a lot of them would prefer to live by themselves. That being said, I'm troubled by the mixture of the smaller unit sizes as well as not having affordable units on site. I really think that that's problematic. I'm the first one to understand the argument of naturally affordable units, and I think markets fluctuate and prices fluctuate, and we'll be having a different conversation in 5 years, 10 years from now about housing prices and smaller units, less square footage, less gross dollars that are going to be paid. So I understand that argument. But I think that we have a policy in this city that is moving towards having a segment of our housing of all unit sizes and types that is permanently affordable and is available to certain segments of class and income levels. And I would want to see that maintained in this project. I don't see any reason for that not to be the case. That being said, whether the units are on site or if they're provided for off-site, I would prefer to see on-site, and for this reason. My reasoning might be a little bit different than others. The in lieu fee is based on the unit size, and we want to provide multiple size.
Number and size. It's based on number of units.
Number of units, but the dollar amount is number of units. Let me rephrase. No, this is okay. See, you should have interrupted me last time because you didn't agree with me the last one. And you didn't say anything and just looked at me the whole time.
That's your stuff.
Yeah. I just think that I would just want to make sure that the in lieu fee will actually cover the cost that it would cost to provide multi-bedroom units somewhere else, right? When I look at the dollar figure, I don't know that I see that. And so for that reason, I would really support getting the units on site, but the current unit mix, I think, works for that site. I think it is an odd lot size. I think that it hasn't been in our lexicon recently, but it is serving a population that would otherwise probably be living together in units that could be for families. And I, generally speaking, support the project. I will echo Commissioner Moore's comments and say that there definitely needs to be some work on the common areas. These are very small units, most of them 350 to 400 square feet, and I did not see anything that would allow for sort of light and air and common space in the current configuration of the building. Not an architect, but I do have two eyes, and I used to play with Legos, and so I'm sure that there is there is a way to configure that. And so I think for those couple of reasons, I don't feel like this is a fully baked project. I think there needs to be more discussion about having the on-site affordable units, and I think there needs to be some work done on the design to have common space. But that being said, I think that those are things the project sponsor can work through.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Johnson. I think that, as I mentioned earlier with the statistics, almost 65% of what we've been building have been two-bedroom or larger, and a smaller percentage, like 35%, have been studios or one bedrooms. So, I mean, overall, we do need more buildings with multiple bedrooms, but as many people have pointed out, particularly when we're approving a project with multiple bedrooms that they may not like, is that you can't guarantee that families are going to live in these multi-bedroom units. So, but I think you have to look at this particular site and just say that if there is a place where smaller units are appropriate, and by their size and by their location, they're probably going to be affordable by design, and that's going to help us. But I would be supportive of a motion that was made, and I might make one if I have the possibility to later, that would approve the project, but it would ask that the project sponsor consider the on-site affordable units. Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Rubin?
City Attorney?
I know we can't
Excuse
really.
me.
We can't
I think I
make it part
stated
of a
the
motion.
requirements of the code earlier to the commission. If the project sponsor is going to change their project, they need to let the commission and the staff know that. They're supposed to choose their requirement in writing prior to the hearing. But if they would like to change their project, they need to do that affirmatively. That should not be a motion from the commission.
Mr. Rubin, would you like to speak to that? I'm sorry, City Attorney.
I'm speaking on behalf of the owner, George McNabb, who is sitting here, and Mr. McNabb would like to, in connection with an approval of the project as it stands, and we'll continue to work with the planning staff about open spaces. The entire rooftop is an open space, by the way, but we'll continue to work with the planning staff. We'd like to volunteer to do the code-required BMR contribution on-site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just a comment on the kind of affordable by design, because we heard both, the awkward two bedrooms could be affordable by design, or the small units are affordable by design. I mean, I think these are market rate units, no matter how we slice it. They're either studio market rate or they're two-bedroom market rate. It's not affordable housing. So, I mean, that's my opinion on it, but I like the fact that the project sponsor has volunteered to put real affordable inclusionary housing on site, and I'm supportive of that in the project with that.
Commissioner Richards.
I'm fine.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
I'm fine as well, but I would like to ask the city attorney just one more time. I appreciate the project sponsor's willingness to make that change today, but can they make that change today, or does it need to come back to us? Or I'm just checking.
They're supposed to choose the option prior to the hearing, but they've stated that they are changing their application today at their option. So I think that's sufficient.
They can do that, okay.
There may need to also be an agreement reached. I apologize, I wasn't here at the beginning of the hearing, but if this is a rental project, then we also need to enter into an agreement with the project sponsor that would recognize that they're achieving benefits through these entitlements that would exempt them from the Costa-Hawkins Act. So normally we have that agreement in place. We have that in your packet prior to the approval. The best practice would probably be to continue this project for a short time in order for us to get that agreement in place. But there have been incidences where we have done that retrospectively.
Like the market to dictate whether it be a rental or a for sale project, but I think the city attorney is aware we've done in our office a number of Costa-Hawkins documentation with the city attorney. They're not difficult to do at this point. I mean, the format is sort of run out of a computer, and we modify various aspects for the project itself, so we should be able to do that very quickly. We'd very much like to have an approval if that's in the cards. I'm not meaning to foist my goals on you, but if it's possible to get an approval today, we have made the commitment. We will put the units on site. I'll talk to George about whether it's going to be a for sale or rental, and if it's rental, we'll have a Costa-Hawkins agreement very quickly. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wu.
I want to add a couple thoughts to what Commissioner Hill has said about affordable by design. I think we don't fully understand this notion that well. I remember when the VARA project came here to us maybe 2 years ago, and they said that they would be affordable by design because they were small, and now they are some of the most expensive units on the market. I think that when you think about affordable by design, you may need to compare the same with the same. So if we're looking at studios and very small studios, almost SROs, comparing a new SRO to an existing SRO, the new one is definitely not going to be more affordable. We're seeing SROs go from the old, bad condition, shared kitchen SROs go for $1,200 to $1,500 in Chinatown right now. And so I just, per square foot, it's not exactly affordable by design. I also agree with, I think there was some public comment that families living above transit, I actually think that can work, right? We see, again, in Chinatown, we see 500 families living in SROs. This is clearly not the kind of housing they should be living in, but it's all they can afford. And so they're taking the bus, they don't have cars, there's no parking on site. And so that notion also kind of makes me uncomfortable.
Commissioner Richards.
I remember what I was going to say. I think that having the affordable on site's a big movement. I do still support a continuance for the exemption, as well as to see if it's possible to even try to get 1 2-bedroom unit in the project. So I'm not saying that we're going to get 40, nor 0. We might get 5 or 10%. I don't know. So I like the idea. I hadn't thought of that, and Commissioner Moore, I think, has a creative idea. And I don't look for a long continuance, but I still support a continuance.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just on the 2-bedroom issue, if possible, it'd be great to get data now that things are built in Market Octavia. If we're accomplishing what we wanted to accomplish by building 2 bedrooms, because we've seen a lot of these 2-bedroom projects, they're not huge. I'm not sure they're meeting kind of the needs of families, or there's families living in them. As much as we talk about these being, for tech people, so could those 2-bedroom units, for couples and single people who want an office. So it'd be good if ever, we get recaps on that, who's living in the 2 bedrooms that we've created in Market Octavia and elsewhere.
Oh, this is city.
Yeah, I have to agree. Just because it's 2-bedroom doesn't mean it's, there's a mom and dad in a stroller. I mean, I think there are many situations where there are 4 or 5 people, 6 people in a 2-bedroom. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask Mr. Henderson for one clarification, and that's also something I'd like to bring to the attention of just the Commission. We had a letter today from Hayes Valley where there was a comment that, in a way, a little bit troubles me. The owner the developer is said to have expressed that he doesn't want those type of people in his building, and he doesn't want to deal with it. So all of a sudden we are being offered on-site affordable, while what apparently was exchanged between the Hayes Valley Association and their neighborhood meetings and the request for on-site was mentioned. Could you clarify that,
sure,
please? Because
and so we have it in our August 20th, 2014 letter to the project sponsor that basically in our meeting in August with them, they said that if they did BMR on site, that they would not do rental, that they would do owner units because it was too cumbersome to deal with rentals and BMRs. So we said that there's additional paperwork. We figured it was a bureaucratic issue primarily. That we argued that it paled in comparison to the benefit and value that the Market Octavia plan has accrued to the site. So while it might have been a little more bothersome to have to do, I think it was 11 pages. I think was what we were told that you had to do per unit and things like that. But it's been rezoned, and that you've got a tremendous opportunity here to make a big profit. So it seems like it would be worthwhile. And we really were adamant about the unit mix, but we were seeing. We were trying to provide some negotiation. We're trying to be collegial and say, look, you're trying to take 2 things away here. And so that's kind of where we left it. And it wasn't a it was a disagreement, and we never resolved it, and that's why we're here today.
Okay, I just wanted to hear clearly the tone in which was implied, because I don't run buildings with these agreements, and I want to make sure that it's not about a discriminatory statement and one which will make it hard for anybody who would be living in the affordable units to fear that there was a stigmatization because of why they're living there.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. I know we still have an outstanding motion for continuance, but I'd like to make another motion. Before I do that, just have a couple of questions, make sure I'm saying the right thing. What? I'm sorry. So a couple questions to make sure that I'm saying the right thing. So the first thing is, I heard from Commissioner Moore, and I also said that I think some changes to the design needs to be done to allow for more common space. But if the unit mix is kept the same, they would still need a CU. So is that something that could be conditioned as part of the any sort of approval motion, and they could work on it afterwards? I'm looking at the zoning administrator. Or
so would that be more common space within the building, or?
Yes, within the envelope of the building, because there's no rear yard. Yeah.
I mean, it's certainly something that could look at further. I mean, they have the roof as open space, and they are seeking rear yard modification. One of the requirements of that is that they have any required open space that would have been required by a code-complying rear yard is located elsewhere on the property, and they meet that requirement. They're actually providing more open space than would be required under the code already. But we could certainly, if this is going to be continued, could look at that.
Well, I'm saying if
further.
we were to have, I'm trying to see if I can make a motion for approval with conditions, and I'm wondering if that's a condition to go back and make sure that to look at the common space and the open space. Would that have to come back to us because that's not?
No, you could direct staff to look at opportunities to improve or increase open space. That could be a condition that we routinely work with project sponsors on refining designs after the commission takes action.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just a couple things. First of all, I grew up in a large city, living 2 blocks from a subway station, so transit-oriented works for families. The other thing is I know we've talked a little bit about the rental versus for sale. I think it is just, I personally have my own issues with how our lottery system works for rental units, and I do think that it does add more burden to property owners. So that's just a fact of how the bureaucracy works. That's not rental versus for sale being better or worse or stigmatizing people who live there. It really, and I actually think that the rental process needs help. I think it's actually less fair than for sale BMR units, but that's for another day. And again, because maintaining the fact that the developer maintains the right to choose whether to pay the in lieu fee or provide the units on site, no matter what we may condition them to do. I want to confirm this because Director Ram, you interrupted me, and that's okay. You're welcome to do it. But one of the things you said is that the affordable housing fee is based on the number of units. But the way that it reads here and the way this code reads is based on the size of units.
You're both right.
Oh, hooray!
So it's the size and the number of units.
Okay.
That determines. So there's you have to, when you're paying the fee, have the fee match the makeup of the building. And so if you have a certain number of 1 or 2 bedroom units, then that would be calculated into the fee that you ultimately pay. And so certainly if they do, let's say they had a compliant building that didn't require this modification, they would certainly have fewer units in the building, which would also reduce, maybe they would have to pay more in fee per unit because they would have the 2 bedroom units, but they would also have fewer units. So it's a balancing act, between the number of units and the size of the units about whether or not the fee, and I don't think we've calced out the different possible scenarios, but it is a balance between the fee, between the size and the number of bedrooms.
Thank you.
Number of units.
And then, question for the city attorney: can the developer change their option after issuance of the CU because they have not chosen whether the units will be rental or for sale? They haven't finalized that. Can they change their option later?
Deputy City Attorney Susan Cleveland Knowles. I believe there's a complicated series of switching outlined in the code about when you can switch and what you can switch to, but I believe the current code states that you can switch up until the first construction document is issued. Always you can switch to on-site. It may be up to the first certificate of occupancy, but I would need to look at the code in order to let you know that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm so sorry. Maybe let's go on, because I'm trying to figure out what conditions would work. I know that we want to see on-site, but I want to see, I think that there are unit mixes that would get us more affordable housing dollars that would allow us to build multi-bedroom units in other parts. Right now, the mix that we have right here, I don't think that allows us to build a sufficient number of family-size units in another place, and that's where my challenge is. And I was going to make a motion, but now I'm confused.
Okay,
So
think about it. Think about it.
Yeah.
Commissioner, my only caution is that I don't believe you can condition your approval on whether the units are on-site or off-site.
That's what I was trying to, yes, right.
Commissioner Richards.
Yeah, I just want to come back to the continuance. I think all these I's dotted and T's crossed would make sense in the next couple of weeks, and that we should. I'd hate to sit here and kind of try to rig it together. And I'd like ask the president to call the question, please.
Well, if I'll do that, and but I think if we do that, we should be very clear what we're asking for, and I think we've been nothing but unclear about what we want the project sponsor to review.
Cool.
I want a thorough investigation into what minimum number of two-bedroom units would be possible. I want an investigation into some commitment to common area, community space within the building, given that at this moment we have 26 studios, which are very, very small, and 22 one-bedroom units, with no escape to be anywhere in a common area. I'm not talking about the roof deck. Since the shape is irregular, there's, I'm sure, some room. If we talk a little bit more about the building itself, the ground floor, the retail is one contiguous space. I would like some consideration as to whether or not that space could be subdividable. There is a Haight Street, there is a Gough Street, and there is a Market Street. And I'd like to see some variation at this moment. The retail space is just one continuous single ownership type of arrangement with a little bit more hinterland, a corridor. One could subdivide the space, which we normally encourage because Market Octavia is an area of small businesses, and that's typical for the Market Street corridor anyway. So they're like little bits and pieces, and I think it would not require a significant amount of time to spend a little time to talk about these things and see some variations.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Richards.
May I add also, we'd have the Costa-Hawkins exemption document done. All that would be kind of teed up, and also just to review the design principles and just match them up and make sure we got them all covered, or at least most of them.
Commissioners, I've noted all of those things. However, I haven't heard a continuance date.
I would ask Mr. Rubin and Mr. Schmaltz to comment how many weeks he needs.
Jonas, what looks open?
Everything after this month is fairly open. In fact, it's wide open.
Early mid-April, right after Easter.
I'm sorry?
Early mid-April, right after Easter. The 9th is off.
The 23rd is available. The 30th is closed.
Mr. Rubin.
I'm sorry, what we're hearing from the planners is they're not here to work with. That's what I'm trying to figure out when they'll be available. We'd come next week or the week after, so we're anxious.
What is the problem, Mr.
I just think we're trying to make sure that we have sufficient time to not only have the discussions about incorporating these changes, but enough time to reflect those in a revised staff report and make sure plans are tightened up and all that. I think we just want to give that sufficient lead time for those conversations to happen.
Okay. Jonas, I'd like to maybe suggest April 16th, and if staff needs to change that, we can bump it further out. Very good.
If you want, I'm not here on April 16th.
April 23rd?
I'm here on April 23rd, yes.
Okay, April 23rd.
Is that
Okay, thank you. I'm not.
Commissioners, and there is a motion and a second to continue this matter to April 23rd to allow further development of the project. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
No.
Commissioner Hillis?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards? Aye. Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
No.
That motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Antonini, Hillis, and Fong voting against. Commissioners, that will place us on zoning administrator.
I'm generally supportive of the rear yard modification and of the variance and could take action today, continue to the same date as well. Thank you.
Commissioners, it'll place you on items 13A and B for case numbers 2014.0965C and V at 126 through 130 Laguna Street. This is a conditional use as well as a variance for the zoning administrator.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. Carly Grobe, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to permit a dwelling unit density not exceeding 1 unit for each 400 square feet of lot area at 126 to 130 Laguna Street, located within the residential transit-oriented zoning district. The subject property is currently developed as a 3-story over-basement, 5-unit residential building. The proposal is to add 2 dwelling units within an existing storage space at the basement floor, resulting in 7 total dwelling units. There is no proposed expansion of the overall depth or width of the existing building. Exterior alterations include filling in the recesses between bay windows at the basement level and recessing the south building wall approximately 6 feet. These changes have been reviewed by a preservation technical specialist and would be minimally visible from the public right-of-way. No work is proposed at the first, second, or third floors. The project sponsor is also seeking rear yard and usable open space variances to fill in a bay window within the required rear yard and for the required usable open space to be partially covered. To date, the department has received the following public comment: 1 letter of support from the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, 1 letter of support from the San Francisco Victorian Alliance Historic Preservation Committee, and 1 letter from current tenants requesting additional information about the proposed construction. The department recommends approval and believes that the project is necessary and desirable for the following reasons. The addition of 2 dwelling units will contribute to greater density and add housing units without affecting neighborhood character. The project meets the goals of the residential transit-oriented district by adding density without adding additional parking. The addition of 2 proposed units will not contribute to additional vehicle traffic. The project also promotes multimodal transit by adding bicycle parking near high-traffic bicycle corridors, including Octavia Boulevard and Page Street. The project involves minimal exterior alterations which will not negatively impact the historic resource or the greater historic district. The project meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code, and the project is desirable for and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robert Gilson, and I'm with Macy Architecture. Our office is just down the street from 126 Laguna Street in Hayes Valley, so we're familiar with the area, and we actually really care about the area as well. Also, thank you, Carly, for your summary and for helping me be here. So I want to draw your attention to the 3 images on the bottom of the screen. This is the location, really the only location where you can see where our project would be. And this is an image of the rear yard of 86 Waller Street. This rear yard is 56 feet roughly wide, and we've chosen to locate our required open space, 200 square feet of open space, adjacent to that rear yard. This is the existing plan, and you can see kind of that open space mid-plan, taking advantage of the opportunity of southern exposure from 86 Waller Street. This is a 3-dimensional rendering of the facade as it exists today. And then this is the remodel of the basement. Also, I think it's important to mention that because 86 Waller has such a large rear yard and we can't provide the exposure for our open space ourselves on our property, that's why we're here, we wanted to make this drawing that shows you that we have a winter and sun angle at all points of the year, providing that southern exposure to both units and the exposure required for the open space. Furthermore, I want to say that 86 Waller is also classified as a potential historic resource. So expansion into that rear yard might be rather rare. And lastly, I'd like to conclude by saying there are many properties like this in San Francisco. And I think infill housing like this is actually really important to reducing the impact of the housing shortage in San Francisco. But to do that, we need things like variances for exposure and open space and problems with non-complying rear yards and units we want to put in basements that face on non-complying already existing rear yards. That concludes my presentation, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
I think this is a good project. I think it gets additional units in a place where it makes sense. I think that the open space exemption is not a huge issue given what I saw from the plans, and I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioners, on that motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commission Chair Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Close public hearing, be inclined to grant the requested variance, noting that the exposure variance is no longer required because of a planning code provision that allows for that requirement to be waived in known historic resource, which this appears to be. Thanks.
Very good, Commissioners. Moving on to item 14A and B for case numbers 2012.1553C and V at 1174 through 1178 Folsom Street. This is yet another conditional use and variance for the zoning administrator to consider.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rich Sucre, Department staff. The project before you is a conditional use authorization for the proposed project at 1174 to 1178 Folsom Street. The project sponsor is requesting a conditional use to establish a non-residential use larger than 4,000 square feet within the Folsom Street NCT zoning district. The proposed project includes demolition of the two existing industrial buildings and new construction of a 6-story, 65-foot-tall mixed-use building with 2 ground-floor commercial spaces, a second-floor office space with approximately 5,900 gross square feet, and 42 single-room occupancy units, SRO, on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Each of the SRO units are between 290 and 350 square feet in size. The projects include private usable open space for 6 of the SRO units and open space for the remainder of the units via inner courtyard on the 3rd floor and a common roof deck on the 6th floor. The project also includes 48 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces, 6 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces, and 9 off-street parking spaces located within a below-grade garage accessible off of Clementina Street. For the SRO units, the proposed project requires a variance from the zoning administrator to address the planning code requirements for open space and dwelling unit exposure. Currently, 4 SRO units would require the exposure variance, and the proposed inner courtyard on the 3rd floor doesn't meet the dimensional requirements specified in the planning code for open space. The department reviewed the location of the curb cut for the proposed off-street parking garage and supports its location on Clementina Street rather than on Folsom Street. The Western Soma area plan and draft design guidelines strongly encourage that curb cuts and driveways not be placed on residential alleys when there is an alternative. However, the plan and draft guidelines also strongly encourage that Folsom Street be protected from conflicts with pedestrians, bicycles, and transit as part of the long-range planning efforts to establish Folsom Street as a main street within Soma. Currently, the entrance to the below-grade parking garage accommodates 9 off-street parking spaces. After analyzing all aspects of the project, department staff recommends approval with conditions. Specifically, the project complies with the applicable requirements of the planning code and is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan. The project is located in a zoning district where retail, office, and SRO units are principally permitted. The project produces a new mixed-use development with a ground floor retail space, second-story office use, and significant site upgrades, including landscape, site furnishings, and private and common open space. The project is consistent with and respects the varied neighborhood character and provides an appropriate massing and scale for the adjacent context. The project would establish a new office use, which requires a use size larger than the principally permitted limits. And finally, the project adds 42 SRO units to the city's housing stock. The project sponsor is present and has prepared a short presentation of the project. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for taking the time to meet with us. My name is Eric Liu. I am the project sponsor for this project. This project is located on a piece of parcel of land that my family has occupied since 1982. On this piece of property, we currently operate our general contracting service, which is a San Francisco-based LBE doing business throughout San Francisco as well as the Bay Area, and has actually built significant number of housing units throughout San Francisco, including the Tenderloin for CCDC, TNDC, and so on. 2 years ago, I contacted David Baker's office, and we decided that we wanted to maximize the use of the land, and we started this plan to try and figure out what we could do that would basically utilize the real estate in its maximum use in a real dynamic manner that would focus on the neighborhood and add to the neighborhood fabric, as well as serve something that was underserved in San Francisco. At that time, we chose to focus on the small market rate units for the residential portion of it. And as you've heard, the property itself, or the project itself, is designed to be as dynamic as possible. We've got retail space on the front, the ground floor, office space on the second floor, and then residential above. The residential portion of it was designed to be affordable by design, right? And you've all talked about that tonight. But this aspect of it was something that is relatively not foreign to me. I myself have lived in San Francisco and was born and raised in San Francisco, and I've had numerous families as well as friends who've left San Francisco because of the lack of affordability. Additionally, about 10 years ago, I used to work at A.F. Evans, and our mission at that time was to develop workforce housing. And I believe I've taken that to heart when I was working there, and actually I believe that this project really develops that, keeping everything in the project itself to develop workforce housing. And so that's what our initial goal was, and I believe we've really achieved that with this. We were extremely proud of this project, and I bring to you David Baker to present it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's David Baker, and I'm the architect working with Eric and his family on this project. So I have I'll try to do this presentation quickly as well. Is it up there? There we go. Okay, so 1178 Folsom. There it is between 7th and 8th on Folsom Street, and then it backs up to Clementina, to the residential enclave there. There is the site kind of in the middle, and then see it popping up. If only it was that easy. So it's a Folsom NCT, Neighborhood Commercial Transit. It's a 65X, which that includes a setback at the 6th level facing Folsom. The alley has a 45-degree solar access plane. So actually, your constraints aren't just the shape of the site. They can be all these other things. It has no density limit for this type of unit. And affordability is, it's by design, so it doesn't have an inclusionary requirement. So there's this. This is a diagram showing there's a retail where Eric is hoping for a restaurant on the ground level, offices where their company's offices and probably some subtenants would be, and then the SRO units above. This shows a tiered open space so that it has a view terrace in front that's part of a common amenity for the project. And then there's a courtyard, which is the subject of the variances that are needed, and I'll describe those a little bit. And then in back, it tiers down in order to keep that 45-degree, so that Clementina and Sumner, a little alley there, don't get too dark. Oops. So it's Greenpoint rated, it has sunshades, it's got active solar domestic hot water. We'll do at least PV solar ready, if not installed, and we'll do stormwater management. It's got this interesting double aspect, so that we have two fronts, which make things kind of interesting, one on Folsom, one on Clementina. Folsom Street is it's the active use. We are applying what we call the Q zone there, quality zone or quirky zone. So anyway, future protected bike lane, a pedestrian, the main street of that neighborhood. So this shows the size that exists. It's a little deceptive. It's that tan building, and then there's basically a setback with some parking spaces right there. So there's the building. It's taking out this, it's a 1- and 2-story kind of warehouse structure. So there it is facing Folsom with this sort of high base with the retail, the lobby, and the office space above. So that's what it looks like across Folsom. We aren't going to call it the Vegematic building, but it's got this very nice, we think, sunshade system, very strong facing Folsom. So on Clementina, we've set back voluntarily, and actually it had some benefits, we think, in a number of in-the-weeds way. We could put the transformer in the ground and not have a big transformer room on the street. So we set back 12 foot from Clementina, forming a little public space there, a little public park space. Then we carved the rest of the building back. And then we relocated the garage service access to the northern side of the site, and I'll explain more about that. And we had started out with lifts and 27 parking spaces, and we went down to 9, and that went service. So this is the 27 parking spaces and bike parking and some storage, and a very narrow ramp going down. This shows above you can see the little ramp up there. When is the city going to buy HD TVs? Or 4D? I think you want 4D. Just kidding. So you can see that lobby goes all the way through. This is the back currently, and then it's the gray building there, and then here it is, sprouting up there, and you can see how the light will work really well in the alley. And there's a little kind of warehouse gallery next door. So then the Q zone, we have this setback in the back with a little parklet, and we set back a little bit from Folsom. This is the front. That city beer store, if you might be familiar with, that's actually a real building, and that's a photograph of a real building. And then there's this sidewalk. We're set back a little bit, so it's widened. It's something we've done that makes the sidewalk much more usable. Working with Surface Design on the landscaping, they did the Golden Gate Bridge Plaza, which really a bunch of great guys and really fun to work with. So they are doing that. So in back, one of the benefits of doing that 12-foot setback is we can put a real tree. It's really hard to put real trees in little tiny alleys. And then if you see there's a little kind of plaza. Clementina extends, and you don't really know it because the developer who developed the buildings around there sort of made it sidewalk. And then they have a couple of garage entries, and then our entry, it's kind of hard to point to, but it's there on the left, and the car actually can come out, and seeing how cars kind of go right over the sidewalk and might hit you. Well, you're 12 foot from the sidewalk, so it makes a nice safety feature. Oh, yeah, then there you can see it a little better. You see the car kind of disappearing there right to the left of that power pole. That's an existing industrial context power pole. There's a fire hydrant there. It's a very nice, interesting site, and actually a lot nicer than you would think when you think of South of Market. This shows the office level. That's one of the things we did is our neighboring property owner to the north. We originally had our courtyard facing south, and we had our garage entry to the south. There was concerns about cars coming out and interfering with the traffic on Clementina, some of which is apparently speed testing motorcycles. So we flipped around, and the property owner has submitted a letter of support, and that way we are aligning our courtyard. You see our courtyard there with his light well, which meets the residential guidelines, and you can see these things stepping up in back. Now that courtyard, where it does right now is it doesn't meet on 4 units don't have the kind of ziggurat shape. They don't work with that, and then they have the 45-degree angle solar compliance. Typically, when we're doing LPAs and stuff, that this is an exception. In this case, it isn't. We can, and I have with me a set that solves this problem and requires no variances. It just loses 2 units and is kind of silly in the technical term for it. It's kind of silly, but and because the units on the bottom actually have a nice little patio, and they're actually going to be nicer than they're nice. Really nice. And then the other thing is the building to the north is lower and has its courtyard facing, so the courtyard gets a lot of more sun than the would say. And then here's more landscaping. And
Thank you. Your time is up.
Can I show you the common space?
We may ask you.
Okay, you might ask me about the common space.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, opening up for public comment. I have 2 cards: Rob Poole and Thomas Jink.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Colon on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. Rob had to run a tour of 1400 Mission Street, an affordable housing project that just opened. We saw this project 2-3 weeks ago. Our members loved it. Again, what we're seeing are as a response to the extreme housing prices in San Francisco is small units of beautiful design with great common space and elegant response to the streetscape. What has been done in the back on Clementina is gorgeous, and we love the project. We think this is a huge asset to the neighborhood. It has a beautiful ground floor space. You shouldn't hesitate a second to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, dear Planning Commission members. My name is Tomáš Jánik. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the building located at 1335 Folsom Street, which is just 2 blocks away. We would like to express a full support for this project. This is a very thoughtfully designed building. The architect and the developer have spent a great deal of time working out all the little details, the Folsom frontage, the open space, the site circulation, and the facade and material selection resulted in an overall better project. I strongly believe this will contribute to neighborhood quality and improved and expand the current quality of the area. The macaroons are a perfect fit, and on this note, I would like to fully support this project, and I hope this will be approved. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Roach. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm in favor of this project because, as you just saw David Baker show you why he is one of the best residential architects in the country. The study he went through and the design that came out is so unique and fits the site so well. It is just a delight to see a wonderful project like this, and I certainly hope you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jamie Whitaker, and I live in Rincon Hill, the east side of South of Market. I guess the concern I have about the micro units in South of Market is our lack of open space. You really need more breathing room. I live in a 432 square foot studio, and I have a hard time staying in there for any extended period of time. And that's my concern about micro units going here rather than near Golden Gate Park, other areas where there's lots of public open space. The other concern I have, and I'm seeing in my building, is as people age and they develop dementia, Alzheimer's, other issues, these micro units don't allow for caregivers, really, to stay with them. But things to think about, bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commission members. My name is Jake Shimano. Excuse me. I was born here in the city, moved back here after college. As a young professional here in the city, having a housing option that's smaller, more compact, and allows for solo living, I believe is a great luxury and something that should be encouraged by this commission. In my time in the city, the last 8 years, kind of have done the group living thing and slowly been branching out in different directions. Finally, settling on my own in a place which I'm happy with now. But as young professionals progress in their careers, this type of housing option is vital as a resource to them. And I'd really like to express my support to the commission members that they approve this project. So thank you very much for your time.
Is there additional public comment?
This picture is at the corner of 9th and Minna Streets. And believe it or not, this project here is completely consistent with the Western Selma Community Plan. As you can see here, the garage entrance is on the main street, not the alley. But the ground floor restaurant dominates the place. By moving the garage entrance onto the main street, it encouraged the developer to wrap the windows around the corner to help activate Minna Street and to provide a wonderful view of the alley and invite the neighbors into the restaurant. Further down Minna Street is the main residential entrance to the building, making the residents citizens of the community. The remainder of the Minna Street frontage is glass, not garage doors. 788 Minna was approved under our old zoning. It's a 50-foot building with 5 stories. They don't even get that extra 5 feet we've talked about. Nevertheless, the developer was able to provide 12-foot tall ceilings throughout the entire ground floor. The residents love it. The restaurant owners love it. The developers love it. Now let's go off to this, which is Sumner Alley, behind the 1174 Folsom Street project. David and Eric want you to focus only on big, wide Clementina Street. Well, they're right. To an extent, cars will exit onto Clementina, but they will enter from Sumner Street, little 13-foot wide Sumner Street. Trucks cannot even navigate the turn from Sumner onto Clementina. It's also become the shortcut for traffic to avoid a red light up at 8th and Howard Street. That's why neighbors don't want even one more car coming down Sumner Street. If this project were developed in accordance with the Western Selma Plan, the main residential entrance would be on the alley. The entrance for the restaurant space would be on Folsom Street. The garage door would be on Folsom Street too. 9th and Minna proves that a 10-foot garage entrance isn't going to kill a 50-foot wide building. The project sponsors argue that the building will only attract 8 or 9 cars a day. All the more reason to dump them out onto Folsom Street. We need your help if we're ever going to build more complete neighborhoods in Western Soma. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Hester. I haven't heard that the economic rules that you get the most money for what you put on the market has been repealed, though the planning department acts as though it's a case. There's an influx of people that are making $150,000 right now. Tech industry. I read the same papers that you read. So the amount of money that they can afford to pay is higher, definitely higher than traditional SRO tenants in the city. We have adopted, as a city, a limitation on the number of micro units. And it's a great evasion if you do micro units and you call them SROs, market rate SROs. You don't have any limitation on what you can do. The other thing that's happening is, well, a lot of things are other things. One of the other things that is happening is we have an explosion of short-term rentals, a lot of them in the South of Market, in areas close in. One, people should be volunteer. There will be no short-term rentals in this building. That's one of the things the owner can say. You can accept a condition, no short-term rentals, period, in this building. And secondarily, we have a great influx of affordable by design buildings. I think the rule should be every project that's there, if they're affordable by design, should have volunteer condition. They're going to report to the planning department the amount of rent charged from every unit a year after certificate of occupancy. A year later, if they're going to say affordable by design, they should have to prove it. And the best proof there is a reporting requirement to the planning department, which is public record. Since the ZA is here, I'm going to challenge him as well. The rule under the planning code and under the charter is you have the responsibility to say, wait a second, we need to think about there need to be an amendment to the planning code. I think there needs to be a planning code amendment for SRO units, affordable by design. These smaller units have to have reporting requirements. If they're going to call themselves affordable, they have to prove it. First step is the owner is here. He can agree to that. He can agree no short-term rentals and reporting voluntarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I can't necessarily comment on what these units will sell for, but I think there is a huge demand for housing in our city, as almost no one will debate. And this isn't the first time. This has been the case for over a century and maybe longer in San Francisco. And, you know, about a century ago, we had land available, so we built tunnels and we opened up the western side of San Francisco, and we built a lot of units that probably were, you know, fairly dense and small even by our standards, and that was the solution in those days. And then in more recent times, what has happened is people, especially younger people or people who are just starting out, or maybe people indefinitely, will partner up with other people, often non-related people, and will live in a common place, each having a bedroom or maybe sharing a bedroom. And, you know, this is sort of a variation, and it's another solution. It's a solution. One gentleman spoke in this regard. rather than being in a building and sharing a bedroom or sharing a unit that's larger with 3 or 4 people, you can have your own unit with all the essential things in it that's just for you. And so I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm very supportive. I'm going to move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Richards.
I visited the project site a couple of days ago, as I said in my comments on another project. I guess a question I had was, there's going to be office space in this building? Does it require an allocation out of the small cap? No. Okay.
Richard Gray, department staff. No, since it's below, an allocation is only required for 25,000 square feet or more.
Cool. I was out there with David Baker. I think the design of the building is great. I think it's innovative. I think the affordable by design is an interesting concept. It's affordable to who? One of the things I am concerned about is the fact that this type of building structure gets away with not providing any BMR units or any affordable housing fees, and I think the sentiment of maybe some of my fellow commissioners would be to ask staff to explore ways to determine how that might be able to be accomplished. I hear Mr. Miko's concerns about the alley. I stood back there with Mr. Baker and got almost run over a couple of times by cars speeding down Clementina to go down Sumner, and I would support I support the project. I would support having staff actually explore the possibility with MTA of making Sumner and Clementina one-way south and then west to prevent that, because all the cars were actually going the same way. Mr. Baker, I think you can vouch for that. So I like the project, but I would ask to the motion maker that we asked for an exploration with MTA on some type of alley one-way situation to help with the traffic.
I would be fine with that. Mr. Baker, did you want to comment?
No second on the motion.
No, we're exploring or doing in-kind alley design with the neighbors, and so I think that they all have to be on board with that, because some of them like to shortcut through.
Right.
So you have to get everybody to.
I think
like it.
Explore it. I think work with Mr. Miko, the neighborhood, the residents, because I was out there. I saw it. It is true. It's a cut through alley and it's quick.
Yeah, we conducted 4 separate community meetings for this project in terms of public outreach. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, I had one-on-one meetings with numerous neighbors that live in that alleyway. So we've come to an agreement as part of these meetings to do an in-lieu fee in-kind agreement to try and isolate some of the benefits to the alleyway that we could solve some of these issues.
I like that. Thank you.
I think City Attorney has a comment.
Yes. Deputy City Attorney Susan Cleveland Knowles, just in response to Commissioner Richards' question about the application of the inclusionary housing requirement to this type of development.
I'm not asking for it for here. I'm asking just for the staff.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know that Supervisor Avalos has authorized me to let the Commission know that he has requested our office to draft legislation that would apply the inclusionary requirements to group housing, and that at least he and perhaps some other board members disagree with the prior interpretation of the Planning Department.
Thank you very much.
So that is underway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hillis.
I just want to say I support that too, because it was odd reading this, that inclusionary doesn't apply. I mean, this on its face is not a lot different from the prior project, which one Western Summer requires 40% two-bedroom, but it kind of gets out of that because of the SRO, which I don't on its face mind, but I do think it's odd. It doesn't get captured in the inclusionary. And is that, just to explore that a little, is that because it's not considered housing? I mean, I thought inclusionary generally.
So it's as we read the code, it states that Section 415 for the affordable housing requirement applies when you have 10 or more units, and it defines units as dwelling units. So we read that to be that it doesn't apply to group housing because those are not considered dwelling units.
And are SROs different than group housing? Because is this called out as an SRO?
So SRO is in Article 8. It could be either group housing or dwelling units. And so if it's dwelling units, that's would have a kitchen, et cetera. But group housing, it is in a space that's not defined as a dwelling unit. And the main difference between SROs and other types of housing, just say a regular dwelling, is the size. So it has to be less than 350 square feet to be an SRO. And I would note that there is a distinction between this and what's more colloquially called the micro units, which in the code, section 318, is called efficiency dwelling units with reduced square footage. That's 220 square feet and less. And that's what we limit the number of. And so there's no units that are part of this project which would meet that definition, so they're not subject to that cap requirement.
But those units, inclusionary applies to those units. If somebody were to build a micro unit project, doesn't inclusionary?
Inclusionary applies to dwelling units.
So I guess it depends if they're micro SROs or micro.
Okay, if it's a group housing or versus dwelling unit.
And is group housing allowed everywhere, or is it fairly limited?
Oh, it's fairly widely permissible, although in many of the districts, like and the residential districts, would be conditional use authorization.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm supportive of Supervisor Campos. I mean, I think it's a bit of a loophole because, again, these units seem similar to what we just talked about on Market Street, so I'm glad that's being closed. In the in-kind agreement that's coming up, I mean, so we had this issue before, I think, on Roush and talked about an in-kind. So is this kind of similar to what we discussed before? It's an in-kind to make alley improvements?
In the same gist. So the project sponsor will be working with the community and the Supervisor Kim's office to kind of figure out what kind of improvements will qualify for in-kind, that they can use their development impact fees for. So they have a whole process that will kind of trail this. And as long as the in-kind agreement is in place before the first construction document is pulled, then they can apply portions of that fee towards those improvements.
Right. Okay, thanks.
I'd like to follow up on this group housing conversation. So I also am very supportive of the idea of inclusionary requirements for group housing, but I also want to understand that group housing, the definition is about units not having a kitchen, but these units have burners, microwaves, things that look like almost a kitchen, which I understand is allowable by code. But I think that the definition also speaks to group living, right? And so maybe project sponsor can talk about where the opportunities for common living are in the design.
I'm so glad you asked. So can we get the show back? Sorry. Can we get the show back? Okay, so this shows one of these little units. And then
Could you stay with that drawing for a moment?
You want it to go back? So that shows a 290 square foot unit with, it's actually kind of nice, with a small kitchen. Not a kitchen, of course, but because it's doesn't have an oven. So but here is so this is a little deceptive. This is two 750 square foot spaces. One is an outdoor terrace, and one is this common room. So we have a really nice kitchen, is the idea, and then those tables are German beer tables, which we all love at this point. And so we got 3 of those, and then as you go outside, you see that nice door. We have 2 barbecue stations, so you can have 3 separate people can be cooking your mushrooms or hamburgers out there. And then we have outside. We also have stormwater planters. It's very nice. It's got I have a movie too, but probably you guys want to go home sometime. We have a fire pit, very nice fire pit. So because we know that sitting outside in San Francisco, you really want to have a fire pit. Then on the inside, we also at the very top there we have a bathroom. So people can go to the bathroom without going back to their unit. And we have a little wet bar area, so you can, if you're having a party, you can be mixing cocktails, and the idea. This is all preliminary, but the idea is that you'd have an espresso machine or something, so you could make some espresso, or you could mix cocktails.
I know.
John's liking that, I can see. And then we have in the middle the giant TV with so you can watch the Giants maybe in a few years win the World Series again. And then right above that we currently have space, and this is a proposal for a foosball. And, so you can hang out. So the idea is that these are small units, but you come here, it's a real community center, and you hang out. And so I had to show people that because we're having fun with this. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So I would have preferred that we could have seen that in the plans, but and I know you're half joking, but the way you've described it, I just want to make sure our developers aren't using group housing as a way to get around inclusionary. It sounds like that may be fixed toward the future, or to get away from some of the requirements that are required when you have dwelling units. Because what you've described kind of sounds like some of these newer condos down in Mission Bay with their common room, and that's really exciting. And I'm just not sure that that's the spirit as I read it of group housing. I'm okay with this project, but I just want to use that as a cautionary tale for others out there. Commissioner Moore.
I wanted to ask a similar question, and since Mr. Baker explained the common area as a community space, I wanted to have that kind of linger with us when we look at the design of other projects with very small units, because when we are in the lower 300, I'm not sure who's so magnetic here. When we are in the lower 300s, there has to be relief somewhere, and San Francisco is not the place where you can use the roof without any protection all year round and do the things, or some of the things, which Mr. Baker was describing. So I think we're setting a benchmark, and I would support Commissioner Wu by wanting this commission to extend the conversation on percentage of affordable and group housing. I think it's a policy discussion which we can lead and ask to be in dialogue with the board, whoever wants to pick up the conversation. And I understand that Supervisor Avalos is on it already.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Just a quick question. We already have a motion to approve in a second, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, just making sure. I definitely agree with Commissioner Wu on this one. This is one of the little bit kind of a loophole project. I'm happy to see that there's some opportunities in the future from supervisors or to look at changing our planning code, because what I would not want to see is a project where we have really what I would think of as group living, where you have shared bathrooms and other shared necessary space. If you have your own self-contained unit, even if it's really small, to me it's a dwelling unit. So I appreciate that change is going to be made, but supportive of the project. Am I allowed to call the question?
No.
Okay. All right. But yes, and I appreciate the changes that we might see.
Commissioner Moore.
There's one lingering thought, and that is residential enclaves, the Western SOMA, as well as our new emerging policies on alleys. And I hope that Director Mr. Zucker start to talk with SFMTA and find new restrictions of how alleys are being used. I think Commissioner Richards' description of being almost run over is not anything which I feel very comfortable with, because we do have people living in these alleys. We have lots of elderly people, particularly around Yerba Buena, walk in the alleys as almost their only area where they can comfortably walk. And as we're starting to elevate alley as a discussion in the department, I think we need to be talking with SFMTA about one-way or restrictions of only tenants who live there to be able to drive through or whatever.
In our joint hearing.
Joint hearing, yes, thank you. That would be a very good idea. But I would like us to have a policy a little bit more developed before we have a joint hearing.
Commissioner Richards.
Yeah, just one other comment on the alley. When they work with MTA, I think the no trucks over a certain weight or a certain height or bulk would be great, because I remember we had a truck that almost clipped us going around the corner. Couldn't even get around the corner, but it was going pretty fast. Thank you.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second. However, I'd like to clarify with the maker of the motion and the seconder that you're amenable to include a finding to encourage consideration for one-way traffic of the alley?
Yes, that would be fine.
Yes, thank you. Then on that motion, Commissioners, to approve with conditions as amended to include a finding to consider one-way traffic in the alley. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis? Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission Chair Wu?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place you on, zoning administrator.
Thank you. Close the public hearing. Be inclined to grant the requested variances.
Commissioners, that'll place you on items 15A and 15B for the zoning administrator's consideration for case numbers 2014.1426 C and V at 4022 through 4026 24th Street. Your last conditional use and variance for the day.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Delvin Washington, Southwest Team Leader. I'm making this presentation on behalf of Michael Smith, who is under the weather. The subject property is located at 4022 through 26 24th Street within the 24th Street Noe Valley Neighborhood Commercial District. This portion of Noe Valley is mixed in character with a variety of commercial establishments that are located within the ground floor with ground floor storefronts, including restaurants, bars, apparel stores, convenience stores, and other types of retailers. Buildings in the area range from 1 to 4 stories in height. This proposal is to construct a 3-story rear addition building and to extend the ground floor of that to the rear property line. The portion of the rear ground level expansion will be seeking a variance and will be below grade and include a grade level roof deck for residents only. The structure currently has 2 dwelling units, and this proposal will add 2 additional units, bringing it to a total of 4 dwellings. The proposal will also remodel the ground floor and create a new restaurant bar to be known as Tom and Ray that will occupy 2,695 square feet. This proposal also involves adding a roof deck with 2 stair penthouses for access. Again, no commercial patrons will have access to the roof deck. The original structure was damaged in a fire in 2013 and has been unoccupied since. Under Section 728.21, a conditional use authorization is required because the ground floor commercial space will exceed 2,499 square feet in use size in this district. A conditional use authorization is also required to establish a restaurant use with a Type 47 ABC license. The commercial space was authorized as a place of entertainment by the Planning Commission in November of 1980 and would be continued with the proposed new restaurant. The project sponsor is also seeking conditional use authorization pursuant to Section 303 of the Code to amend the conditions of approval for the place of entertainment in order to expand hours, days, and to permit amplified entertainment, and to remove restrictions in seating. This use is independently and locally owned and will, for this neighborhood, will serve and employ up to 19 people. The 1980 conditions of approval included 1, no amplified entertainment, 2, hours of operation limited to 8 midnight on Saturdays and 4 to 8 on Sundays, and seating capacity of 75 patrons. The former proprietor, Bliss Bar, did not abide by these conditions. The sponsor wishes to amend these conditions to remove the limit on seating, permit amplified entertainment, and to expand the hours of entertainment on Thursdays from 1 p.m. to 12 midnight, Friday and Saturday 1 p.m. to 2 a.m., and Sundays 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. They have also hired an acoustical engineer, Charles M. Salter. The department received comments in opposition to the project from 9 adjacent neighbors, many of whom live on Elizabeth Street and abutting the abutting residential district located to the north. Many oppose the granting of any code exceptions or entitlements for the project, which include 1, the rear yard variance, 2, the parking exception for the 2 additional dwellings, 3, the creation of a commercial space greater than 2,499 square feet, 4, the amendment of the original motion to allow amplified entertainment, 5, expanding the hours of entertainment, 6, the elimination of restrictions on the number of patrons, and they would also like to see the hours of construction restricted to 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays only, and for a licensed acoustical engineer to be hired to make all possible attempts to remedy outgoing noise from the premises. In order for this project to proceed, the Planning Commission must grant the conditional use authorization to allow the establishment to establish the Type 47 ABC license and exceed the use size limits for the 24th Street Noe NCD, and to amend the original motion to change the conditions of approval related to the place of entertainment. In addition, the zoning administrator would need to grant a rear yard variance and approve a parking modification for the project. The Planning Department is recommending approval to include, among other, the following conditions: for the project sponsor to acquire the services of a sound acoustic engineer. Have the seating capacity be limited by what the building code will allow. The department is also recommending approval with conditions that would expand the hours for entertainment from Thursday from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight, Friday and Saturday 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., and Sundays 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. The restaurant could be allowed to operate 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days a week, but for the restaurant only. And again, no commercial patrons would be allowed to have access to either of the roof decks. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be available to answer.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Washington. Good afternoon, President Fong, Vice President Wu, Commissioners, Jeremy, Paul, for the project sponsor. I'd first like to thank Mr. Smith. Michael Smith was the case planner on this, and he did a lot of work on this. It's unfortunate he can't be here today. He's out sick because he knows a lot about this, and we worked closely on the development of this project as it comes before you. I'm going to go to the overhead and show you a few slides and talk to you about what has happened here. We're proposing a new restaurant addition and 4 dwelling units in this building. This is the aerial photo of this block from 1938, and this is the aerial photo at current. The yellow mark is the current location. We're building a horizontal extension that goes up 3 floors, essentially infilling that portion at the rear, so we're able to add 2 additional dwelling units. This is a transit corridor, and we are adding 2-bedroom units. Ross Levy, the project architect, whose office is right up the street, is going to be up to explain these details to you in a minute, but I want to walk you through some of the basics. The Bliss Bar was a problem in this neighborhood, and I have met with all of the neighbors at the rear, and I heard the same story over and over. Patrons used the rear yard. Doors and windows were left open to the rear. There was constant noise, often litter, often people being rowdy in the backyard, public urination, that kind of thing. We have taken the step to include a full kitchen, a full restaurant here, to sort of change the nature of the way this location interacts with the community. This is going to be a full restaurant. We are not increasing the floor area that is enjoyed by the public. The entire additional space on the ground floor is dedicated to the commercial, to the back of the house of the kitchen. So you're going to hear some more later on from a restaurant consultant who's going to talk about how many more people are going to be able to be employed as a result, but it really changes the profile of what this does. You'll also hear from Charlie Salter to explain how this allows us to provide complete sound containment, that all of the sound activity is going to be focused towards the front of the space. There will be no patron access to the rear of the space, and there will be sound containment. And come on, here some pictures of the fire. Sound containment at the rear. The neighbors at the rear have been enjoying a couple of years without Bliss. And are not excited about the prospect of having lively activity come back to this adjacent property to them, and I can completely understand what they have to say. This is the rear elevation of the building as it exists, and you can see at that lowest level there's a very steep downslope to it. And that is a sort of a party room in the back that was just a terrible idea and potentially was probably an illegal idea. But it had a lot of people and created a lot of noise. What we're doing is creating a small terrace area for the use of the residential tenants above, but no access to the rear portion of the deck created by the extension. This is the section of the building as we propose, showing that extension. I'm going to ask Ross Levy to step up to the mic and walk you through the building a bit.
Can I have the overhead, please? Commissioners, thank you. When we were presented with this space, I think the primary problem for us was how to make something inviting in a long, narrow, and dark core. And we did this by employing skylights at the base of the light wells with the counsel of the acoustic engineer to assure that those apertures will contain the sound well. Due to the fire and the additions to the building, we are creating what is essentially a new structure, which gives us, again, the opportunity to work directly with the sound engineers to create the proper containment. We think that this kind of lively daylit space is appropriate for Noe Valley and for the demographic there, and it transitions seamlessly from day to night. And as Jeremy said, not only is the extension that we're requesting in the rear yard in the service of the back-of-house functions, but in fact it precludes the possibility of any patrons actually inhabiting the rear yard. Actually, it provides a buffer and allows us to enclose the space entirely. In terms of space, when the fire happened, we went first to Department of Building to ask what would be asked of us as far as code upgrades, and we were told that full upgrades were required for accessibility, for seismic stability, and for building life safety systems and egress, which meant that we had to introduce a second set of stairs and consume quite a lot of space. To that end, the actual assembly area that is resulting is 1,084 square feet, where the assembly area that existed previously was 1,237 square feet, a net reduction. That tallies to an occupant load of 75 per the building code. And finally, just a comment about the mid-block open space. This addition that we're proposing at the rear is almost entirely subterranean, so it really just forms another portion of the mid-block open space, certainly doesn't intrude into it. And I will cede the rest of my time to Jeremy.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Ross. I would like to introduce a couple of changes to the proposal that is before you and explain to you why. Our neighboring property to the west is Elisa's Spa. It has hot tubs and spa area in their rear yard. It's a place I know very well as I lived nearby for many years and used it often. It's a popular neighborhood destination. There's some concern by the property owner that our extended top floor windows may intrude visually into the privacy of that rear area. And as a result, we're asking that we be allowed to build a higher than otherwise permitted fence along the property line along the west side. Pedro Inning, the adjacent property owner, is here and could speak to that during public comment. We're also asking that the hours of the entertainment hours not be limited during the daytime hours. I think that a late start on weekends and holidays just doesn't make a lot of sense for the kind of community space we're trying to create. We'd very much like to have the opportunity to do a jazz brunch or a gospel brunch. The idea of having afternoon music would be really nice. Bliss Bar, what was there before, had jazz in the every Thursday evening. They often had DJs running late. They had amplified sound, which they weren't supposed to. But right now, the way music works, the idea of amplification does not mean we're bringing in the Rolling Stones. It means that a jazz guitar and trumpet can actually play together in a space like this. The kind of entertainment I enjoyed last night just stumbling in on a place over on California Street. It's the kind of thing that makes San Francisco's pedestrian environment very rich, and I think that this is going to be a valuable contributor. The layout that you see before you of this new restaurant includes a space at the front window, which is designed to accommodate a noodle maker. So if any of you have had the pleasure of watching Asian noodles being thrown, it requires this kind of action and throwing the noodles up and folding them over. That same space will be able to be converted later in the day for the use of live entertainment, should we have that scheduled. We do not actually have a program for live entertainment right now that we're proposing, but we want to have the option to do that. We went to the Noe Valley Noe Valley Merchants Association. They were very excited about the fact that we were not foregoing the opportunity to restore the entertainment permit. They want a lively use at this location. They want something that's going to provide maximum number of hours of use at this location. We're not going to be a 5-hour bar at night. We're going to be 16 hours a day serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, late night snacks, and trying to serve a changing community in an appropriate way for this community. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I look forward to the opportunity to respond.
Great, thank you. Opening it up to public comment, Penny Castleman, Bruce Castleman, Susan Rutberg, and Amy Kennedy and Laura Taylor.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to clarify a few things. Number one, we live right behind there. We're not objecting at all to having a bar restaurant there. What we're objecting to is the amplified entertainment and the late hours. Really what we're objecting to is the change from Resolution 8778. And I will say, I don't know if you have that in your packet, but at least 9 of us wrote objections before it went to you and 2 more after that. Here's what we're concerned about. It's not just the increased space, because although I'm not happy about that, that actually comes right up to my retaining wall and takes out the green space. Green space is important. Just because it's in the back and just because it's low, it's still big, beautiful fruit trees back there. Secondly, I'd like to point out that the owners of this building have owned it since 2001. So they owned it when it was the Bliss Bar. So I think it's a little disingenuous to get up here and say, oh, that awful Bliss Bar, and we're going to make it all different, when they were the same owners. We have no objections to music, but we don't want it amplified, and we don't want it going till 2 a.m. We feel if the music's, and we can compromise. How about music stops at midnight, Friday and Saturday night? That way, the people are dispersed out in the streets before 2 a.m. Because we all know if the music stops at 2 a.m., you can put all the acoustical, whatever they're called, that you want in that building. When those people walk out there at 2 a.m., loud and drunk, it's going to make a huge amount of noise in the neighborhood that's residential. And I think I love evolution. That's wonderful. But Noe Valley, it's all apartments on 24th Street above the retail, and behind Elizabeth Street is all residential with families. And we'd like to see a bar restaurant, but we'd like to see a bar restaurant that fits in with Noe Valley. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Bruce Castleman. I also live at 517 Elizabeth Street with my wife, whom you just heard from. And I won't reiterate what she said, except to say I agree with every word she said. There are, I usually do, but especially now I really do agree. I do want to add one other thing. And if it seems like this project has been underway for quite a while, and our opposition from the backstreet neighbors is rather late, some of that has to do with we were not aware of what was happening until less than 2 weeks ago. And I would like to make a note as a citizen and protest, I think, or express my concern. This is a notice of hearing that was posted, came in the mail from the planning department, and the one that is also posted on the front of the former Bliss Bar as of 10:45 this morning when I started making my way down here. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It says, the sponsor also seeks to amend the conditions that were placed on the POE use in motion number 8778. That's it. I didn't know what that means. And that doesn't really disclose very much to me as a citizen who is not familiar with the details of the planning code, but who is affected by the actions that are being proposed and that will be taken. Not until not last Friday, but the Friday before, since this item was continued, when the item appeared on the agenda and I found it on the website, did I finally peel back the layers to learn that was proposed for amplified entertainment, expanded seating, and extended hours to 2 in the morning on the weekends and other times, which I think, as my wife has already pointed out, will have a deleterious effect on the neighborhood. I do not agree with the statements that this is consistent with the mixed use that was planned. In fact, the mixed use that was set up by motion 8778 should be maintained. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Kennedy. I'm the homeowner at 511 Elizabeth Street, and I have owned that home since 2004. We are basically the lot behind Bliss Bar, one lot over. I'm a working mom of 2 kids. Our bedrooms actually face the back of the house, and I am in strong opposition against the changes that are proposed here. I feel that Bliss Bar was definitely noisy. The fact that the owners of Bliss Bar are the owners of this new project is absolutely concerning. And I think the big thing is that there is a lot that can be done without any of these variances. There are already 2 units there that don't require a parking variance. There was already a bar in existence that can be fixed from the fire and can operate as a bar. I'm a big believer in a vibrant 24th Street. It makes for a great Noe Valley neighborhood, but what I am not in favor of is changing the family-friendly character of our neighborhood by amending motion 8778, by expanding hours, by expanding seating, by allowing amplified music. You are changing the character of the neighborhood. Part of the reason why we chose to stay as a family, is we have tons of neighbors that have kids. It is a family-friendly neighborhood. My kids play hopscotch on the sidewalk. And I really implore you to do all you can to keep the family-friendly character of Noe Valley and not allow the amendments to motion 8778, the variance to parking, and the variance to the lot use that is asked for by this project. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? I do have a couple cards, actually, sorry. Pedro Inink and Vince Parator, Charles Salter, and Terrence Allen.
I spoke with Susan earlier, who had to leave, and she left a video. I don't know how to connect it, but she left a short video that she recorded in the hallway. And then I'm Laura Taylor as well.
Do you have it on a memory stick?
No, it's on my laptop here.
This is a first. If you want to try to put it in the overhead, it might
You're
work.
kind, thank you. Okay. In the meantime, well,
go ahead and make yours.
Mine's on the screen, so I'll wait. I'll let
If you want to play it, you could probably play it on here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not sure if sound may not work.
Make sure the screen's facing straight to the ceiling.
I don't know if this is going to be effective.
MacGyver.
Yeah, that's sound-wise, that's not going to work.
Try it.
I live at 523 Elizabeth.
It's not coming in loud enough.
Oh.
Okay, thanks.
If you want to email, that's never mind.
Oh, sure, I'll do that.
Summarize it.
Hi, and thank you for your time. Thank you also to Michael Smith and Jeremy Paul and Ross Levy and Tom and Rye for being in communication with us and receptive to our comments. I appreciate that. I live on 24th in Noe Valley, right adjacent to the proposed construction site and restaurant bar. And my bedroom and my housemate's bedroom share walls with the site. And I come representing 30 or more property owners, business owners, families, and tenants of Noe Valley who work and reside in the immediate and affected area, most of whom aren't able to come today because of the rescheduling and work and family restraints. And although I have in my possession several signatures and endorsements, if you're interested in viewing them at all. Upon speaking with neighbors, I received enthusiastic and universal support. We're all very welcoming of new businesses and growth in Noe, and we understand that concessions have to be made and tolerated on our end for this to happen, but we have a few we would like to be considered as well. especially considering that the project will entail a year or more of very loud jackhammering and sawing and demolition and restoration and construction. And then after that, cohabitation alongside this business years after its conception. And thus, we would like to ask the commissioners and the city to aid us in the following so that we can maintain a semblance of peace, health, and sanity in our daily lives. And that is that construction be restricted from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays only. And I know that upon talking to many of the neighbors, mothers depend on a sleep schedule for their infants. A lot of the businesses require tranquility on weekends. There's a new spa owners that their first language is not English, so they were afraid to come. But they rely a lot on weekends for their income, and they may not be able to survive if not. There are many homebound entrepreneurs, such as myself, that require morning hours to conduct business. There's several leaseholding tenants, also such as myself, that rely on a few hours of quiet and respite so that we may sublet rooms and hopefully pay rent. And of course, all of the nearby business owners, employees, and residents supported weekday-only construction so that we could have some breaks during the very long building process ahead. And the Noe Valley Block residents also ask that hours of operation, not exceed 10 p.m. if possible, or at least the entertainment. I had a lot of fun issues with previous bar goers relieving themselves on my steps and other exciting things. And then lastly, the hired acoustician and light and noise containment also in the tenant dwellings. I don't think the tenant dwellings have a lot of noise containment, only the bar. But I remember hearing people coughing and chatting prior. And thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Pedro Winning. My family has owned the building next door to the Bliss Bar for quite a while. I am in favor of the project. I think it's a great restaurant that's going to go in. I do share some of the concerns about the construction. I share the concerns about maybe keeping the construction on a weekday basis or being very well informed of any exceptions that may take place. My other major concern is for the new owners of the spa hot tub business. It's in the back. The hot tubs are in the back. The extension of the building is going to go all the way almost to the back, and the fencing there is not quite. They enjoy a lot of privacy right now, but I'm concerned with the extension of the building and the new residents having access to the back there, that a higher fence or some sort of other barrier, protective sound, whatever, needs to be put there so that the spa business has the same level of privacy that they currently have to keep their business levels. Thank you.
My name is Charles Salter. I've been an acoustical engineer in San Francisco for over 40 years, and during that period of time I've dealt with many noise problems, and I'm sure you have also, people complaining about noise. And in my experience, many of these noise problems could have easily been addressed during the design and planning phase of the project. When they are not, and you have neighborhood complaints, it can take years to fix these problems. Businesses have gone into bankruptcy because of poor planning. For this particular project, we are planning to do it in a very proactive way. And I think you have copies of my letter that I sent to Jeremy Paul 2 weeks ago. It's dated March 12th. And in this letter, I set forth the schematic acoustical planning, what the acoustical design issues are, what needs to be addressed. And my proposal for this project as the acoustical engineer is to continue developing information, providing it to the city, because at the end, after the project is completed, I obviously need to meet the acoustical standards that everybody has agreed to. And so that's why I'm excited about the opportunity to be involved in this project, to mitigate the noise as part of the planning process, rather than, as I say, having to respond as a result of neighboring complaints. Be glad to answer any questions you have now or later. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Vince Parator. I've been a restaurateur here in the city of San Francisco for about 30 years. Currently, I'm an instructor in restaurant management in the culinary program at City College, San Francisco. I've been asked to come on board to talk about some of the cost factors related to a changeover from the current situation of the bar that existed to the planned restaurant coming forward.
I'm sorry, I should have interrupted the previous speaker. Are you employed by this person, by the project sponsor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, then your presentation should have been part of that project sponsor team. I apologize.
Okay. Should
so
I discontinue?
No, you don't have time to speak because you're part of the project sponsor team.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, including the sound person. I missed that.
Okay, very good.
Sorry about. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Terrence Allen. I'm not employed by the project sponsor on this project. So get that clarity out of the way. I am here as a follow-up to last Thursday's meeting when unanimously you voted a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt legislation that was drafted by President London Breed to institute a planning process in advance of construction of residential housing around existing places of entertainment. In this particular situation, we have the reverse. We have an opportunity for the place of entertainment to be constructed in a way that it respects the built environment and the residential units that are around it. And I think that we can take the application of the theory that everyone so aggressively agreed with last week and flip it on its head and apply it in this particular example where we have willing owners, capable designers, and more than capable engineers who are coming forward to design a project that will contain its sound so that the existing built environment is not disturbed by the new project. That is an ideal situation and should be embraced, I believe, as an example for how planning in reverse happens when we don't have residents coming into existing places of entertainment neighborhoods. We have existing residents, and we are proposing that an intensification of use go on within a building, and we have an opportunity to build that building in a way that makes it completely soundproof. I think this is a great example of how that policy could be flipped on its head and used as an example for how we can move forward and allow for our evolution of uses in the city, which has to happen for our city to remain vibrant. We can't keep anchoring our city in decisions that were made 20 and 30 years ago and ask that these new businesses that are going to try to make their rent and pay their employees the new wages that we all ask for and pay the taxes that the city requires, we can't ask that to happen without giving them an opportunity to flex and change and evolve. And this project, by respecting the built environment and asking for change, I believe gives an opportunity for us to see how that works going forward and makes everyone happy in its result. So I thank you for allowing me to speak and make the parallel comparison between our last week conversation and what's before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed, and opening it up to commissioners. Commissioner Richards.
Glad to speak first. Mr. Paul, you and I have a lot of experience in this type of topic. Mr. Allen, you and I have some experience as well in the upper market where commercial REITs, residential, the cafe floor, the cafe trigger, probably there's more that I can't even remember. I guess my question for the neighbors is, all along when you've had issues, have you ever called the planning department and asked to have the conditions enforced of the motion that you referenced in 1980? Any neighbor can come up and just let me know what their experience has been.
Again, I've lived there 11 years. What I would do is call the non-emergency number and the police.
This is the police.
Yeah, police would come, and 20 minutes later it'd be quiet. I never knew that actually Motion 8778 existed. It wasn't until I got the second version of this planning letter referencing Motion 8778, and I actually had to ask for it to understand what it was, so I didn't know that.
So if we were to grant this CU, the project sponsor would be your first point of contact. We'd ask for a community liaison and a telephone number that's reachable by somebody during business hours. So I want to make sure you understand you have that right. And everybody on that street that's affected by anything this business does, as a result of us granting the CU, should exercise that right. Okay. One other, question I have, to the zoning administrator, the Type 47 license. We had a change recently in what the requirements were, alcohol versus food. Can you help me there?
So the Type 47 license would be part of a restaurant use, a bona fide eating place. The distinction between this and a Type 41, which is probably more common, is the Type 41 is beer and wine bona fide eating place. The Type 47 is going to have liquor, so you get beer, wine, and liquor. So that's the main distinction.
Sure. Is there any requirement as to mixture of food and alcohol, percentage sales? What's the benchmark there?
The majority must be from food sales. So the minority, 50 under our code now, a bona fide eating place has to have 51% of the sales be from foods or non-alcohol related items.
I mean, personally, just as kind of to go off on a tangent, when I go out, I probably spend more on alcohol than food because it's so much more expensive. A bottle of wine can be $50 and my meal could be $30. So that's kind of an interesting catch. One of the other issues that the neighbors brought up is the issue with patrons. And I get the whole fact that if you're open until 2 and the people are drinking, they go back to their cars, they park on Elizabeth Street because there may be no parking. I lived on Beaver Street. I get the same thing happening on my street. So you can soundproof a restaurant and a bar as much as you want, but once people leave, it's hard to actually do anything about it. So I look to the project sponsor to tell me what they might be able to do based on experience you've had in other places where if we were to allow the extended hours, what type of measures would you take? Mr. Salter, your reputation is impeccable. Every time we've had an issue in the upper market, when they mentioned your name and you were going to come in, it was like you were the white horse. Well, they're not on the white horse, saving the day. So your involvement really is a really good thing for the project sponsor. Mr. Allen, your reverse engineering comments are well taken. I really appreciate it. I support a project here. I'm a little bit more apt to go slower, and then have the restaurant build up a reputation maybe in a year, come back and extend the hours even more than they want. I would want the neighbors involved in the soundproofing process so that you would dial up whatever music it is, and you make sure that they understand whether they can hear it or not. So that would be work. And I would support a report back to the commission at an interval maybe a year after the business is open to see how things are going.
Commissioner Hillis.
For the zoning administrator. So the variance on the rear yard is for how much of this is it only for the first floor addition and not for the infill on the second and third?
Correct. In this zoning district, a rear yard of 25% is required at all levels. In this case, even though the lowest level addition is below grade, the code does prohibit that structure going to the rear property line, which is what they're proposing. So at the ground level, the lowest level, they will have full lot coverage, and the floors above, the residential floors, will comply with the code. So it's only at the lowest level that the variance is being sought.
Is that where the variance line is kind of the current building, the rear of the current first floor?
Pretty much, yes. The required rear yard is about 28.5 feet, and so that's approximately where that building wall is, I believe.
And we had a similar project, I think on 18th Street in the Castro, and I can't remember what we did, but they were asking for this. I think they were allowed to go.
Yeah, and I think that was slightly different. That was a new construction of a vacant lot, and we did work with the neighbors who had concerns about that rear yard encroachment. It was slightly different in that they were actually seeking rear yard modification. This does not meet the rear yard modification requirements, so they're seeking a variance. The difference between the two, if you can have the modification, which doesn't have the highest standards, that same level of scrutiny as a variance, you're eligible for that if you have, like in the previous one of the previous cases, you take the amount of open space that's required by the rear yard and have it located elsewhere on the lot. In this case, they have a roof deck and a deck at this level, or for the unit above, but it doesn't equal the area. And I think they're only like 100 square feet short of that. So actually, if they were to have more open space on the property, it wouldn't be a variance, it would be a rear yard modification, which has different standards. And just to the rear yard variance request, I do have concerns about it. There is a pattern of buildings that encroach into the rear yard, and so I can see some justification there. However, I would like to see more efforts made to do something that would have a softening presence. Right now, it's just developed as a deck and then a roof with the skylights to below. So, I think if they were to actually increase some of the open space there, so they qualified for the modification and did perhaps some landscaping at the rear there, would help minimize the impact.
But you'd have to bring the building back in order to do.
No, I think they wouldn't even need to change the building, just rather how it's developed above. So it could still potentially extend to the rear property line, but be developed above with a green roof or with more open space, something that is less than just a roof in the rear yard. I think what's there now, I agree with the neighbors, is quite attractive. I mean, there's the ivy there. Even the photo that was showed had the tree in blossom. It seems to be quite enjoyable. And this is the interface between the residential districts behind and the commercial buildings on 24th Street. So I think there needs to be a better effort, more effort into minimizing that impact.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Paul? You guys are asking for a lot. I mean, this is almost the largest ask of, it's almost everything. Size of establishment, rear yard variance, hours, use, units without parking. Most of it, I think, is fine. The things that kind of trouble me is that rear yard and kind of just a deck with a roof, and whether you need that much space on the ground floor. Could this ground floor addition cut off where the end of the patio is on the second floor and keep some outdoor kind of green space? And then hours are probably of entertainment.
Take one question at a time. Thank you, Commissioner Hillis. I appreciate the opportunity to address those questions. Unfortunately, Mr. Parator, who wasn't able to complete his remarks, was going to speak a bit to that, about the economics of the square footage of the commercial space and the bar versus a restaurant use. The net result of the increase in assembly space, the increase in space used by the public, is going to be a net reduction. This rear extension is entirely to create the back of the house of a restaurant. If we don't have that space, we can't create a restaurant. We really can't do it in that narrow, dark space. Having that allows us to perform several different functions. We get to contain the sound completely. We have a rear retaining wall that is failing at present. We're going to get to ensure the safety of that slope behind us. I understand your point about the landscaping on top of that roof, and frankly, I know Mr. Levy would have some comments on this, but we haven't fully developed a plan of what to do up there, and we'd be very amenable to work with the planning department to develop a better approach to what that space becomes. What we did want to do is make sure that it was not open to the patrons of the bar, that there would be no physical access for the general public back there, and we were hoping to create a barrier between the residential tenants' terrace and the rear yard. So we kind of have a terrace that's adjacent to the unit, and then space behind it, which, as you point out, is now just a roof, which we'd be very amenable to further landscaping, to making it more attractive and appropriate.
And have you sat down with the neighbors and talked about hours of? We have, and the question really came down to one of sound. And the kind of disturbance that they've experienced in the past. Now, as a bar and restaurant, we could be open till 2 a.m. The question about hours really is, one, what will the neighborhood support economically? And frankly, I don't see any future business, whether it be Tom Rye operating in that way, or some future business that might be there in at some
time in the distant future, Wednesday night, Thursday night, 2 a.m., it's just not going to happen in that part of Noe Valley. I think that it's appropriate for us to open that up as a possibility for holidays or for special events. Someone in the neighborhood wants a graduation party or a wedding. I would like them to be able to have the entertainment permit go till late hours on appropriate nights. I don't foresee this as being a heavy drinking bar. This is going to be a bar restaurant. And the kind of music that they're likely to have is not going to be music that's going to attract in the element that is not already in Noe Valley. There are a couple of bars up the block. There's Twin Peaks and there's Noe Valley Tavern. They're open till 2. They don't do a lot of business late at night, but they stay open till late at night because they have such a low employment profile. They got two.
I got it. So have you made concessions, to the neighbors about hours or just hours of amplified music?
Yes, through Michael Smith, we've discussed that. We had asked for entertainment every night of the week till all hours, and he suggested that we agree to limitation on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and slightly later on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm now asking you to allow us to do earlier hours. I think the daytime use of that space for some live entertainment is very appropriate, and I would hope that you would amend the motion in that way.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Sanchez, I was interested in the suggestion about the taller fence, which I would strongly object to. I would rather see, if it is affected by the proposed second floor balcony, for that particular deck to pull in further and stay away from the property line. I do not exactly know the use type which is being affected, but there is complaint about people looking into the adjoining yard. I do not necessarily see any necessity for this deck, patio, whatever it's called, to be the entire width of the building anyway. I'd rather see together with a landscape treatment of the roof surface itself, potentially landscaping engaging the edges of the building rather than the patio coming directly to the property line on both sides. That allows screening for everybody, including a more pleasant view from people from Elizabeth Street, from the back of their homes, to look at something which could be a green roof in the truest sense of constructing a green roof. Mr. Levy, I know that you are very familiar with that technique. You might have to, it will probably require a structurally slightly different roof, and that would be definitely the minimum we would expect for this neighborhood where you have indeed what is potentially a conflicting use. I'm not saying it is, but the responsibility is on the applicant creating the maximum beneficial transition to residential. So,
may I make a comment, Commissioner Moore?
I would rather have Mr. Levy explain the attitude about the roof.
And if I may add one question on top of that I think is pertinent.
I don't want to have any cost discussion on that.
So, and also if you could show the fence. So the fence that you mentioned would also need a variance, and I actually could not find that on the plans nor in reference in the notice. So it was my understanding the rear yard was just for the ground level extension, but now I understand there's also a variance for the height of the fence. And so if you could show me that fence on the plans.
If we can see the projection there. So on the upper photo on the right-hand side is the fence in question as it exists, and the request to enlarge it or heighten it, I think, was just made today, as far as I know. So it was not part of the request originally.
Okay.
In regards to Commissioner Moore's comments, yes, we did discuss a sod roof, and the structural work is being done now, and we can absolutely accommodate that. There's additional drainage work that needs to be done, and certain amount of soil material to support the plant life, but this is something that certainly can be done. And in regards to the small patio, yeah, it can absolutely be modified, and I think in relative to neighbor privacy, we're proposing a bay window off the back of the building, which adds dimension and life as far as the people on Elizabeth Street are concerned in their view of the back of the building, but that bay window need not have a west-facing aperture, which will protect the privacy of these people.
For the maker of the motion, we had a motion, is that correct?
We don't have a motion yet.
No.
Hold your thought.
I'm going to listen first.
Okay.
Particularly Mr. Rich's idea about phasing certain conditions in sound very good to me, because we're going from speed 10 to 90 miles an hour, and it's the incremental, compensatory nature of the approval, which I would be interested in. If you want to go back to that one more time.
Commissioner Richards.
So I guess one of the things for the neighbors is what's worked in the past after we've had these kind of issues happen in the upper market is we've had Mr. Paul and the project sponsor, whoever was representing the project sponsor, sit down and say, look, what do we want? What can we get? And you have a meeting here at planning. You have Mr. Smith involved. You express your issues because you were shaking your head no that you were involved, and you seem very willing, Mr. Paul, to engage with the neighbors, and you always have been. We had Hamburger Mary's come here in December, and it was a kumbaya. We had 700 signatures in support, and I don't think we even had one person opposed because Mr. Natale did this with the neighbors. And so I make that offer to Mr. Paul. Would you be willing to maybe engage with the neighbors and come back in a week or 2 weeks and try to, we can sing kumbaya rather than make a decision tonight, because I want to make sure everybody's heard, the spa owner next door with the privacy, the deck, the rear yard deck, all that stuff. There was a lot here. I don't know if you're open to that or not. We could make a decision tonight if you'd like, but I just think it would be so much more productive.
I'm always open to talking to the neighbors some more. If this commission wants to bring it back, that's fine.
Okay, I throw that out to my fellow commissioners as an idea, because I think that we're kind of far apart here.
Mr. Sanchez.
Just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Hillis's comments about, or questions about whether or not a use of this size was necessary. I think someone mentioned the occupancy load for this space. What was the number? 75. And how many seats do you have? And what's shown on the floor plan now?
So the calculation per the building code is 72 occupants with 3 staff, by the different use types. And I would have to, there's been a lot of different plan configurations, but I think the actual number of seats that are depicted in the drawing in front of you.
I just did a quick count. It seemed, I didn't get a number, but it seemed more than 73.
It's always been, every time I've configured it, I've always come out right at the occupant load. It's just about what fits. So the rest is illustration.
Okay. Maybe have some clarity on that.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess no other commissioner pressed the button. I saw Mr. Paul was open to meeting with the neighbors, and neighbors open to meeting with Mr. Paul. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to continue the item with the predication that a meeting happens at planning. If you want me to be involved, I'm happy to do it, since it seems like how I got my rise in neighborhood issues up in the upper market. And I just think that's the best thing right now, given all that we have in front of us.
Do you have a date?
Second the motion.
As soon as the neighbors and Mr. Paul feel in the calendar will allow it.
April 23rd, April 16th?
Hold on.
That's right.
We can do it. I know Mr. Smith will be out next week, so if you wanted to, I know he's going to be out of the office next week, so we can probably look at perhaps 2 weeks from.
Okay.
Sure.
16th.
Would that work?
But I guess.
The 23rd?
Cool. I guess kind of a word of kind of caution to everybody. It's in the business's best interest to not have these issues after they open. They want to run a business. They don't want to be bothered with all this stuff. We saw that up in the upper market. The neighbors don't want to have this happen after as well. So let's get this together and let's figure it out.
So, commissioners, do I hear April 23rd?
Yes. April 23rd.
Very good, commissioners.
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Levy, there's one comment. I want to participate in these meetings, which I would like you to be aware of. Since you are ultimately having a client who would like to stay open late at night, I am concerned that the skylights, which are wonderful during the day and do not interfere with anybody, do not become spillover light at night when basically the rear yards in those neighborhoods are dark. I myself experience frequently how windows and lights placed the wrong way can be a great nuisance, and I want you to be aware that that is an issue we should be thinking about. If you want to comment on that, I would appreciate that.
If I could get the overhead again, please. Yeah, I am aware, and we did speak with Charles Salter about the acoustic performance of the skylights, certainly not operable skylights, and appropriately laminated glass. And in regards to light, which is a reasonable concern, the conceptual design of the space includes a baffled ceiling, and the baffles below the skylights operate so that we can shutter the skylights in the evening. That's our intention.
At least you have thought about it. I appreciate you answering the question.
Sure. Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to continue this matter to April 23rd. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards. Aye. Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Zoning Administrator.
Could you
Also,
clarify
just 1
second,
what-
please.
No,
Also,
Just one
continue the
second,
hearing
please.
to April 23rd. Public hearing remains open.
Thank you, Zoning Administrator.
Mr. Ionin, could you clarify what will transpire on the 23rd? Will we have a public hearing?
Yes, you'll be re-agendized and have another hearing. Ma'am, at this point, you can speak to the planner and he'll clarify everything. Commissioners, it'll place you on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment this evening? Seeing none, general public comment is closed, and I want to wish Commissioner Moore a happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Meeting is adjourned.
What happened to the other DR?
Oh, both of them. There it is.